Alhamdulillah alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbana innana amana faghfir lana dhunubana Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmah wa hayyi lana min amrina rashada. Allahumma yassir lana umurana Allahumma yassir lana umurana Allahumma yassir lana umurana Rabbi yassir wa la tu'assir. Allahumma inna ala zikrika wa syukrika wa husni ibadatik. Allahumma rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum.
Okay. Right. To kickstart this year Congress, we would like to invite our esteemed director of IMHAF Congress 2021, the person that ensured this event to happen. Prof. Dr. Siti Aisyah Hassan is a lecturer in the Department of Counselor Education and Counseling Psychology and Faculty of Educational Studies UPM since 2006. She is actively involved in various research projects, especially those related to marital, couple, and family counseling. She also leads research on counseling supervision and post-traumatic stress disorder among flood victims. She has been constantly research on practice of Islamic psycho-spiritual approaches, a unique approach for Muslim clients. She has presented her work in Family Counseling Institute, Oxford University, in Cambridge University, and in Washington, D.C. And she is now currently board member of director LPPK and Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, head cluster education and training Maya YADIM, the founder, president of Association of Muslim and Nurture and Advocacy, AMNA, and it's very well pleasure to welcome Prof. Dr. Siti Aisyah for a welcoming speech and remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang berhormat Senator Tuan Haji Idris bin Ahmad, Minister Department of Prime Minister Religious Affairs. Yang berusaha Tuan Haji Ustaz Nasrudin bin Hassan, President Islamic Dakwah Foundation Malaysia YADIM. Yang berusaha Assistant Professor Dr. Safina Saleh, Chairperson of YADIM Muslim Women Council Maya. Most honorable guests, Yang Amat Arif, Datuk Setia Dr. Haji Muhammad Naim bin Haji Mukhtar, Chief Judge, Department of Syariah Judiciary Malaysia. Yang berusaha Professor Madya Dr. Wan Marzuki bin Wan Jaafar, Director, Center of Academic Development, University Putra Malaysia, President of Counselor Board Malaysia. Yang berusaha Dr. Muhammad Azman Abbas, Secretary, Committee of Mental Health Management, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Collaborators, Michigan State University, USA, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, University Putra Malaysia, MMU, Shiraz Medical Science University, Iran, Universitas Negeri Padang, UPN Indonesia, Universitas Khalid Center, Zakat Foundation, USA, Persatuan Kaunseling Syar'i Malaysia, Persatuan Khadijah Malaysia, Sejahteraan Jiwa Jasad Kalbu, Coed IIUM, Women's Alliance for Family Institution and Quality Education WAFIC, Malaysian Alliance of Civil Society Organisation Maksa, Persatuan Kebajikan Wanita Selangor Bakuwanis, Kelab Mahasiswa Bimbingan Kaunseling UPM, Association of Muslimah and for Nurture and Advocacy, the Maya YADIM Committee, the Congress Committee, the sponsors, the speakers, heads of agency, dear esteemed guests and participants. I am honored to deliver welcoming speech of 2020 Global Muslim Mental Health and Family Wellbeing, or known as IMHEF. Foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to Yang Berhormat Senator Tuan Haji Idris bin Ahmad, Minister at the Department of Prime Minister Religious Affairs, Tuan Haji Ustaz Nasrudin bin Hassan, President, Islamic Dakwah Foundation Malaysia YADIM, Assistant Professor of Dr. Safina Saleh, Chairperson of YADIM Muslim, Women's Council Maya, and all tenacious committee members who has made possible this virtual event. Today, we brought to you excellent speakers and panel experts from around the globe in the area of family well-being and mental health with the theme of Revival of Islamic Systemic Family Therapy of IMHEF Kongres to us to rejoice knowledge sharing. This remarkable Congress featuring international and domestic experts, scholars, and practitioners in mental health and family therapy with scientific empirical evidence, research finding for Muslims all around the globe. They are from USA, UK, Iran, Pakistan, Palestine, Singapore, Brunei, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Guided by a systemic lens, IMHEF Congress also looks to develop Muslim mental health practitioners and the larger community towards expanding the discourse on family life and relationships to include the context of nature, life science, and the larger ecology. IMHEF Congress also seeks to invite Muslim families to nurture their understanding, tradition in family life, and to develop a more interdependent lens in unpacking and exploring familial and social concern or issues. Hence, a Center of Excellence Senex for Research and Publication of Islamic Psychology on Family Wellbeing and Mental Health that combine dalil akli and nakli, there is empirical evidence and real knowledge, and a Center of Wellness, Sunwell, to apply and test the knowledge and skills on family well-being and mental health for practical use and benefit for Ummah to be established under IMHEF is discussed in session 3 today. Prior to that, we brought you panel speakers from USA who has successfully established Institute of Muslim Mental Health based in Michigan State University, USA, led by Dr. Farha Abbasi and her colleagues to share their success stories in helping Muslim youth and family well-being to prevent suicidal cases in session 2 today. Tomorrow, this Congress focuses on helping seals of regional issues. We brought to you Malay speakers from Nusantara, i.e. Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Brunei in session 2. Prior to that, we brought you panel experts of bereavement to deliver skills on understanding the meaning of loss and how to attend the needs of orphans and widowers of COVID-19. Accordingly, a national policy, Kawaman, is discussed in session 3 tomorrow, which is in tandem with Model Ummahatul Mu'minin by YADIM. As Malaysia embarks on its journey toward post-pandemic recovery, greater protections for women, children, family members are only made possible when men play their roles of ar-rijalu qawwamun 'alan nisa. Men as protector, not as abuser, not as tormentors. Women and children feel safe and happy when men show their kindness, tenderness with care and concern on their well-being, be it socially, physically, physiologically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. Malaysia, being one of the first countries to perform Umrah and Hajj in the Holy Land Makkah al-Mukarramah in the coming season, we wish to reaffirm our confidence that more frontiers, of connectivity among Muslim scholars and practitioners with the 2022 Makkah Declaration. We have a firm belief that awareness and acknowledgement of mutual understanding between men and women, husband and wife, on their rights and responsibilities, privileges, and duties will create harmonious family relationships. In conjunction with this newly proposed policy, various new award contestants are brought to you, namely Kawam Men, Ra'idah Women, Qudwah Young Men, and Uswah Young Women. In addition, the session that I have mentioned here today and other sessions are equally important and significant. However, due to limited time and space, we strongly believe participants of IMHAF Congress will remain enthusiastic from opening today until the closing ceremony tomorrow, inshallah. On that note, let us all give a big applause to all of us being here today and welcome to IMHAF Congress 2021. Jazakumullah khair, enjoy and stay tuned. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Aisyah, for the warm and gracious welcoming speech. And it is an absolute honor for me to welcome Yang Berhormat Senator Tuan Haji Idris bin Haji Ahmad, Minister, Department of Prime Minister in Religious Affairs, to deliver his opening speech for this prestigious international event. Please welcome with a round of applause Yang Berhormat Senator Tuan Haji Idris bin Haji Ahmad.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yaumiddin. Tuan Haji Ustaz Nasrudin Hassan, Presiden Islamic Dakwah Foundation Malaysia YADIM, Assistant Professor Dr. Safinar Saleh, Chairperson of YADIM Muslim Women's Council Maya, Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Siti Aisyah Hassan, Universiti Putra Malaysia, Director of Global Kongres of Muslim Mental Health and Family Wellbeing, Most Honorable Guest, Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Mazliham bin Muhammad Saud, Presiden Multimedia University, Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk IR Dr. Osman Abdul Karim, Deputy Vice Chancellor Student Affairs Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Ruslan bin Sulaiman, Vice Chancellor Universiti Putra Malaysia, all honorable guests and speakers in this blessed virtual learning event. Dearest keluarga Malaysia, keluarga sejahtera, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters all around the globe. I am honored to address the opening ceremony of the 2021st Global Congress of Muslim Mental Health and Family Well-being, also known as the IMHAT Congress. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Maya YADIM and all committee members for successfully hosting this online IMHAT Congress, featuring international speakers as well as professional and public audience around the globe. I am delighted today's event has marked another milestone in the effort towards enhancing Muslim families' well-being and mental health, especially in boosting families' post-pandemic recovery. Historically, the knowledge frontiers of family well-being and mental health were proudly brought by Muslim scholar of the Islamic Golden Age, such as Al-Bakhin, Al-Ghazali, and Ibn Arabi, to name a few. While the knowledge and skills are growing steadily amongst Muslim community, there are still domains of untapped potential. This may include future prospects as the following. Firstly, establishment of International Institute of Muslim Mental Health and Family Therapy, IMHAT. This groundbreaking initiative is in accordance with Keluarga Malaysia, Keluarga Sejahtera concept thus it was embarking on. Secondly, national policy of Qawam Men, which is in tandem with the Ummahatul Mu'minin model as an agenda to develop and empower women throughout Malaysia by Maya YADIM. As Malaysia embark on its journey towards post-pandemic recovery, greater protection for women, children, and family members are only made possible when men play their roles of Ar-Rijal Qawamu 'ala Nisa. In line with Keluarga Malaysia, we advocate the spirit of togetherness. Hence, we strongly believe Malaysia's aspiration will well vibrate with IMHAT's Congress, supported by its various participating countries. On that note, let us work together to further improve Muslim families' well-being and mental health. Malaysia strongly believes that IMHAT Congress serves as prosperous platform to future enlightenment. Thank you. Jazakumullah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Aqul qawli hadha wa astaghfirullahal azim. I declare the 2021st IMHAT Congress officially open.
Tengah tengok.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi semua.
Good morning. Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Kak Norai, please enable your sound.
I play again. Sorry, I play again. Jajah. Saya main sekali lagi ya. Sorry. Sorry.
Kak Norai kena share screen dan enable sound.
To commence with today's program, we would like to honor the recipient for this year's YBMA Trophy Award for Kawa Man Award, Raida Woman Award, Kudwa Young Man Award, and Uswa Young Man Award. Kawa Man Award is to recognize male role models who provide greater protection for women, children, and family members as the men play their role as Arijalu Kawamun ala Nisa. Similarly, Raida women not only to safeguard her own dignity, but also plays an impactful role in her children, family, and community well-being. She is confident, secure, caring, and inspiring, conveying her version in a blissful manner. As for Kudwa young men, Kudwa young men and Uswa young women, they are the exemplary youth who sacrifice themselves for family members and at the same time are able to take care of their own mental health and well-being. For this year's YMBA Trophy Award winners are for Kawa Man Award or Anugerah Lelaki Kawam 2021. The winner is Mr. Nadir Al-Nouri. Mr. Nadir Al-Nouri is an exemplary individual who has sacrificed to help Muslims in war-torn countries all over the world, especially Palestine. He has sacrificed a safe and comfortable life in Malaysia, choosing to live in Gaza, helping local Gazan through his NGO, Cinta Gaza Malaysia. His initiative include an Malaysian school in Gaza, a business incubator to help startups, financial aids to single mothers and orphans, and rebuilding of various physical buildings, including hospitals and homes after the war in May 2021. CGM also provides food aid to local around his hometown in Bangi, Selangor. He has portrayed Malaysia positively in the world. He exhibits tremendous humility and steadfastness in the trying times, and his cool personality, intelligence, and wary sense of humor endears him to his thousands of followers. For Raida Woman Award or Anugerah Wanita Raida 2021. The winner is Ustazah Nurida binti Muhammad Saleh. Ustazah Nurida binti Muhammad Saleh is blessed with 10 children of whom are Quran Hafiz and Hafiza. Her second daughter is a special needs child, now 33 years old, becomes her inspiration and catalyst to care for OKU. She is in fact, she took action against community in need of help, such as converts, the poor widows, being left mothers and single mothers throughout Malaysia, including Sabah and Sarawak. Appointed as a member of Senate since November 2018, who is an active in bringing community-related issues to Parliament. YB Senator Hajah Nurida participates in various humanitarian and missionary missions, not only in the country, but also abroad, such as humanitarian missions and winter aid to Syria and Turkey, international humanitarian missions to Myanmar, Bangladesh, and the Czech Republic, disaster humanitarian mission to Aceh and Palu, Pulai Christmas, Dakwah mission, and food flotilla mission for Rohingya. She is also an advisor to many non-government organizations that focus on welfare, women and young women's Dakwah and Fadawati. She created Talian Sejahtera to be the mediator to women who have problems and need help and advice in terms of counseling, religion, law, cybersecurity, family, and child health. She has the authority and charisma as a woman and community leader who successfully produces female leadership in addition to creating various initiatives and produces and products for the good and benefit of society, especially women, including developing Saratina Aisha Academy of Studies, which focuses on education for women in leadership and Dakwah. Established Tunas Insan Orphanage, Tasti, for infants and children aged 0 to 4 years old with specialty tailored educational modules. The winner for Qudwah Young Man Award or Anugerah Remaja Lelaki Qudwah 2021, the winner is Ahmad Saif Jamalulail. Ahmad Saif Jamalulail, 18 years young man, was born on February 1st, 2003, and is a year 1 student at Alimiyah Al-Kawthar Academy. He is an example of youth who sacrificed his childhood to care for refugees and the needy. He and his family used to provide food and refugee camps in Calais, France for 13 months and always maintained good relations with the refugees he provided. Saif is still actively managing aid container for Syria since 2017. He used to serve refugees in Malaysia and was actively involved in Dakwah activities with his father and brother while in Malaysia and United Kingdom. Saif once won the 2019 National Book Award, Popular Children's Adventure Book category for his book, namely Jungle Boy. Last but not least, the winner for Uswah Young Women Award or Anugerah Remaja Perempuan Uswah 2021, the winner is Nur Shafika binti Abdullah. Nur Shafika binti Abdullah, born on October 20th, 2005, is a resident in Safia Home, which provide facilities that focuses on protection and self-development of the needy. She has been helpful in management of daily activities in the facilities, mainly in character building and personality development among its residents. As Vice Chairman of Safia's Homes Youth Club, she will always lead programs organized in the facilities and be in charge during any NGO's visit. She has continually inspired her peers and the whole of Safia's home family. Shafiqa is a talented instrumentalist in playing angklung. Sorry, angklung. Oh. Thank you, Yang Berhormat Senator Tuan Haji. Congratulations to all the winners. We hope that they will inspire more recipients of YBMA Trophy Awards in the future. Our first session is on International Muslim Mental Health, Family and Youth Wellbeing and Suicidal Prevention. In this session, we have renowned panelists from the United States of America. Our first speaker is Dr. Farha Abbasi from Michigan State University, followed by Dr. Samira Ahmad from the Family and Youth Institute USA, and Dr. Halim Naim from Naim and Associate USA. This discussion is led by Puan Riz Melati Shamsuddin. A Q&A session is open after the discussion.
Sorry. Sorry, there's a bit of a sharing mix-up. This is the wrong one, please. Session. I'm sharing this one. No, don't close. What's that? This one. Just open this. Don't know what it was. How do I know? Is this? How do I know what this?
It is not clear. Something wrong with the session?
Basi, how are you doing? Walaikum, hello.
I guess maybe the
Welcome to you,
connectivity is not good.
Dr. Farha Abbasi. How are you doing?
Connectivity over his side, over her side. Sorry.
Doing well.
Can you tell us a bit of a story on how MMH began and what actually compels you to bring about MMH into the US arena, and why is it specific to Muslim? And secondly, how does MMH help
the
in
connectivity,
suicide prevention in America?
You might want to check your connectivity.
Karis, please stop share. I will share the content now.
Assalamualaikum, hello. Warm welcome to you, Dr. Farha Abbas.
Tak dengar. Suara tak ada. Unmute please. Faisal, unmute please.
Into the US arena, and why is it specific to Muslim? And hello, warm welcome to you, Dr. Farha Abbasi. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, doing well.
Can you tell us a bit of a story on how MMH began and what actually compels you to bring about MMH into the US arena, and why is it specific to Muslim? And secondly, how does MMH help in suicide prevention in America? That's about it. We want to know.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations to you all for putting up this amazing global conference. I think the reason I first thought of doing something in the field of Muslim mental health was I was a resident and I started working in Michigan, and I was told that Michigan has one of the biggest Muslim population in America. And I was seeing in my work that not many people from Muslim faith were coming to my clinic. But when I would go to Islamic Center or to community functions, they would come and ask me, but very secretively, with shame. So what happened is, one time I was called by a family to come help with their son, Muslim family. And I went to their house and they said that their son is psychotic and is threatening to kill them. But he ran out of the house. So they were very worried about his well-being and very afraid for their own well-being, right?
Scary that.
And as we started looking for him, we found out that even in his psychosis, he's at Friday prayers at the Islamic Center. So I said, perfect, we should take the ambulance there and get him admitted to the hospital. And the family's reaction was that, no, not an Islamic center. We don't want the community to know. And I was like, but Islamic center should be the place where we should feel safe enough to have this conversation, right? So that's when I also applied for minority fellowship grant through American Psychiatric Association. I got the money, and I was like, there's so much that needs to be done here. It's not that Muslims are not feeling depressed, anxious, or having issues. It's just they are afraid to access care. So when I got the grant, I found out that there is a group of academicians, researchers who are doing some work in the field of Muslim mental health, but we didn't have a platform to bring it to an everyday person. I thought like I would, so first thing was the Journal of Muslim Mental Health had not been published for a couple of years at that point for lack of funding. So I took that over. We started hosting it at Michigan State. So that was my first initiative. And then I also thought of this Muslim Mental Health Conference. Alhamdulillah, it's in its 14th year now. So Muslim Mental Health Conference, the idea behind it was to have a platform where these researchers, clinicians, and everyday person can come together in a safe place to have these conversations, where we can freely talk about what is depression, how is it affecting our community, what is suicide, what is substance abuse. So Alhamdulillah, in 14 years, we have had the best of the best scholars come there. Late Malik Badri, Allah rest his soul in peace. Lela Bakhtiari, may Allah rest her soul in peace. Scholars, researchers, bringing their work to us through this platform, and then translating it for the everyday person. So this conference is amazing. When we are there, it's like we are one family, we are taking care of each other. Another thing that this conference served a purpose for is we as mental health providers in Muslim community were feeling very unheard and burnt out, and we felt we have no support. So this is a place where we all come together and support each other. After 10 years of doing it in United States, in different states, I started Michigan, but then I started taking it to different states. But after 10 years, we went global. That's where we came to Malaysia, partnered with University of Putra and Dr. Satisha, amazing work that she's doing. Other collaborative partnerships in Jordan, Pakistan. So that's how the work has grown. And we have a global Muslim mental health. We have a local chapter. And now I have consolidated it into consortium. So now we host Muslim Mental Health Consortium, where the different entities, organizations, universities come together and do collaborative work. And inshallah, this Congress is an outcome of one such initiative.
Congratulations for you to start them all. Thank you.
Thank you.
So how does MMH actually help to prevent suicide?
Yes, suicide prevention. So like I said, first of all, we give people a space to talk about it. We also created a segment, one of Dr. Zain Shamoon created Narratives of Pain, where youth will come out and talk about their pain and tell stories, and how we can, creating that openness. I feel like visibility is viability when we started openly talking about it. But another piece was we offered a lot of trainings. So we had a QPR training, and our focus was also faith leaders, because we realized the stigma has to end and the faith leader has to be part of this conversation. So we did a lot of suicide prevention work through different organizations under MMH. We did at the conference, we would do trainings. But another piece I'm doing is awareness within the community by webinars, with different research groups, teaching faith leaders. But another piece is interfaith work that we have started. I serve on interfaith task force for prevention of suicide. So what we realized that we in all faith communities have similar stigmas and similar challenges. So how can we bring our spirituality and religion as a protective tool? So we are learning from each other and doing this interfaith task force work. Again, I can summarize it: creating safe space, creating awareness, giving them tools, connecting them to clinicians, we know that this problem exists. So three things: we hide things, we avoid things, but when we make them visible, when we are able to talk about them, then we know that this problem exists. So three things I did: awareness, that what mental illnesses are, what suicide is, acceptance that Muslim community automatically is not immune to it, and creating the access, how to navigate the system.
Brilliant. Thank you for sharing with us. It's very, very, it's a beautiful gem for us to emulate in this part of the world. Inshallah, we make dua that you are more successful with the community and the interfaith prevention of suicide togetherness, working togetherness, and we may copy you later, inshallah, as well. And thank you ever so much for your
I wish you all the best. I think when we visited Malaysia, we realized you guys are doing amazing work, and we are always here to support and collaborate with you.
Alhamdulillah, thank you ever so much for giving us opportunity to work together. Inshallah, we'll see you again in the Q&A session in a minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome to our second speaker of the day. Welcome to our second speaker of the day, Dr. Samira Ahmad. Hello, Dr. Samira. How are you today?
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I've got two questions for you, dear Dr. Samira. My first question is, if you could just briefly introduce yourself and talk a little bit about the Youth Family Institute and how it makes a difference for Muslim family in America. And my second question is, if I may just...
We cannot hear.
What is the uniqueness of the Muslim family in the USA, and how does counseling model differs from the Western model?
Jazakallah khair for inviting me for the conference. I'm so excited and happy to be here. In addition to being a psychologist
your internet is
therapist.
interrupting. Somebody need to take over.
Aduh, what's wrong ni? Teruknya.
Apologies for the delay.
Welcome to our second speaker of today, Dr. Samira Ahmad. Hello, Dr. Samira. How are you today?
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I've got two questions for you, dear Dr. Samira. My first question is, if you could just briefly introduce yourself and talk a little bit about the Youth Family Institute and how it makes a difference for Muslim family in America. And my second question is, if I may just give you the both questions, what is the uniqueness of the Muslim family in the USA, and how does counseling model differs from the Western model? Thank you.
Jazakallah khair for inviting me for the conference. I'm so excited and happy to be here. In addition to being a psychologist and a therapist and running the Family Youth Institute, and as you mentioned, I run the Family and Youth Institute, and this is a research and education institute that focuses on Muslim mental health and family wellness. Right, so there's two aspects. And when we look at the prophetic model of tarbiyah, right, and development and transformation, what we see that he, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, really focused on addressing the needs of individuals, families, and societies and communities, right? And so when these units are doing well, have the needs met, their mental, emotional needs, when they're able to have that kind of positive aspect, then they were able to work together to build a positive society. And so it's with this understanding that the FYI, really, the Family Youth Institute, we really take this to heart, and we really try to work towards addressing the needs of these individuals, families, and communities. And the way we do it is through the research and education. So in terms of research, we take a community engaged research approach. There is mental health illiteracy, where people don't have much understanding of mental health. And with that illiteracy, they're losing out on a rich heritage in mental health. Muslims have rich history, knowledge, scholarly work that's been done, and all of that they're losing out because of that illiteracy, because of the stigma. And so what we're trying to do is produce that research, produce those resources so that people are aware of what is possible to really increase mental health awareness and use of mental health resources and promote well-being. And so similarly, we see that happening in other different areas. In terms of community engaged research, it also means that we're doing research within the community, with the community. If we want to change the community in a positive direction, what is it that they need in terms of making that change? You need the knowledge, right? Research-based, you need to understand what the situation is. But not only the knowledge, you need to be able to give them resources to make those changes. And so we take that research and we translate that into resources that my grandmother can use, your brother can use, your kids can use. And so we do that. And so one of the things that's really important for us to realize that when we're talking about resources, one of the big differences between Malaysia versus in the US, within Malaysian culture, you have a strong element of Islam there. You're talking about imparting the deen, imparting the religion. You have the family unit, but you also have society. The function of the masjid in the US is very different than the role and the function of the masjid in Malaysia. Right? And so for many people, it's just the place you go to pray. But for in the US, it's the place where you go to pray. You develop a sense of community. That's where you learn. That's where you have your social, many different components. Because of the pivotal role that it plays. We struggle with the stigma of suicide. We don't want to talk about it because, we have these understandings. And what happens is, as a result, people who may be having suicidal thoughts and ideation, they don't get the help they need because people tell them to pray it away. Well, depression is depression. And yes, your deen can be used to help support you. And there are many positive elements of our deen that can help us cope. But if you have an organic, biologically based form of depression, you can't just pray it away. And the Prophet ﷺ actually gave us du'as to help us with depression and anxiety. And so what we saw was there was a need for the community to have resources related to suicide. And again, this was a time when people said, what are you talking about? We don't need it. But we recognized it was a need because the community members were also telling us that we needed it. So we did the research, found the resources, understood, okay, when you have ideation, this is what you can do. And resources that inshallah we can post that is freely available. And I think the idea is that you want to have these resources available to the community so that they can access at whatever time they want, whatever time they need, because that is where the change is taking place. Go to the FYI.org, and in the FYI.org website, there's tons of different resources. There is, if you just look in and write suicide prevention and intervention. And so part of the work that we're trying to do at the FYI is to provide the psychoeducation, the resources, decrease the stigma, increase the awareness, to really empower our, individuals so that they can make a change in their lives, so that we can help support families. And alhamdulillah, these resources are available for free. Anyone, anyone can, anyone in the world can access it at any time. So that's a wonderful thing about it. And the exciting thing is, because people are using the work, and the fact that we are community-centered, that means we're constantly getting feedback from the alhamdulillah. But that's how, again, you think about community-centered action research, you're identifying the need of the community, and as you identify the need, you start trying to solve the problem.
So it's like unique about the Muslim family in the US, and what model of counseling did you impart, which differs from the Western type of counseling?
Yeah, I think one of the things to recognize within if you look at compare to the American Muslim context versus the context in, say, Malaysia, is many people in Malaysia may, you may have your family nearby, your extended family, your cousins, aunts, uncles. That's not the case in the US. Right? So you have many different types of Muslims. Like, you think about Malaysia, majority of people, when they think Malay, they think Muslim, right?
Yes.
And so the cultural identity and the religious identity is intertwined.
Right.
In the US, you have many different cultures coming together. You have many different individuals coming with their cultural and religious identity. And so all of those complexities, you really need to know your how to navigate and have those conversations, and how to empower individuals to have those conversations, and really be working with the shuyukh about understanding, well, how do you apply this in this situation? Because one situation you might apply one fatwa, and another situation you have to apply a different fatwa. Because it's a different cultural context.
Yeah.
Even in the same space. So it's very challenging, but it's also, it gives you an opportunity to appreciate the deen so much more. aspect of being within a community. If you are in the community and your individuals you're working with, your patients or individuals you're providing therapy are within the same community, how do you as a therapist navigate that? Some people, so that's one aspect. Then there's the aspect of, are people coming to you because they want your cultural competency, or are they coming to you for your religious competency? Because sometimes they don't want that. They don't want the religion.
No, they can
And
choose.
so, exactly. And so part of that is really navigating that as a therapist and understanding, okay, what is the family coming from? Having those conversations, and then really thinking about, okay, how do I understand kind of the Islamic framework, as well as the navigate the realities of practicing, within the American psychological community, and what is wellness for individuals, right? And so part of it maybe is that struggle and that constant tension.
Thank you ever so much, Dr. Samira Ahmad. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum. Just bear with me.
Right.
All right, here we go.
Nice. How are you, Dr. Halim?
Right.
All right, here we go.
Nice. Hi. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, Dr. Halim?
Alhamdulillah, I'm really good. Alhamdulillah.
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 Alhamdulillah. Our next speaker is Dr. Halim Naim. He's the former president of Muslim Mental Health USA. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Halim. Pleased to see you again. It's a pleasure having you again in the Muslim Mental Health event in Malaysia. I remember the last time you were here in 2018. You're such a cheerful and ever-smiling lad. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Alhamdulillah.
Right, without further ado, I'll move on to the first question for you. As the former president of Muslim Mental Health in USA, you yourself have had the experience working with a colleague from Malaysia. And what is your view on Muslim mental health in Malaysia in comparison to the USA in terms of suicidal cases? And also, as a pioneer in the Muslim mental health in the USA, could you talk a bit about the problem of suicide and how Muslim mental health overcome the problem of suicide amongst the Muslims in the US, and maybe something Malaysia could emulate later on?
Okay. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu salam ala rasulullah. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad al-Fatih al-Ma'uq wa khatim al-Sabq Nasrat al-Haq. والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقداره العظيم. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So we're going to jump right into this. The difference between there's pros and cons. There's difference between what's going on Muslim mental health in America and in Malaysia. I feel like Malaysia's academically, because of the Islamic culture that's, and I almost always say Malaysia is the most Muslim country in the world, but just kind of top to bottom a lot of things. So since the culture is very embedded into just everyday society, there's just a lot more different angles of work and a lot more material, presentation, academics, and stuff like that, much further along, because the cultural backdrop is already
in place.
It's already there. Yep, it's already there. It's already in place. So there's big books I have. They gave me free books this thick about Islamic psychology and everything like that. And it's not to say that we got a tremendous amount of things going on in America now. Now the information and stuff is starting to come up, but I feel, just from what I've seen, just the tradition and history, just again, from being Muslim for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, It just helps you push further along in terms of making psychology and making mental health more normal in society. So that's what I see in Malaysia. What I see in America though is so Malaysia's the vast majority is Muslim. I think it's like 70-80%, maybe even more than that.
60-ish, 68-ish.
60-ish. Okay, 60. Yeah. Okay, 60-ish. Okay. In America, it's 1 to 2%. So
mashallah, mashallah.
So now, but it's a very loud and a very visual 1 to 2%. We get most of the news time. We're in a lot of things with culture and sports and music and things like that, and politics, and there's just a lot of spotlight. So it feels like at times there's a lot more Muslims in America than there really is, but we're only no more than 2%. And it's 300 million people in this, 330 million people in this country. So, so it's just different fights. It's different fights. And I think both of them are going to have a lot of difficulties. Some of the things I've seen in Malaysia, I think being more technologically advanced, just kind of everyday things, phones and watches and things like that. So there's a lot of screen time, which we know research is going to lead to depression. And so on one side, the stigma of mental health and the stigma of being and just the amount of actual mental health help that is being provided is actually, I would argue, probably still a lot lower than person for person, Muslim for Muslim in America. Muslims in America have kind of shifted because you've had very dominant personalities like, Dr. Farabasi, like myself, saying, this is what we need to do. You have imams and people getting on. So now it's kind of more okay. And people are like coming left and right for therapy. There's still a lot of work to be done. But now jumping into deeper the question in terms of suicide, it's a big fight because our youth intermingle and grow up with non-Muslim youth. And research has shown that you're going to emulate your surrounding. And that's a big discussion, all-day discussion about what's actually going on there. But the normative, the regular normal response to a lot of stress and issues is suicide ideation for a number of youth. And my guess is that's catching on in Malaysia. And the fight that's going to be pretty hard is that Islam is already there. And so reintroducing, sometimes what helps is when you reintroduce Islam or reintroduce something to someone, then they can see that as a saving, as a point of sanctuary, a point to be saved. When you got a society that's been Muslim for centuries and millennia, that's going to be very hard to reintroduce Islam in another way to a number of young people. It's like, I already know my parents already said that. That's not really helping. I still feel like, killing myself. So it's a fight. It's gonna be interesting. But the thing that we will both have to do, I think America's done American Muslim mental health is a little ahead in this aspect, is getting the majority of imams on the mental health train. And I think that's a big thing for so.
That's a very good job for you guys. I mean, you've done a good job there, Dr. Farhan.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
And the second question, can you reword the second question again?
Right. How can Malaysia learn from the US Muslim mental health on the suicide? How can we learn from you?
It's gonna have to be through communication and collaboration. and the learning is going to have to be both ways, because there's certain things and nuances that we may think are normal, because we're coming from being 1 out of 100 people being Muslim. So there's certain things that are normal to us that may not be normal to a majority Muslim society. There's certain things we have to deal with, certain things that would be there's just certain things we're going to have to navigate through, that it may be kind of hard to swallow for our counterparts in Malaysia, and likewise over here. So sometimes in most Muslim countries, the generational gap is seen as being a lot closer. Like the parents are seen to relate a lot more to the children than they think. Sometimes over here, because there's a lot of immigrants and people who've converted here, it's understood there's a larger gap between parent and child. In Malaysia, it may be, and it's kind of hard to swallow for communities, that maybe parents may not know as much of what's going on with the next generation as they think. And so then there's some learning that may have to happen about how to do that. So yeah, I mean, it's just going to have to come through conversation. It's going to have to go through conferences and initiatives and different things like that, and it's going to take time. It's going to take time.
Like we're doing today. Alhamdulillah. It's one of it, isn't it?
Definitely.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. Many thanks to Dr. Halim Naim there for a very great insight and the best practices in the US. And thank you to you too, Dr. Farha Abbasi and Dr. Samira Ahmad. And with this, we can wrap up our first session of the day. And with those take-back pointers from these three esteemed speakers, together we can build more understanding in the matter so we can win against suicide. Thank you ever so much. Goodbye.
All right, no problem. All right, salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Thank you, everyone, for your precious 30 minutes. Now we open the floor for the question and answer session. If any of you do have a question, you can type it in the chat box in the Zoom. I'll be picking up the questions for the answers from our panelists. We have here Dr. Samira Ahmad here from USA. Hi, Dr. Samira. How are you today? Right. Anyone who would like to have a question? I've got the first question here. It's actually for Dr. Samira Ahmad. Well, she's here. Well done.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi. How are you over there, Dr. Samira?
Alhamdulillah, so happy and excited to be joining you all today.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. I've got the first question for you, Dr. Samira. As you know, during COVID, we had quite a long stay-at-home time. And there's a question for you here. How do you counsel a family with mental health due to gadget screen time, prolonged gadget screen time during COVID, school, at home, online? And how do you advise the family which have smaller children who are already addicted to the phones, the gadgets, and showing up with tantrums and not sleeping very well, and it's making all these parents having a headache? I think everyone's been there, and all the children won't sleep. And how do you advise this, please? Oh, hello, Dr. Farha is here. Assalamu alaikum. Over to you, Dr. Samira Ahmad. Thank you. Please do advise us.
Inshallah. SubhanAllah, this is a problem that we're all facing. I myself am facing that. I know many other families are struggling with that. And I think one of the things we have to realize is what's just happened, right? We have had to shift everything online. And in doing so, the kids have gotten used to a certain way of being. That's one. The second thing is the internet became our source of dealing with with our social interaction, where the kids were no longer at school, we're no longer able.
memberikan kata sambutan dan juga membuka acara Smart Krida 2021. Acara selanjutnya,
Sorry, we can hear background from somebody.
Oh, I didn't know if there was a live translation happening. So I was just saying, so we're having to shift. And I think the challenge, that what we need to do as parents is recognize that shift is going to take time. And we need to be able to replace slowly over time the time and the energy they're spending online with other activities. So for example, if our kids were used to 6 hours of being at school online and then doing their homework, so basically the whole day went that way. So now that they're actually if they're in person or if they're still doing online, making sure that there's adequate time in between taking breaks, having them do other activities, maybe going outside and playing, cooking with you, doing projects, and having other different activities that would really help them. One of the things that we just posted in the chat box, I think a few minutes ago, was a toolkit that really talks about how to address kind of the digital age. How do you parent with that, given all the different realities? So I would recommend you look at that. In addition, there's a toolkit that we have on COVID. Maybe I can share that with the group later on. But looking at how do you balance kind of doing the homework as well as kind of getting the kids out slowly out of, so they're not constantly online. So hopefully, so I guess to summarize, 1, decrease the time, two, have breaks, have alternatives, and really engage in more family activities together. Maybe that's a walk, maybe that's playing board games together, maybe it's exploring different parts, different projects together, building something together, cooking together. These are different activities you could probably engage in that would be able to kind of fulfill that need to be online.
Many thanks, Dr. Samira. That is very helpful. We'll try to unplug some of those gadgets from the children. Thank you. I believe every one of us is still in the same boat with that one.
Yeah.
Thank you ever so much. And I've got a second question to Dr. Farha. Could Dr. Farha unmute, please? Right. The second question is, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Can you share the kind of support that Muslim mental health advocates in the US? And what do they give or what do they provide to Muslim widows and orphans in order to preserve their well-being? Thank you. That's the question.
So basically, Muslim Mental Health Conference is where we bring scholars, researchers like Samira Ahmad and Family Youth Institute and other organizations, Institute of Muslim Mental Health and Khalil Center and Halim Naeem, who does his own psychology practice. So what we hope is bringing researchers, clinicians, and community leaders, faith leaders, everyone together and have that platform where we can have these safe conversations. So that was the biggest goal. Now, from that, when we come together, we are also extending support to each other. So another thing that's coming out of it is the directory where we have gathered all Muslim mental health providers information at one place. But how we are extending support to widows, or especially like, under Muslim Mental Health Consortium, the idea is how can we identify the areas that the other groups are not working on and kind of bring different groups together to work on that. Right now, we know that at least 80 to 100 unaccompanied Akhwani children have arrived in America. And that's one area that we are realizing the foster system in the Muslim families is not that established. So foster care, so we are working on that. But then intimate partner violence, we are working with different organizations to provide support. So that's how we are hoping to extend support. There is no very focused initiatives around widows or orphans, but it's like more in the extended version that wherever we find a place in the community where we can come together and play a role, that's what we are trying to do.
Thank you ever so much, Dr. Farha Abbasi, for the answer there. With that, I wrap this session 1 with all the questions already answered. You can find some resources in the chat box here, which Dr. Samira Ahmad has kindly put a couple of links that we can share. You can download them and save them, and you can go through at your own time. It's free, and you can try anytime. Right. Thank you very much to all of you, especially Dr. Samira and Dr. Farha Abbasi and Dr. Halim. Now, I'll pass you back to the moderator, the MC. I don't think we have another. Oh, do you have more time, Dr. Farha?
Yes, I have.
I've got the quick one. The question is just between this. Okay. Right. Afaf, I think this is not a question. This is actually Khalid Center offers support to group divorced and widowed women. So that's a statement. It's not a question. Right. I think that's it. Back to the MC. Thank you ever so much. Back to the MC, please.
Thank you, Dr. Farhan, Dr. Samira. This is Dr. Setiasha. Thank
Congratulations to you, Dr. Satisha, and your team for an amazing work.
And Jazakallah khair for inviting us, Setiasha. It's an honor to be with all of you. Inshallah, we can meet you all in person. Assalamu alaikum.
Inshallah, we will meet later, inshallah.
A very insightful discussion on mental health, family and youth well-being, and suicide prevention practices in US. However, we shall have a 5-minute break. During the break, we have an Anglo performance from SMK Taman Sri Muda.
I think for the benefit of a lot of you, angklung is a traditional musical instrument, which is interesting to watch, actually. Enjoy.
They ended the Q&A early. Exclamation point, LOL.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Since we do enjoy that lovely angklung music, I think we have Dr. Al-Halim Naim here. Where is he? I can't see his face now. If you do have another question, I'm prepared to take. Hi, Dr. Halim. One more question for our dear Dr. Halim. And Dr. Farha, I think she's still here. Any of you, if you'd like to ask a question, you can type or you can actually unmute if you want, but I prefer typing, please. How are you, Dr. Halim?
Alhamdulillah, you guys are way more efficient than we are in the States. I was thinking, I came a little early and you guys are already done.
Yeah, we're not known for that. We're not known for on time, really.
You're not known for on time? You still got that Muslim time over there?
Japanese.
But we're very excited for this Congress. That's why we are, very ahead of time.
I know, you guys jumped right on it. Ooh.
Yeah, we're just jumping and kicking, and here we are.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, that's good. Alhamdulillah.
Right. I've actually got a question for you, if that's okay, Dr. Halim.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. The question here is, since it's about young Muslim men, young teens, yeah, right.
Yeah.
It says, okay, can you please advise on the boys, okay, the young teens who are boys who have mental issues such as loneliness and would not come out from their room and being a little bit too much time on the computer and not coming with the family for family gatherings and things like that. They are secluding themselves from their own family, although they're still in the house. And how do you make them come out of the shell and not make a big fight about that one? Thank you.
Well, it's going to differ from culture to culture. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu salam. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the invite here. And thank you for having us. It's going to differ from culture to culture. My guess would be that if that's occurring in Malaysia for young men. So we're going to have to find a culturally relevant way to move from one setting, move from a very secluded, isolated setting, which is basically screens and walls just around you, and move to interacting with human beings a little, but it's going to have to be gradual. These are signs of a growing depression, essentially. It's a lot of depression comes into a certain level of isolation, stagnation, and just being very, just being very lonely, being and pushing, pushing people away, repelling people, being big repellent. So the big thing to do is start to make a relationship, even just check in, poke your head in the door a little bit, just a little bit, instead of just trying to jump in and sit them down. It's just going to be a little bit over time. So it starts with a poke in, maybe sit down for a minute or two, just say, hey, what's going on? How you doing? How you feeling? And then leave. And then you gradually grow until we can get them in a less isolated setting. So that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there's a lot of fights on that one. Why don't you come down?
Okay. Yeah.
I think it's fair to say it's the same across any culture, I would say.
Yeah. When you're trying to pull kids out of, especially because the screens are very stimulating, and so when you're down and depressed, that's part of what kind of keeps your attention and gets you. It's very addicting too, because the level of lights, and they've done studies on the blue lights and things like that. So that's what I'm very concerned about. I may have alluded to it a little bit in my earlier in the session, but That's what I'm very concerned about in technologically advanced countries such as Malaysia. It's the amount of screen time, which is so much, the high percentage, and the percentage of people who can actually help with mental health issues. The disparity is just, it's just
too
astronomical.
great, isn't it?
Very big. So I'm very concerned about that.
Yeah, we're concerned about parents as well. Actually, you have another 2 questions. Is that okay? And specifically to you. Is that right?
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. The second question to you is, how do you measure the success of awareness raising activities on mental health? I repeat, how do you measure the success of the awareness raising activity on mental health?
So you have to you got to look at the things you have to look at are critical settings. Okay, so how much is mental health and what is the opinion of mental health in critical settings? And where are critical settings? Usually it's in work or for adults, school for kids, in the religious settings, and then in recreational settings. So when you're starting to gauge a culture, it's where do lots or the majority of people go every day, and what are the attitudes, what are the stigmas, what are the nonverbal and the clear and verbal attitudes, stigmas about mental health. Are people still stigmatizing? Are people pushing and referring people to help? Things like that. And what are the attitudes around it? Like, how do people feel about it? Because you could do something logistically, like legally on paper, like, hey, you need to talk to somebody, but then you can talk behind a person's back for getting that help. So what is the actual culture in critical settings about mental health? And then you can start to gauge, you can do little surveys, attitudes, different things like that. And you can get a gauge pretty quickly.
Right. Thank you very much. I guess that in fellow mental health practitioners, I guess.
Oh, alhamdulillah.
The next, yeah, I think the question sounds a bit like she knows what she's talking about.
Oh yeah.
Right. My third question to you is Assalamu alaikum. A real quick question to Dr. Halim. Hello, doctor, he said. Could you please share your experience on dealing with minority client, i.e. Muslim people from the hood? Specifically.
Oh God, that's a big question. So people in Malaysia want to know about people. Is this person want to know about people from the hood, or is this another?
Oh yeah.
You can go first.
It's just as the thing is, I don't know what they show in movies, to people over there. I got an idea, but it's just as the what's in the inner city, intentionally economically engineered to be intentionally impoverished neighborhoods. It's just as diverse as any country. It's just as diverse. You have PhDs in there. You have very smart people there. You have big people, small people, beautiful people, people who can draw better than HD. You have talented people. You have big, strong, what have you. And so it's actually very diverse. There are some umbrella issues that are shared by being in that setting, but and that definitely attached to mental health. But it's diverse. It's not. Sometimes people think it's just what you see on movies, like people's pants down their their backs and wearing certain things. No.
I guess it's Hollywood for us, right? They're just over glamorous.
But it's Hollywood for a reason,
Yeah.
It's Hollywood for a reason. It's to make money selling you 1% of reality, no, what you see with a number of different people, from there are all types of issues, but it's not anything. Some of the most disturbing things are what I see with people with money, the doctors. And
this is the other way around.
Yeah, some of the most disturbing things I've seen are people who have money. That's real disturbing. The people who are doctors, MDs, and PhDs, like they do some weird stuff. Yeah, but people, people in the hood, a lot of times it's just
trying to get by, I
a number of
suppose.
different things that are. I'm sorry.
They're more likely to trying to get by, to live.
Yeah, a lot of it's survival stuff. There's definitely, like things like drugs and things like things that you have to do that are intentionally put into the neighborhood to put people in prison. That can be there. People cope a certain way, but a lot of people do. People say, oh, drugs and things like that. People in the suburbs, people in very well off areas in America, they do more drugs than people in the hood do. Way more.
Really?
So, yeah.
Really?
Because they got money.
Because they got money. Yeah, they got money to spend.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean their heart's any different. They just know how to speak a certain way. They've gone to certain schools, but it doesn't mean they're better people. So what I've seen from people, what I've seen from my my clients from the city and from the hood is just a lot of regular family issues. A lot of times it's divorces happening, some neglects happening. Sometimes abuse happens. A lot, it's in there. A lot of different things. But like I'll say, it's not in a higher percentage than what I've seen of rich, knowledgeable Muslim people. Knowledgeable, like people who are hafiz, and it's nothing that it's like, oh, this is way worse in the hood than over here. There's stuff. There's a lot of unspeakable things that are that we have to, address and going on. But the big thing with the inner city is that it's clouded with a lot of economic. It's being imposed with economic poverty, and so that is going to have an effect on people, and people cope in a number of ways. And yeah, a lot of the stuff you'll just see is family things, stability in the family, young men needing to find their way as men, very sexualized. It's a lot of different things, but yeah, that's, a lot of that isn't unique to the hood.
We've actually got a bit of time to chat. Right, and thank you ever so much for answering my questions here. Yeah, we're just going to continue until 10:29 if you don't mind. I've got another question. Right. We were talking about just now Hollywood, yes? The when you talk about the hood, it's so cool. People get shot, everybody, drugs and stuff, and fast action cars, Fast and Furious, J-Lo, whatever, And here I can see the trending for the teens. We're talking about teens, yes? We have for some reason, for the last couple of years, there's been a glamorization of teens gone bad, things like that. The theme is like that. So they want to talk a certain way, talk about, like they're more black than blacks in America stuff. They are trying to get the culture from there because it's all on telly. And more and more TVs and movies from here is zooming on to the dropout kids, and they're in vice and they're doing bad things and glamorizing all this, and that's going to have a certain impact on the children who's watching, the teens who are watching, thinking that are cool. How do you advise that we can't say them to stop filming, but for the parents to make sure that things does not get out of hand, for parents especially? Thank you. That's the question here.
Well, the thing is, quite honestly, the thing is, a lot of times we focus on the duties of being a parent versus actually having a relationship with our child. So we just think that because they came out of us, that there's just going to be this immense deep relationship. They're always going to want to be everything like you. And yeah, there's no bond that can replace a biological bond, but that doesn't mean that you want to be exactly like how your parents were culturally. Do you know what I'm saying? So so the thing is that it's very important to be intentional about a relationship, because the thing is, why these kids are trying to, well, everybody in the world, a lot of young people in the world trying to act black, you know, so everybody in the world under the age of 20, 25, you know, 20, in their teens, looks at young black people, and they see this energy, they see this toughness, they see this resilience, they see this being cool, this macho-ness, this strength. And that's what they actually want. Because the thing is, they don't see it in their own culture. They don't see it in their own culture. So they have to
copycat.
Exactly. So they have to imitate another culture.
Mm.
And it's a very powerful one. And even though we might only be 13 to 15% of the people in America, there's still 50 million of us. And we've been loud for a long time. We've been loud for 100 years. And probably, you know, more, I mean, slavery just ended like 140 years ago for us. So, so I mean, I have, like, my great grandfather was a slave. So what I'm saying is, that while there may not be a whole lot of us, in comparison to the white folks here, it's enough, and it's loud enough, and we've been worldwide for at least 50, 60 years now. You know, we've been worldwide. We've had worldwide figures since the 50s and 60s. I mean, probably Muhammad Ali, you know what I mean? We've had worldwide figures. Yeah, we've had worldwide figures since the 60s. Like, literally everybody in the world knows him, you know, like I'll say a significant majority of people in the world know who this person is, at least. So yeah, so when you don't see something within yourself, but you want it, then you're going to go to another culture. And the most popular, readily available culture that has rode on Western globalization is hip hop culture and Black, you know, and Black American culture in a number of different ways.
Thank you ever so much, Dr. Halim, for the answering my questions here with IMHAF. And with that, I close this session 1 and proceed to the MC of the day. Thank you, Dr. Halim.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Halim, for being with us.
Thank you.
From Dr. Siti Aisyah, Prof. Siti Aisyah. Nice meeting you. Inshallah, meet again.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for still being here. Now we're on the second session on the topic of revival of Islamic psychology and perinatal mental health. We have 2 speakers, Dr. Fahad Khan from Khalil Center, USA, Dr. Venus Mahmoodi from Columbia University, USA, and our moderator will be Wan Nur Aisyah Nadia Wan Zauki. Please take the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all participants and panels of Global Congress of Muslim Mental Health and Family Welfare. Welcome to our second session of the Congress. In this second session, we will discuss about revival of Islamic psychology and prenatal mental health. Today, we have 2 brilliant panelists with us today, which is Dr. Fahad Khan and Dr. Venus Mahmoodi. with us to discuss and share their opinions and thoughts regarding this topic. Before we start our discussion for today, allow me to introduce our panel for today. Our first panel, Dr. Fahad Khan, is a Deputy Director of Khalil Center, USA, and a licensed clinical psychologist with a doctorate in clinical psychology. Next, our second panel, Dr. Venus Mahmoodi. It is an Assistant Professor of Psychology and Education at Teachers College, Columbia University, licensed clinical psychologist, clinical supervisor, and managing director of the Khalil Center, New York City office. Question I would like to ask Dr. Fahad Khan about what is Islamic psychology and why is there a need for Islamic psychology?
Sure. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa wala. Jazakallah khair for the question and also for this presentation. So, first off, I think the term Islamic psychology can sometimes be misleading. Oftentimes people think that there is like a psychology that's like non-Islamic or modern psychology, and then there's Islamic psychology. And that's not true, actually. This battle between secular and sacred education and knowledge was never a problem, historically speaking, in the Muslim world. Every knowledge is seen as Islamic knowledge, right? So because every knowledge stems, we believe that the source of knowledge ultimately is either wahi or our aql or experimentation and observation. So ultimately every knowledge is Islamic. I think right now the term Islamic psychology is being used to delineate between that which exists in the modern world, which the modern world takes credit for developing from the past 100 and 150 years, and then that which was developed before that. So if we go back to the 8th, 9th, 10th century and beyond, the work that Muslims have done with the Islam as their foundation and the knowledge that produced from that is called Islamic psychology. But we hope to come to some point where there will be no term as Islamic psychology, we can just call it psychology. Once we can merge the gap between the history and what we have now, the two come together, and hopefully one day we can have textbooks that talk about the contributions of Muslims and the contributions of modern day psychology. Then there will be no need for Islamic psychology. So that's just to talk about what the term itself means. Now we have to remember, like I said before, our source of knowledge, epistemology, comes from sources like our aql, our understanding, our observation, experimentation, as well as that which Allah and His Messenger ﷺ had spoken. So in terms of why we need Islamic psychology, if you look at the world today, and if you look at the way the field of psychology has developed, and all the theories that have come into place, all the theories, because their source of knowledge wasn't grounded in something that was divine, right? It was based off of worldviews. If somebody had a worldview and they had certain thinking, they had certain experiences, they had certain belief system, they based their psychology on that. Like Freudian system of psychology is based on certain premises. The idea that human beings are born evil, right? That idea also comes from Christianity. There was a worldview at the time where there wasn't much care given to young born, we're talking about perinatal mental health, but there wasn't much attention given to a woman who was pregnant or a new child that was born. So his theory has these elements in it. And then other theories came in as a reaction to his theories. And then now new theories come as a reaction to previous theories. So all this knowledge that's building up, all this field that's building up, it's reactionary, right? And as Muslims, we don't do reactionary work. We look at what is our sources of knowledge and we stem and we build from that. And that's what the Muslims did in the past. They looked at what was done before, through the Greek scholars and others. And then they looked at what does Islam say, and if everything filtered through it, they accepted it and they built on it. If something had to be rejected, they rejected it. All the work has been done by our predecessors, alhamdulillah. So right now, the state of mental health is, if you look at it in the United States or anywhere in the world, it's deteriorating. It's not working. I mean, anything that you look at, whether you look at CBT, even people who go to CBT, they don't have lifelong success. Then people who go to psychodynamic therapy, there are elements from that do work, but they don't look at the holistic picture of human being. And so there's a need for Islamic psychology because it allows us to look at a human being from the eyes of the creator and those who came as a messengers from the Creator. And it allows us to utilize our knowledge not in a reactionary way, rather in a way of forming original thought and building on original thought. And that is why we need Islamic psychology, because if you look at the West, they're looking at the East now. Cognitive behavioral therapy, it's called third wave CBT, and they're looking at mindfulness, they're looking at acceptance. These concepts, mindfulness and acceptance, are essentially part of the Islamic heritage, right? This is something that Muslims have talked about, like Imam Ghazali talks about it. Imam Qushayri talks about mindfulness and what it means to be present in the moment. All this is there, right? So they're looking at Buddhism and Hinduism. We need to revive our tradition, which is very rich, so that it could be presented. And I feel, and a lot of people feel, and there's some research to support that as well, that a lot can be taken from the Islamic tradition that can benefit the modern psychological understanding and in its endeavor to helping other human beings.
So much, Taha. It was a very brilliant answer coming from you. So I can conclude based on your answer is that you stated that Islamic psychology and also the normal psychology, it doesn't have like a lot of differences. It have based on the same base, and the knowledge was produced from the past is already known as the Islamic psychology. And also Islamic psychology allow human beings to see other human beings from the eyes of the Creator. And even right now, in current situation, the theory that already been created also been changed to fit more of been attracting from East culture, like the mindfulness and so on. So it seems like Islamic psychology start to be seen by the other people and start to be known. Let's move on to the next question. Dr. Venus, can you share with us what is prenatal mental health?
Sure. Thank you for having me. I'm really happy to be here and to answer this question. So perinatal mental health is essentially the mental well-being that's associated with pregnancy, anything related to birth, labor, delivery, and postpartum. So typically, a lot of women experience some worries, like normal worries around the pregnancy and postpartum time period. And generally, there's a lot of kind of hormonal shifts that occur right after giving birth. So women will experience some a little bit of mood changes, but those are all what we consider to be normal mood changes. There are people who will experience, who will experience depression and anxiety during pregnancy and postpartum. I would say globally it's about 10 to 30%, depending on where in the world. And these symptoms can really get in the way of women feeling like they're good caregivers to their children. And to kind of give you a sense of what depression and anxiety might look like, a woman who's experiencing depression might, think that they're a very bad mother, that they can't do enough for their children, that, even that their children are better off being cared for by other people. And someone who's experiencing anxiety might feel like there's something constantly wrong with them or wrong with their baby. They often feel like something is wrong or is going to be wrong, and they feel a lot of panic and excessive worry about well-being, about whether their child is breathing. So there's a lot of distress. And for women who experience these symptoms, we highly recommend that they receive some kind of mental health services. So for example, to see a psychologist or a counselor or even a psychiatrist to be evaluated. But in general, perinatal mental health is just looking at mental well-being, mental health that's associated with this time frame. So pregnancy, birth, labor and delivery, and postpartum.
Thank you, Dr. Venus, for the great definition for prenatal mental health. What I can say is basically prenatal mental health is mental health involving for women that undergoes pregnancy and also after giving birth, where most of them feel insecure about their capabilities on taking care of their newborn, which lead to them to have depression, anxiety, or making their depression, anxiety that already exists worsen. So in order for them to help themselves, they need to seek the help from the mental health professionals, such as psychologists and counselor. So let's move on to the next question. Dr. Fahad, can you tell me what is the Islamic psychological perspective on prenatal mental health?
Right. So, I think one of the dilemmas that we're facing right now in the world, unfortunately, is that, when we talk about perinatal mental health, we're talking about like a child that is inside of, the womb of the mother, and the effects that can happen to that child during that time, and how the mental health is being affected. And I think we live, unfortunately, in a time where our priorities have shifted, right? So, if you look at the way modern psychology is, especially in the West, it's very individualistic. It's based off of capitalistic worldview and society and system. And so everything is contingent upon what I can do for myself, right? I need to make me happy, and everybody else, it doesn't matter. Like, they come next, right? Now, from an Islamic perspective, as a Muslim, and even Eastern cultures, when we look at it, our worldview is not what makes me happy. It's what can I do to make us happy, make everyone happy, right? Sometimes even sacrificing yourself for the sake of others, right? Especially those that matter to you. So when I say others, I mean like parents and children, right? Like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, "O you believe, ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, qu anfusakum wa ahlikum nara." Save yourself and your family from the fire, right? So saving yourself and your family is essential. Now, the Western worldview is you just save yourself. You don't have to worry about anyone else, right? So what happens because of the worldview that we have in the West, that mothers are stressed out because there are a lot of single mothers, unfortunately, because of this idea of like me. Their divorces are very common, right? When the husband and wife fight each other, they only look at themselves. I only care about myself. I don't care about my wife or my husband, and so I'm just going to leave them. So you have a lot of single mothers, right, that are pregnant, that are taking care of young children. We also live in a world where there's an encouragement of, make a lot of money, make as much money as you possibly can, right? And because of that mindset, people lose track of their priorities. Like, what's our priority right now? My priority as a man should be first to take care of my family, right? Family comes first. Now, I don't have to go chase something and try to make a six-figure salary or $1 million, a year, because I want to be successful and buy a big house. Buying a big house is not my priority. Having a big car is not my priority. Having my name out there in the world is not my priority. Taking care of my family is my priority, right? So I need to not focus on that, rather focus on this. But if we live in a society that pushes this agenda that you have to go make money, you have to go do this, you have both husband and wife that are working full time, and then so if a woman who's working 40 hours a week, just imagine for a second, and if she feels that if I don't work, my husband won't support me, right? That kind of mindset, the individualistic mindset that we have, that woman will be stressed out, right? That husband and wife are going to fight each other. Pregnancy is a very difficult time for a woman. It's not easy. For my children, I have 2 kids. My wife was hospitalized for both of the pregnancies, right? So it's already very stressful. Then on top of that, you add the stress of work, you add the stress of making money, or you add the stress of like in-laws, like taking care of your in-laws, a mother-in-law and father-in-law, worrying about other things. Obviously, that stress is going to have an effect on the baby. Our priority, Islamically speaking, like I said, is to take care of ourselves and our families and our children and our husband and wife. We give priority to them. We don't give priority to making money. We don't give priority to having a job and having a status and fame. And so this is why I think Islamic psychology is important, because it allows you to think about what is our purpose in life. Why are we here? From a Western perspective, there is no afterlife. There's no care about afterlife, right? Nobody cares that we're going to go to heaven or hell, or what is heaven or hell. It's all about do what you have to do right now, make a lot of money and save for retirement, right? Retirement, like people aren't even 20 years old and they have a retirement account. I mean, that's a reality, and you need one because otherwise you can't survive. So if you have that kind of mindset, you can't really look at like what your children have to do. And in the West, children after a certain age, like 18 years of age, they leave the house. They never come back into the parents' lives. But Islamically speaking, like I said, we have these responsibilities, we have these obligations that Allah, His Messenger, has put upon us to take care of our family. and the family always comes first. And if we focused on that, if like, for example, a woman who is pregnant and she has a stressful job, she says, you know what, I don't want to work, I want to focus on my kid that's about to be born. If a husband who's with that woman can say, you know what, I need to help you, so don't worry about it, don't take stress, I will do whatever I can. If the society is structured to support these women who are, like, this should be responsibility of the state, right, to be able to support these women if they are single mothers, for example, and they have to go through this, that they should not be under a lot of stress, then we would have a society where perinatal mental health is not going to be a problem. Or when the child is born, in the West, we have a maternity leave that's like 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know how long it is, but it's not that long, right? It's a very short amount of time. A child that's newly born needs not weeks or months, but years, of time, of the mother's time, so that that he can develop, she can develop into an adult that's resilient. But because that's not given, what happens to that child is that the child is having a lot of psychological issues and traumas, and then that creates this ripple effect, cascade, and then we have problems in society, and these adults are now having the same issues. So I hope that answered the question. That try not to go into tangents.
So much, Dr. Farhad, for the very great answers. So I can conclude based on your answers given. It's like human priority right now has shifted, and for the Western culture, they believe in individualistic, where you only focus on yourself and not on everybody. It means that you achieve what you want to achieve, and you don't have to bother about anyone. While for the Islamic perspective, it is an individualistic, where there is like we need to create happiness for us own and also for other people around us, for family. And in Islam, we always focus on ensure that our family must be put first as our first responsible. And also we can see that individualistic mindset that have been created nowadays and be absorbed in many cultures has led to negative attitude that lead to a human being to being more selfish in their life, versus being more greed to collect more money, to have more income and more saving. And also this individualistic mindset have make miscommunication happen repeatedly between husband and wife, that create a more stressful and pressure towards the baby that in the womb. And where the baby with the short terms of having a maternity leave, it causes the baby spend more or less time with their parents, or especially their mothers, that cause the child to grow up and have a traumatic experience or have a traumatic emotion. This question. What is the role of spirituality in prenatal mental health?
Yeah, so with respect to spirituality, one of the things that we find in the literature that it's highly effective in protecting anybody against mental health illnesses, and it's often a very effective coping strategy when someone is struggling with mental health problems. And this is regardless of whether they're Muslim, non-Muslim. Spirituality is just seen as something that is highly effective and highly proven to be helpful. And if you think about it, pregnancy is a time where there is a lot of unknowns. Postpartum is a time where there are a lot of unknowns. So if you think about pregnancy, a lot of women, they don't know what's happening in their bodies. The baby is growing. Is the baby okay? Is the baby not okay? And same with postpartum, right? They're taking care of this newborn. They don't know the temperament of the newborn. The baby's hungry. Does the baby need a diaper change? So there are a lot of unknowns that are associated with what we call the perinatal time period. And so if someone is connected spiritually to God, they're able to understand that there are certain things that are within their control, and that there are certain things that are outside of their control, that God has ultimate control over everything. And so when someone is able to connect to God, when someone's able to connect to their spirituality, they're able to relinquish that control. And that often brings a lot of comfort and will decrease distress. And I've seen this in both Muslims and non-Muslims, that when they are able to connect to God, that it allows them to feel enough comfort and their anxiety actually decreases. So, and also for a lot of women, parenthood, becoming a parent is a very spiritual experience, regardless of religious background, because it really allows women to experience transformation, growth. They're learning how to sacrifice, they're learning how to be resilient, and they're learning how to engage in these characteristics like generosity and love and affection that, maybe was harder for them outside of, being a parent, but parenthood is really allowing them to utilize these tools and connecting them ultimately to God through the children.
It's a very, I think, amazing answer given by Dr. Venus. And what I can conclude based on what Dr. Venus says, that spirituality actually is become a highly protection for the mother after giving birth, and also it is proven as an effective coping mechanism for Muslim and also for non-Muslim. It where there's baby will they realize and connected to God, will feel that there's things that can be controlled and there's things that is out of control, and with that they will get enough comfort and feel better about themselves. So we're moving on to the last question for Dr. Venus. How can Muslims incorporate spirituality into their transition to motherhood?
Yeah, so just to give you a little background on the transition to motherhood, it's essentially a process that can occur during pregnancy, but for some women it continues into their first year postpartum. So just because someone has a baby doesn't mean that they fully feel like they are a mother. So transition to motherhood just means that it's this kind of building this new identity of motherhood and connecting to their this new way of life. And so the way that I like to conceptualize this is that if we focus on a woman's connection to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we focus on cultivating the ruh, cultivating the soul, that we can use motherhood as a way to connect to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in a very deep and meaningful way, and cultivating the ruh, so that whatever challenges she faces, she's able to work through them and build a stronger self. So if we think about how Muslims conceptualize parenthood, is that we see it as an amana from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? Our children are given to us as a trust, that we have to take care of these children, very in the best way, and we have to, connect them to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and because Allah has given us that responsibility. So it's very intimately connected to, spirituality and Allah. And so it allows parents to also reframe the challenges of parenthood, and that you are submitting to the will of Allah, and that you are doing this as a way to connect to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if you're able to reframe those, late nights when you're waking up and you're so tired, but the baby wants to be fed, or, the mother's experiencing a pain in her body because of the pregnancy, that she is going to be more willing to be patient and keep trying and keep connecting to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through the challenges that she's experiencing, because she sees it as a way to please Allah. What I often ask mothers to do is to identify ways that they can remain connected to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala just between them two, without their children. So identifying what are the fard ibadah, what are the obligatory actions that they have to complete, and creating minimums, right? Every day I'm going to make sure I do my five prayers, and I'm going to make sure I do this and that, and that it's something that they hold themselves accountable to complete. And when they do that, it's just between them and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. With respect to their children, that is also something that will support their children and help their children, because they're going to be witnessing their mothers engaging in ibadah, and it's something that children learn through modeling. But at the same time, they can also build these good characters into their children's into their children's character, right? They're building these character traits that are beautiful traits that connect them more to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And in turn, the woman is working on her own ruh while also working on her children's ruh. However, the big caveat here is this is generally for women who are healthy, where they're able to, engage in their connection to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, take care of their children and work through the challenges. If someone is experiencing a mental health illness, if someone is experiencing a mental health, psychiatric issue, then this psychiatric issue will get in the way of their spiritual connection to Allah, and they need to get treatment for their psychiatric illness so that they can become connected to Allah. And this is the best way to do that is through a mental health clinician, psychologist, counselor, or a psychiatrist. But ultimately, when someone is well, it allows them to connect to Allah and therefore reframe the challenges that they're facing in their motherhood and connecting to Allah, inshallah.
It's a very brilliant and a splendid answer given by Dr. Venus itself. So what I can say is through motherhood, where is this a process of transition from pregnancy to being a mother. So it changed the new way of living, the new routine, the new position in life, the new responsible. And somehow this with this new responsible, it becomes a way for mother to become more closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and be connected to Allah and see their child as a trust, as an amanah given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to them for as a parents, and for them to reframe the challenge. And when they reframe the challenge, there can be a way for them to connect better to Allah. And if they have any mental health issues, they need to quickly get the supposed help from the mental health professional, counselors, psychologists, in order for them to have a better connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And also when they have a good connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the child will witness when their parents keep on doing ibadah and connecting to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, where they will ultimately create a good characteristic in their child, and inshallah when the child growing up they become a better ummah for the world. So if last but not least, before we end our discussion for this second session, I would like to hear some final thoughts, advices, or even tips that related to our topic, which is revival of Islamic psychology and prenatal mental health from Dr. Fahad. So Dr. Fahad, would you like to share any of your final thoughts, or you want to conclude your point?
I just want to say, like, with regard to Islamic psychology, when you were mentioning something as far as like how the West is looking towards the East for answers, because naturally that's what happened. When the Western models begin to fail, they recognize the reductionistic approach to psychology is not going to work. And they're looking at, well, what has worked for thousands of years? You know what I mean? As I was thinking of that, I remembered these lines of poetry from Iqbal, Muhammad Iqbal, where he says, and he's talking about Islam as a system. So he's mentioning how all these political ideologies, when they fail, people will naturally look back towards Islam. All these other belief systems, when they fail, people naturally look back to Islam, because Islamic worldview, Islamic system, Islamic psychology, Islamic family values, society values is something that is holistic. It's divine. And when you're divinely guided, it's a system that works. So our problem, unfortunately, is that, especially in the East, but obviously in the West, it's different. But people living in the East, I go to Pakistan every year, I go to Turkey, and I talk to these students. They're looking towards the West, and we have to look at within our own tradition, within our own culture. So I ask people, I tell students, I'm asking clinicians and researchers to spend energy into looking at our tradition. What does Islam have to say? What has our cultures have to say? For thousands of years, there's a rich tradition that exists in Malaysia, in Pakistan, and other Islamic countries, that what has worked in the past, and how can we bring that back into the spotlight, do some research on it, do some writing on it, do some clinical work on it, so that we can present to the world something that has worked for thousands of years. And naturally, people will see that a system that is based on Islamic values can and will work. And that's what our hope and our intention is, inshallah.
It was a very meaningful thought and a very meaningful opinion. before we end our discussion for the second session, I would like to hear some final thoughts, maybe some advices or even tips related to revival of Islamic psychology and prenatal mental health. Then I think we can hear a bit from Dr. Venus. Would you like to share any last words with us, the audience?
Sure. It's really, perinatal mental health is something that is, developing, quite a bit right now within kind of non-Muslim literature, like in the psychology world. And I think it's a very important, area of study where we can learn about what is happening for women during pregnancy, during the birth and labor and delivery process and postpartum. And we really have to make sure we understand that it can be such a great opportunity for connection to spirituality, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and as a way to begin their life as a mother, in a healthy way. So there is vulnerability to experiencing mental health struggles during this time, but ultimately, it is also an opportunity to thrive and to cultivate a really strong relationship with Allah, to really build up our ruh, and as well as building families and children who are also connected to Allah, and ultimately leading them to do good, and having all the different generations connected to Allah as well. So this is a time period that is incredibly important for mothers, but also for their children, and kind of helping subsequent generations connecting to their deen and to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Venus, for those meaningful words and very, very good advices. I think it will be very remarkable for the audience. And I think that's it for our second session today. Thank you, Dr. Venus. That is what the opinion and thoughts from our panels, Dr. Venus Mahmudi and Dr. Farhan. And now we open the floor for the participant to ask questions for Dr. Farhan and Dr. Venus Mahmudi through the chat, and I will read the question. First question from Dr. Kasih. It is given to Dr. Farhan and Dr. Venus. Is it appropriate for me to conclude that spirituality is not just one of the coping strategies in facing mental issues, rather it is the core of prevention, coping, and healing approach? So Dr. Farhan or Dr. Venus may answer the question.
Go ahead, Dr. Venus.
All right. I would say so. I do think that it's important to have a strong, understanding of what our dean says about, like not just from a fiqh perspective, but also from how we conceptualize certain things. So to give an example, I'm currently working with 5 women who've experienced a perinatal loss during COVID-19. And a perinatal loss means, a miscarriage early in pregnancy, mid-pregnancy, and a stillbirth, which is towards the end of pregnancy. And the way that we are able, and each of these women at different stages of loss have connected to the dean in a way to help them cope. And the ones where it's the easiest are the ones where it's after 120 days when the soul has entered the body, and you're able to say, well, your child is with Ibrahim alayhi salam, your baby is well cared for, and inshallah in the hereafter you're going to be reconnected. And for women, Muslim women, that brings so much hope and so much it's so much compassion and so much mercy into their life that it actually helps them through the grief process. So I think I agree. I think it can be incredibly healing for them, and it helps them cope with this very devastating loss in a very meaningful way, so they can make meaning out of this very tragic thing that has happened to them. So it's a little bit more complicated for women who have early miscarriages or losses prior to the 120 days, but we still connect them to the mercy of Allah, and that often becomes very, very helpful in moving them through their grief, because grief work is quite challenging in general. And so if they're able to connect to something greater to themselves and make meaning of the experience, it can be quite healing.
Yeah, if I could just add on to that, Dr. Finch, for a beautiful answer. Spirituality is not just a skill. It's not just a thing that we learn and then we can apply as needed. And if it's used that way, then it becomes problematic. It's much like if somebody needs to lose weight and they start exercising because they feel like it's a way for them to lose weight rather than having a lifestyle change. That exercising will help them in the moment, but it's not going to be a overall protective factor, especially going towards weight loss. And similarly, spirituality. And if you look at even Islamic spirituality, which is through Tasawwuf and Sufism, we see that the focus was not on intervention, but rather an overall idea, a preventative methodology where, sorry, I keep hearing an echo. Okay. So, a preventative methodology where the individual who is on this path, whichever was your Sufi sheikh, but you're on this path that you're developing yourself to become a better individual, a healthy individual, someone who is aware of his inner world as well as his outer world. One of the terms that I recently learned, both Mujaddid al-Fisani in his maktubat, as well as Imam Qushayri also mentions, is the term that Sufi is going to be Ka'in and Ba'in, that he is existing in the world around him, like interacting with people, but he's also separated. He's also aware of his internal being. So I mean, that's just one way of explaining. But if you look at any of the works of the great Sufi scholars, you'll see that they talk about every aspect of an individual. And yes, if we used religiosity and spirituality preventatively, and if we try to focus on having a better relationship, more meaningful relationship with Allah, then it will protect us. It will serve as a protective barrier, and that's a better approach than rather than having a reactive and an interventionist approach when it comes to spirituality.
Thank you so much, Dr. Venus and Dr. Farhan, for answering the question. I hope it's answering the question from Dr. Kasih. And I think I provide some questions to us as still have time. So I want to ask Dr. Fahad, as in the recorded version, you said about how young generation right now is currently looking at the Western culture. So I want to ask how to encourage the young generation to learn and explore more about Islamic psychology.
So I think what Dr. Halim Naeem was saying earlier is very important, which is having a relationship with the youngsters. A child, if you just start from the beginning of life, right? We're talking about perinatal here, like first few weeks of life and so on after that. A child does not have a concept of what God is, and they derive those concepts like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the forgiver, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the provider, He's the sustainer, He's the punisher, from parents. Just a simple idea of God and God image. And there's a lot of research and writing on this, the idea of the image of God that a person develops, that starts very early on. So relationship is one thing that we need to work on. I mean, right now, especially after COVID, we have lost the idea of what a meaningful relationship is. Not only between parent and children, but also, friends and family members. We're interacting a lot through these screens. That's not a meaningful relationship. So I think that's one thing that we have to understand and we have to focus on. And the other thing is that, whatever we hear in the news, like we hear mindfulness all the time. This is a very buzzword. And I was talking about it earlier in my Q&A that, Islam talks about mindfulness. Like we don't have to look at these books written from the West. We should look at them too. I'm not saying we have to ignore them and throw them away or burn them, but rather look at what our scholars have said about it. Look at what our scholars have said about having meaningful relationships, and the problem is that our version of Islam is so tied to culture that as youngsters see the other culture and they see these positive aspects about other culture. For example, they might see the American culture as very expressive, very individualistic. Islam is not a very collectivistic. I mean, Islam also encourages individualism, right? You have to spend time alone. your relationship alone with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You're going to be raised alone and have to answer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone. So, but they get drawn to it. So they start taking concepts that are culturally related rather than religiously related. So we have to introduce and we have to teach our children and practice within our own selves what our deen teaches us rather than what we learn from culture and from other ways, and that will then trickle down to our children, inshallah.
Thank you, Dr. Farah, for the answer. And next, I want to ask to Dr. Venus. As Dr. Venus talk about prenatal mental health and how a mother might have go through the phase of depression, anxiety when they're insecure about being a mother. So I want to ask, what is the husband rules for their pregnant or newly delivered wife?
Did you say that the role of the husband?
Yes.
Yeah, one of the things that's really kind of clear in the literature is that adequate social support is really important for the prevention of depression and anxiety, and both during pregnancy and postpartum. So if oftentimes what I do is during pregnancy, I help women create a list of things that they would deem to be supportive and helpful. And we will even bring in the husband to say, okay, here are the things that you will need to do in order to support your wife. But also you have to remember that a new baby is stressful for both mother and father. And so we're actually, there's more research coming out that men experience postpartum depression as well. And not at the same rates as women do, because for women, it's not just psychosocial, it's also biological, the kind of vulnerability to depression and anxiety. But for men, it's just this, it can be the intense stress of trying to get used to this new experience. It's for anyone in here who has children, how stressful it is to be up all night, not have adequate sleep, to be, constantly changing diapers, and also just not knowing what's going on with the child. So in general, it needs to be more of a family collective, kind of more community effort to support the new parents, because they both need help. Both mom and dad need help. But as far as husbands, it's trying to, maybe provide, one of the feedings. If they're exclusively breastfeeding, then trying to do other things, but actually having communication about what support might look like for the wife. But like I said, I think the bigger issue is to support the couple as a whole, especially if they have more than one child, that the families are able to come together. But also remember, it has to be perceived as supportive and helpful. So if one of the parents comes and starts living with the family and it causes more stress, it's actually really unhelpful. It actually can exacerbate depression and anxiety. So it's really important to have these conversations early during pregnancy and decide what is it going to look like? Who's going to cook? Who's going to do laundry? Who's going to clean? Who's going to take care of the baby while dad sleeps? Who's going to take care of the baby while mom sleeps? So it has to be a collective effort where everyone's able to sit down, have conversations, and make sure they're doing it early on. When I catch someone during pregnancy, it's great because we have all of these conversations within the therapy sessions. But I don't think enough people do this, when they're healthy, because I usually see people when they're not so good. But if more people are able to have these conversations, prior to giving birth, then it's about collectively helping the family, and rather than leaving them to their own devices, because that's how mental health struggles emerge.
Thank you, Dr. Venus, for the answer. I think I would like to thank Dr. Farhan and Dr. Venus for participating in this second session. And I think that is for our second session. And back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to our panelists and for second session.
Our third session on the topic of advocacy for Center of Excellence and Wellness for International Institute of Muslim Mental Health and Family Therapy. We have the speaker, our own Prof. Dr. Siti Aisyah from University Putra Malaysia. And after that, we will have roundtable discussion with four from our panelists, which are Ms. Maimudah Mosli from Haya Network Singapore, Mr. Hamidi Abdul Rahman from Professional Islamic Support and Nature Group UK, Dr. Abdul Ghaffar Surip from JAKIM Malaysia, Associate Prof. Rafida Hanim from USE Malaysia, and our moderator will be Nurul Shamsiah binti Muhammad Ali.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Hello again. I will be the moderator for session 3. My name is Riz Melati Shamsuddin. I will be the moderator for this session on IMHAF. What is IMHAF? I'll tell you now. The session 3's title is Advocacy for Center of Excellence and Wellness for International Institute of Muslim Mental Health and Family Therapy, which in short, IMHAF. Okay? I'll repeat that. What is IMHAF? International Institute of Muslim Mental Health and Family Therapy. IMHAF. Thank you ever so much. This is a brainchild of Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Hassan and its committees. And today we'll be listening for session with Dr. Siti, Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Hassan. She'll be doing the first speaking session. Then we will be joined with 4 discussants later on. Then to you, Professor Siti Aisyah. Assalamualaikum everyone, and a very good morning. For those of you just joining us, welcome. We are in a webinar entitled Global Congress of Muslim Mental Health and Family Wellbeing, Revival of Islamic Systemic Family Therapy. Currently, starting off our 3rd session with the title, Advocacy for Center of Excellence and Wellness for the International Muslim Mental Health and Family Therapy, IMHAF. For this session, the format will be a speaker will be delivering the main objectives and 4 panelists from the various backgrounds will be joining the discussion. Our main speaker is Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Hassan, who is from the Department of Counselor Education and Counseling Psychology, Faculty of Education Studies in the University Putra, Malaysia. She is actively involved in various research projects, especially those related to marital, couple, and family counseling. She also leads research on counseling supervision and post-traumatic stress disorder among flood victims. She has been constantly researching on practice of Islamic psycho-spiritual approaches, a unique approach for Muslim clients. She has presented her work in Family Counseling Institute, Oxford University, in Cambridge University, and also in Washington, D.C. She currently is a board member of director at LPPKN in the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development Ministry of Malaysia. She is also the president of ANA, Association of Muslimah for Advocacy and Nurture, and she is the director of this program today as a head of education and training for Maya YADIM. She'll be sharing her thoughts and will be joined later by Miss Maimuna Mosley, who is the director of Hayat Network and concurrently is the in-house psychotherapist and clinical consultant from Singapore. And also Mr. Hamidi Abdurrahman from the Professional Islamic Support Nature Group from the UK. Joining as well is Dr. Abdul Ghaffar Surit, who is the Senior Principal Assistant Director of JACI Malaysia. And last and not least, Associate Professor in Physiology, Dr. Rafida Hanim from USE Malaysia, and also representing Malaysian Alliance of Civil Society Organization, MAXA. Without further ado, the floor is yours, Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Hassan.
A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam Moderator, Riz Melati Shamsuddin, and all the panelists, beloved panelists, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As you all know, this session is the 3rd session, Advocacy for Center of Excellence and Wellness for International Institute of Muslim Mental Health and Family Therapy, or known as IMHAF. All right. As has been introduced by Riz Melati just now, I am the head cluster of this educational training and I'm the director of this program today, Alhamdulillah. Next, please. I would like to share this very impactful verse for me, and I'm sure it is as impactful as to everyone as well. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وهو الذي خلق الليل والنهار والشمس والقمر كل في فلك يسبحون. And he is who has created the night and the day and the sun and the moon, each in an orbit floating. Al-Anbiya verse 33. This verse has explained on how each one of us, including the sun and the moon, has his own takdir, has his own time, has its own rotation and orbit. We can remember this verse has become very impactful today to me today, as when I was about 30 years or 40 years ago, when I was in school, a teacher asking me, whereby, do you believe that the sun is rotating or the earth is rotating? That questions with instantaneously said, I believe what is stated in the Quran. I believe the Quran is the biggest mu'jizat. I believe, firmly believe that science has yet to discover. So with that, I would like to call all upon us, the professionals. Let us all work together with Asatiza, with all the Muslim scholars, to work together today to combine our expertise in the Islamic revealed knowledge and empirical evidence of science together, to work together for the benefits of Muslim mental health and family well-being. Next. I would like to share some of our experience, some of the history of today's Global Congress of Muslim Mental Health. As has been shared in this PowerPoint, our International Muslim Mental Health 2018, and we see that our beloved Almarhum Professor Malik Badri, all right, he was the one who delivered his keynote speech, whereby in his speech, again, he has emphasis that Muslim has a unique features, has a unique needs, where multicultural, all right, of Muslim has to be taken care of. Yes, we do not doubt that there are empirical evidence of effectiveness, such as cognitive behavior therapy, such as structural family therapy, all are Western-based. However, we have to understand these models of counseling and psychotherapy and family therapy needs to be modified, need to be adjusted, need to be adapted to suit to our clients' needs, especially among the Muslims. This, what Prof. Malik Badri have been saying this for a long time, since in his 70s, of his dilemma as a Muslim psychologist in his book, a very, very impactful book that has touched many hearts of professional and Muslim mental health. Next, please. All right. So this is some of the history of who are behind this. You can see on the live picture whereby Dr. Kasih, me, and Siti Anisa when we invited Prof. Malik, late Prof. Malik at his office, Ibn Khaldun chair in IIUM, we invited, telling him our intention to invite him as the keynote speaker. Alhamdulillah, with this bless, he accepted our offer. And therefore, we had him in our first International Muslim Mental Health in Malaysia, in UPM. Then, if you look at the picture on your right, there is a lady wearing a hijab, and Farha and Dr. Halim. This is Siti Anisa. She went there in the USA in 2016. I was supposed to go with her and another 6 people of the group, but as as I mentioned, what is meant is meant. What is takdir is takdir. It is only takdir that she went there with Sister Nur Azian, and they went there for Muslim Mental Health Conference in Michigan, and also they went to MFC Conference of Family Counseling in New Orleans. I was supposed to deliver some of the my key works there, but as what has been takdir as takdir, I was not there at that time. Being there, Siti Anisa was seeing that how Muslim in Malaysia need to be handled, need to be catered using the same model like what Dr. Farha and Dr. Halim, where a harmonious, a collaborative model of the Muslim scholars, the Asatiza, all the Ustaza, and all these ulama work together with the professional, all right, of mental health, Muslim mental health, all right? So by combining this, by combining this, we have a holistic view of how to help Muslim Ummah, all right? Next slide. So this International Muslim Mental Health Conference that was organized in 2018 has been officiated by General Secretary of Minister of Education at that time. And then next slide, please. We planned every 2 years, we will have a Muslim Mental Health Conference in 2020, reclaiming humanity, spirituality in borderless reality, whereby at this time we already see that Muslim and Malaysian was among the top in the world country using WhatsApp, the highest among all the country in the whole world. And we think that understanding the borderless reality is a critical important note to be taken care of in 2020. But as we know, as what is takbir, 2022, boom, in early 2022, in January, February, the whole world are all infected by the pandemic COVID-19. Then we postponed because we wanted it to be physical, so we wanted it to be today, this year, physical. But as what is takdir is takdir. All right, next slide, please. Alhamdulillah, today now, all of us here together in this takdir to be part of this significant discussion on establishment of IMHAF in this Global Congress of Muslim Mental Health and Family Wellbeing, Revival of Islamic Systemic Family Therapy. Next slide, please. Behind this Global Congress, these are important, significant peoples, the ministry, the Minister of Religious Affairs in the Department of Prime Minister on your right, pointing that go ahead with this IMHAF. This is an important agenda, make it through. And then the people on the left here are the one that brought me to see the minister, our beloved Dr. Safina, who is the chairperson of my YADIM, and all my colleagues in other clusters join us there to discuss on this Global Muslim Mental Health Conference. All right, next. Let me share with you of our discussion. Much earlier, before we see the minister, we have a group that carry on since 2016 until today. The same group we are discussing on this IMHAF, and we come up with more people collaborate in this journey. And we agree that to name this organization as International Institute of Muslim Mental Health and Family Therapy, and the short form is IMHAF. IMHAF is pronounced similar to IMHAF, which can mean I'm a powerful tool holder. All right. And the vision of IMHAF is to be the premier center of excellence and center of holistic wellness for mental health and family in Malaysia and internationally. And the mission of IMHAF is to reconcile souls and prosper families through the integration of holistic and professional Islamic counseling. Next.
Might I say, this is very clever of you to put a haft inside your symbolic meaning. This is very clever indeed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. These are all our discussion together, including you in the WhatsApp group of IMHAF founder. All right. Thank you for joining us today, Rizmalati. Right. Next. What are the strategies IMHAF? First, to realize the mission of IMHAF as Center of Excellence, and next, various activities are to be implemented as the following. Number one, leading research and publication in the field of Islamic counseling psychology, mental health and family well-being in Malaysia and international. Number two, leading consultation and expert reference center in the field of Islamic psychology, mental health and family well-being in Malaysia and international. We want to do research and publication, and we want also to be the expert references, number two. Number three, leading training provider of Islamic counseling psychology and psychiatrist, registered counselor, clinical psychologist, Islamic nurses, asatiza, so on and so forth. All right, so this is the strategies first. Second, next slide, please. To realize the mission of IMHAF as a holistic wellness center or SENWELL, various activities are to be implemented as the following mission. Number one, to provide professional counseling service based on Islamic psychology to clients from public and private agency as well as the general public. Number two, to provide Ruqyah Syariah services to clients from public and private agency as well as the public. And number three, refer to the authority for follow-up actions and required by the clients. All right. So this Center of Wellness, we planned not only that we do research, we plan to apply whatever knowledge that we gain, apply right away in the Center of Wellness. All right. So today, the collaborations of network, as you see, in the logos up there, and some of the among that, and forgive me if some of them is not listed here, but they are also listed in the logos up in this PowerPoint slide. I believe all of you, those who are here today, would like to join effort in this collaborative work of IMHAF. With that, I thank you. Let me share with you this final slide. Today, we present to you a long-awaited IMHAF. This is what we dream of, inshallah. May Allah bless our sincere effort for Muslim mental health and family being in Malaysia and all around the globe, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. And I leave the floor to Madam Ms. Malati for the following panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Hassan. A round applause for Professor Dr. Siti. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you ever so much for that lovely session just now with Dr. Siti Aisyah. As you can see just now, we had the IMHAF logo. If you can remember the glimpse of that, we had the logo having a haft is basically the handle of an axe or an object with you, or a sharp object you can use, or a tool is the handle bit. So that is basically means it is important. IMHAF is important as a tool, the support of the tool. So we have 4 more speakers in a minute, and this I'm halved, when we discussed the symbol, why I'm halved, we're gonna have a symbol of the halved. A lot of us agreed that to be something of important, like the society wellness, we need a big important tool, a tool that actually help to make it work, like the handle of an axe. An axe cuts. You need something to be cut, but an axe doesn't work if it doesn't have the haft. So that is basically the reasoning why we're naming it I'm Haft. And it is, of course, it's a short form of Institute Muslim Mental Health with Family Therapy. So this is why I did that before. So hang on. I think with me here today, there are a few people who are actually in the meeting before. I can see from Dr. Siti and there's Dr. Kasih here. And there's a couple of us who are actually in the discussion on the models and why we want in the mainstream. Right. What? Right. Prof. Siti, where's your video?
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, yes. Prof. Siti, enlighten us a bit. Why the I have the logo there? There's also the masjid there. Describe a bit why it's important to have that logo there.
Oh, this logo is we have to have this logo. Number one is a visionary, all right? So the logo that you can see, the masjid, and that's basically a representative about a Muslim being the center of our spirituality, or rather our connectivity to God, to our Creator. Being together in the masjid is about the center of our activity as Muslims. So Muslims, we especially the brothers, going to the mosque at least a minimum of 5 times a day. That is what required. So therefore, being in the masjid is the center activity among the Muslim, and that is will be a process of therapy connected to spirituality. God, masjid as a community is the center for our activities. All right, that's why the symbol of masjid is there. All right, yeah, thank you for asking for the symbol. This I would like to give credit to our sister from Tengku Putri Nuraisha, who is the also the the secretary of Association of Muslimah for Nature Advocacy, her team who designed this I'm Half logo, and also actually with all our posters today is in her team who creatively created or designed all these logos and posters, things like that. Yeah, thank you for asking.
Bear with me for a second. Right now. I'm gonna share with you. Right. Thank you, Dr. Tengku Siti. Dr. Tengku Norai, for the great logo. Right. I'll try to share in a minute. I think we're having some. Tell me if you can't hear me, okay?
Hello everyone, Assalamualaikum. Welcome. Today is Rahmatullah. We have both financial for the third for IMTA. With us, the first is the Muslim from the Hayat Network in Singapore.
I cannot hear, Rismati, I cannot hear. I'm sorry. We cannot hear.
All right. It's my Zoom.
Yeah.
Still can't hear?
It is it's not It's not clear at all.
Okay, hang on.
Somebody need to share. I don't think your internet is working.
Yeah, I think my internet's a little bit slow today. I think Faisal's trying to share in a minute. If you could just have a bit of chat with me while we're doing this. Thank you, and a smile. Right, can you tell me a bit more of how the I'm Half founding team actually how does it tinkle, and how do we get to I'm Half? Dr. Siti?
I'm here, but I can't really.
No,
just noise. I can't really answer to you because there's some noise around here. So
okay.
yeah, I can answer through the chat room. Yeah.
Okay. Let's everybody have a look at the chat room.
Yeah.
Let me try to share again. All right. Share screen option. Hello everyone. Assalamualaikum. Welcome. Today we have both panelists discussing for the third session for I'm Half. With us, the first discussant is Ms. Maimuna Mostly from the Hayat Network in Singapore. And also with us today, Mr. Hamidi Abdul Rahman from PISA, United Kingdom. Yes, shall we go straight to Ms. Maimuna from Singapore? As we've heard, Professor Dr. Siti Aisha Hassan has discussed just now over the presentation. Would you like to please share your perspective on I'm Half, if there's any similar or similar organization that provide the similar services as the I'm Half that we want to make the I'm Half here in Malaysia? Over to you.
Firstly, Riz, thank you, and Mr. Hamidi, it's so nice to meet you online. Unfortunately, we thought we could actually meet face to face in Malaysia, but I want to firstly thank Professor Aisha for really looking into organizing this event. This is a beautiful, beautiful platform that I think it is very much needed where we are now in this day and age. My name is Maimuna. I am the director of Hayat Network by Lian Atmosphere Network. This is a very new outfit that where we actually provide clinical supervision and conducting sessions for family psychotherapy, particularly, and also training and consultancy to agencies. That's briefly where I am. With that question, Riz, I think in Singapore we have one organization that's striving towards that direction of developing, a center that actually allows training and what do you call that, services for the community. Hayat is one of the organizations that aims to do that, because I think one of the realization that we begin to recognize is that our Muslim community in Singapore, particularly where we are, because of our metropolitan city, where how we want to be, everyone, particularly the Muslim community in Singapore, we're noticing that with every social issue, everyone is really wanting to go back to the religion and finding answers in the religion, if at all it's possible. But at the same time, the religious cleric or scholars are also using some psychological ideas, some psychotherapeutic ideas to address some of these societal issues. So we feel that, at Hayat Network, we feel that it is so important for us to actually work with asatizas, so that, we work together. We work together. And I think IMHAF has that capacity to do that. And in fact, to be honest with you, I am so thrilled by this idea. And because number one, as I said earlier, our community is wanting answers from both ends, which is religion and also psychological underpinnings. But more so, I think we are at the point where I would say we are at the point between critical orientation and future orientation. What do I mean by critical orientation? We are now critiquing practitioners like myself, for example, we have been taught by the West, and I think that's what Professor Aisha is talking a lot about. We've taken a lot from the West, but who's deliberating on some of these ideas and appropriating it and situating it into our local context? Because I think our local context requires a different kind of flavor, like fusion food. You know, Riz? You know, we have fusion. Today we have fusion food eaten here and there, but I think when we're dealing with
Belacan is good.
belacan,
Yeah.
yeah. But if we, even in order to do that, in order to have the fusion, we have to have a center that allows and facilitates learning, deliberation, as well as practice. So we need to combine our academias together. We need to combine the practitioners together so that we can both not just critique the West, because I think we need to move beyond the colonized ideas. You know, we need to address and be able to do that. And in order to do that, we should not be practicing or doing the same way the colonizers have done upon us. So I think Islam has actually offered us an opportunity and a way for us to be able to deliberate on some of these ideas, particularly in dealing with our community today, because our community today is we're not just dealing with Malay and Muslims. Our family structures have changed because of the transnational marriages. And how can we say, oh, we're dealing with Malay Muslims only, you know, and or we're dealing with Muslims from the West? Because of the globalization and many more aspects that allows us to see, and really the concept of Roja is the best concept I can think of right now.
Oh,
you know, in
yes.
Roja, you have many things. You have many aspects that we can look for, taste, look at, see and sense. So I feel that IMHAF should offer a space where mutual learning, or in my systemic language, sympathecy, can happen. Sympathecy is a Greek word developed by Miss Nora Bateson, the daughter of Gregory Bateson, who is the one who coined the idea of systems thinking.
Okay,
So
I was just about to ask, who is that person? Thank you very much. You read my mind.
Yes, so Nora Bateson coined the term sympathecy, and in fact now that was coined in 2016. Right now, after being working with her with International Bateson Institute, we've now developed the idea of Afani poesis. So Afani poesis is a concept that allows mutual learning to coexist around many other contexts. So, you know, I think we have psychiatrists in the room who's watching us today. We have psychiatrists, we have psychologists, we have family therapists, we have asatizas, and so forth and so on. Can you imagine if all this can come together? I feel that there is a need to revisit what Imam Al-Ghazali have offered us. We need to revisit the reminders of Allahu Akbar. Who was the person that Professor Aisha was quoting earlier? Professor Malik Badri. Yes. Our late respected Professor Malik Badri. I think there's a lot of learning that we can churn out. And there's a lot of learning that needs to be done. And what more better way than to do that in the concept of shura? Allah has granted us the process of shura. I think for academics, we have yet to come together, and this is a beautiful platform for us. Yeah, for us to begin just that, inshallah.
Great. You were talking about asatiza. How well in your discussion with MUIS, Singaporean Majlis Ulama, is with your organization on this?
MashaAllah. In fact, one of the reasons why we developed Haya was because MUIS have always been, alhamdulillah, you know, have had foresight, and they wanted to establish a community of future asatizas, because they recognized the need for us to prepare the asatizas to be able to deal with complex issues confronted by our families. So by doing that, we saw their foresightedness, and we think that it is only important because we are fellow practitioners and who does training. So we work together to provide the clinical aspect of providing training to asatizas so they become more skillful, because I think our community is done with the idea of, oh, this is halal and this is haram. They can read that from Sheikh Google. You can get that from Sheikh Google. But I think what our community is now ready to do more is to learn how to deliberate. We now need to talk about the maqasid way of doing things. What is the maqasid shari'i, so that all of us can learn to open up a book and make decision about what is the best way for us moving forward, as compared to making the asatizas the expert alone. I think the West is moving away from the concept of making professionals the expert. The West is moving towards that. If we are continuing to do that path, making me the professional and maybe you the professional and maybe Mr. Hamidi the professional and the expert, I think that's not what our religion wants of every one of us. Our religion wants to empower us, and our religion empowers us with the very first connotation of iqra, which is read. And after iqra, we need to deliberate. After deliberation, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always asks of each and every one of us how we could actually reflect on things. So at Haya, and also I think with IMHAF, I'm very keen to see how we can develop reflexive practitioners so that they can reflect on their practice, and also texts.
Wow, that is a very good discussion. I'm glad sisters and brothers in Singapore want step forward from us. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for your opinion and gracing us this afternoon. And thank you ever so much, and I'll see you later.
For having us. Thank you for having me, Riz, and I wish you well, and I wish we will be able to see one another in person, inshallah.
Inshallah. Assalamualaikum to Miss Maimuna, and we're back to Mr. Hamidi in a second. And Mr. Hamidi, how are you today, sir? How's UK today?
Alhamdulillah, we are fine here. Weather is cold outside. It's getting to be winter soon, inshallah.
It's nice to be inside, alhamdulillah. Talking about being inside, the winter usually have a bit of connotation about being depressed. And is there any sort of organization in the UK that also have a similar looking forward like I have? That you know of in the UK, and would you be able to share with us today?
Okay, well, the UK, I think, is probably among the Muslims, is a bit of disorganized itself. Okay, obviously there are organizations which deal with mental health. Okay, but I think I'm more concerned about the state of the Muslims in the UK with regard to mental health. Okay, my name is Hamid Abdurrahman. I'm from Pisang, or the Malays call it Pisang, which is an acronym for Professional Islamic Support and Nurture Group. What we deal with is we're more into people who have got problem with jinn possession. And from our perspective, okay, jinn possession and mental health are related. Okay, the symptoms, some of the symptoms of jinn possession has overlapping symptom with mental health. So what does that mean? That it means that everybody who has got jinn possession will also suffer some sort of mental health problems. Okay, and this is where we try to help the Muslim community in the UK, especially, who are so scared of seeking therapeutic advice or psychological intervention in terms of psychotherapy or counseling, or even going to the mainstream hospitals when they have got problems which they think is jinn possession. Okay, and as a result, okay, we see a lot of Muslims actually are suffering. Okay, they have not been functioning for years and years and years because they have not been seeking help, and they try to seek help from people who deal with jinn possession, and circle. Okay, getting better and getting worse, getting better and getting worse. Okay,
Is
I
that
think basically
getting better and getting worse, getting better and getting worse? Is that a real sign?
that's the real thing. Okay, so based on our experience, okay, we see that some of these people have been seeking treatment among the community for 10 over years, and that's a very long time. Okay, and getting nowhere, back to square one. Okay. So what we try to do is that we try to break this vicious circle. okay, so that people can actually move on with their life, okay. And we know that psychotherapy is very important because a lot of these people do not understand what they're facing with. Okay, they think this gene is simple, simply but go to someone, take out the gene, or go to Rukia and take out the gene, and they'll be, perfect after that. Okay, that's not the case. Okay, because it doesn't mean that if you go, let's say, for Rukia or for exorcism, that you will actually get better the next day. Okay, some people will have to suffer for years and years and years. Some will have to suffer for the rest of their lives. So that means that they have to deal with it. Okay, how do you deal with it? It affects your mind. It affects your functionality every day. All right. So to introduce, to tell them, okay, let's come for counseling or psychotherapy. Okay, something is like, no, the thing is a waste of time. Okay, why should I go for a talking session? It doesn't do anything to help me. Okay, but if you look at the symptoms, okay, some of the symptoms are really symptoms of possession. Symptom of mental health. Okay, people are not functional. People couldn't focus. Okay, they become lazy and they live in a filthy environment and everything. Okay, and this, if you go for okay, it doesn't help. Okay, you need to change the way that you think. Okay, to address that. Okay. So how did we come to solve this problem? Okay, so we have to create. Okay, we created a program called Pisang Therapy Retreat. Okay, so this retreat is actually a 3-day residential, and over the 3 days we have 8 sessions of ruqyah and 1 formal session of psychotherapy. But in between, even the talking sessions, informal talking is actually a psychotherapy session, trying to change the way they think, trying to make them realize that, okay, the way that they think is actually one of the problems for them to be in the vicious circle. Okay. And the good thing about when we have a retreat program is that you understand more about what problem they're facing, how they're struggling. Okay, so it's not that they are not struggling and they're not trying to overcome the problem, because we have a variety of people who come. Okay, there's some who have not been practicing Islam, obviously, it's a big problem. Some who have not been praying for years. Okay, but when they come for retreat, they started to pray. And there are even some who have been practicing Islam, or even people who have memorized the Islam. Memorize the Quran. Okay, so they are meant to say that they are not practicing Islam or they're not doing. It's not right. Okay, they are fighting. Okay, but they're fighting a losing battle. So, what's the issue then? If you fight and you're fighting a losing battle, there must be something wrong with the way that you fight. So, if you only want to fight, make sure that you win. Okay, so this is where the retreat is important, to change the way, okay, of them trying to address the issues, okay, to understand, okay, what's actually involved. Okay, so it's just going for ruqyah, is that enough, or they need to change the way that they think, okay, and the way, to have a more positive outlook, to change the way that they do the routines in the daily manner and so on. Okay. So the Pisang, the retreat is, I think, is an important program. I think should also embark on it. Why? Because I think with the retreat, we can actually do a lot of research. We can collect data, quality data. The quality data is very, very important in research, internal research at least. Okay, and you understand more, you can actually create a new model of what's the cause of mental disorders. Okay.
Does Pisang also do research in-house as well?
Yes, we do research. We've been collecting data since we formed the organization, which is in 2008. We've been collecting data. The retreat program has been going on since December 2012. So there's, it's a lot of data. Okay, we got about 3,000 patients, and even in retreat programs, more than 200, over 200 people have attended the retreat program, which is very important. It gives us the clear understanding, okay, what the problem is, and then we create a new model of, how mental health is perceived. Okay, so from the Islamic point of view, obviously, we should understand that not all issues of mental health are just limited to human issues. Okay, so because in the Islamic belief, we also live in parallel world with the jinn in the unseen, and the jinn can also interact or create problems in the human world. Okay, so we have to identify whether there's an issue with that or not. Okay, so if there's an issue, then you have to deal with that. If there's no issue with the jinn, then obviously the psychological intervention alone will suffice.
Can I just ask, who comes to you? Is it across the board, or you have only one ethnicity that's majority went to see?
Well, our clients actually reflects the Muslim community in the UK. Okay, so obviously the majority of the Muslims are the Pakistanis, followed by the Bangladeshis, and then we got the from the Black Africans like Somalis and the North Africans as well. So it reflects that. Okay, the percentage of those who come to us reflects that, and the age group also is varied. Okay, even from the youngest children to the eldest people on the 70s and so on. Okay, so it reflects the Muslim community, and also we have also some non-Muslims as well. Okay, who come to our therapy because they believe that they have got some issues with jinn possession, and most of these people have got friends within the Muslim community, and who recommend that I will come and have a go. Okay, so we take everybody. So regardless of their faith or sexual orientation, there's no discrimination whether they are practicing Muslims or not. Okay, that's not an issue. Okay, because what we do is to deliver the therapy rather than to judge people on the appearance, because appearance doesn't mean anything in this case. Okay, you can have people who are fully covered, but they've got problems and they don't pray, they can't pray, and people who are not covered and then they pray a lot and they struggle as well. So our mandate is to treat people to make them better regardless of how they are. So we want people to be functional. Okay, we want people to be better from day to day. This week, okay, next week should be better than this week, and next month should be better than this month. So the variety, okay, of people is very encouraging. Okay, so we try to break the barrier. Okay, so people can come with confidence, with in a relaxed environment. Okay, knowing that they will not be judged, but knowing that they will get help. And this is very, very important. Okay, because we know that the Muslims sometimes, okay, they don't like to go to a certain place because, okay, they fear that they'll be judged. Okay, and that is a setback for them to get help.
Thank you very, very much for that wonderful insight. And apparently it cuts across borders and across races. This is it's a global phenomenon, isn't it? Thank you ever so much for your insight on this from the UK. And we'll see you in a minute. We'll be joined by Dr. Rafida and also Dr. Ghaffar Surip. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, guys.
Assalamualaikum. Inshallah, will be joining with us is Professor Dr. Rafida Hanim. Welcome, Dr. Rafida Hanim Mohtar from USIM and Maksa. Together with us today, she will be answering a question on advocacy of human rights. She is very actively involved with Maksa. My question would be to you, Prof. How does advocacy of human rights through your Maksa would contribute to the well-being of family and strengthening the IMHAF? Over to you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. It's a privilege to be in this highly esteemed global conference, and a subject that is very dear to my heart with regards to mental health and also about the family well-being. I would like to share what we have done and the journey that we have gone through, this human rights journey, as we explore, we found that there are many new narratives that needed to be shaped by Muslims especially, and to, we would offer a better alternatives to the present human rights kind of discourse. And of course, I will focus on the society and the family, what do you call, the well-being, yeah, of our family. So, okay, thank you very much. So I think it's very timely that we are establishing a center of excellence and wellness for Health. And I'm actually an associate professor in medicine in Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, University Science Islam Malaysia. And I'm also a fellow researcher in the World Fatwa Management and Research Institute, or INFAD in USIM. Now, I am also involved in civil society organization. MAKSA is the Malaysian Alliance of Civil Society Organizations in the UPR process, which I will explain afterwards. There's also WAFIC, which is the International Women's Alliance for Family Institution and Quality Education. Now, MAKSA is actually was established upon the conclusion of a series of consultations. There are various civil society organizations. We had engagement with the Foreign Ministry of Malaysia, and we later found out that there was an urgent need to have a coalition of Islamic-based civil society that are actively involved in the human rights dialogue. So MAKSA stands, in reconciling human rights with cultural and religious diversity. We maintain that any recommendations accepted and implemented, or rejected and not implemented by Malaysia must adhere to the following principles. We know that globally we share the same aspirations as the UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in 1948, and there's Cairo Declaration of Human Rights, and there's also Asian human rights. However, MAKSA emphasizes that Malaysia's own laws and custom, particularly with the federal constitutions and the position of states existing within the federation, must be the highest regulating body while we are adopting any conventions or declarations. Third, Universal Periodic Review in the Geneva on 8th November 2018. Now, I think particular issues that MAKSA dealt with, which have a very strong connection with family values and cultural as well as religious values, is about LGBT persons. So in dealing with the rights of the minorities, MAKSA emphasizes on the fact that the wholesale embracing of homosexual and transgender lifestyles in media and entertainment is now the norm rather than exception in the society, and this is a threat to the family well-being. MAKSA states that the five principles of Makasih Ash-Shariah must be observed, which is the preservation of morals and religion, protection of human life, protection of human intellect, protection of progeny, and protection of property rights. We know that the religious rights of the LGBT community must be respected, but it means the religious approaches they choose to solve the polemic within them should not be viewed as a form of torture, normally labeled as conversion therapy practiced in certain countries. We have had certain parties stating that the religion is torturing LGBT community. We have heard statement that Mukhayyam or the classes of Quran, or simply reminding about their religious duty, is a form of violence and torture, and this is not right and this is not true. We talk about the health point of view. In 2019, for example, data showed that transgender has 13 times more risk acquiring HIV as compared to the normal population. So they do have what you call implications because of practicing transgender, not just HIV, but because they have sex reassignment surgery, taking hormones, and as a physiologist, these are the things that worry me. Yeah. And then despite HIV incidence rate decreasing among all women, we see that they have not decreased among transgender women. The HIV incidence, due to advancement of our health, services, managed to decrease many cases among women. In Malaysia, we even have zero HIV virus transferred from mother to child. We managed that, alhamdulillah. But among transgender, the rate has not been increasing so much. So the 2019 data showed that gay men has 26 times more risk acquiring HIV. Okay, now I would just like to, connect all these facts with the fact of our religious and cultural values. This is in 2017, when they compare different parts of the world with the number of people living with HIV. You will see that in the Middle East and North Africa has the least, because this is the country where most Islamic countries are, the Middle East, Egypt, Sudan, Algeria, Arab Saudi, which has law and values with regards to LGBT. The blue color here, the Middle East and North Africa has about 0.24, which is the lowest as compared to Asia, Europe, 1.7. Okay, sorry, this is Europe, 2.2. Okay, and North Africa and United States of America and North America. So this actually shows that the values of the cultural values and the religious values on LGBT play a role in curbing the HIV infections. Okay, a fact that many do not highlight, because nowadays merely presenting this fact can cause you to be accused as transphobic or homophobic. But what we need to actually draw, or what we need to actually refresh the narratives of human rights, is that the 5 principles of Maqasid al-Sharia actually do not contradict with the principles of UDHR, or United Declaration of Human Rights, originally drafted in 1948. In 1948, there is no no mention about sexual orientation and gender identity as basic rights. They are not. In 1948, we just say that do not differentiate people based on race, based on biological sex, based on color of skin, based on nationality. So in later years, in 2011, only some countries start to impose their values, mostly the South American countries, Argentina, that lead a few countries to say that now United Nations must recognize LGBT. So this is what we have been proposing to the United Nations, that that is wrong to actually impose a value which is not shared by all countries, number one. Number two, these values has close implications with illnesses, diseases. So are you protecting them, or are you exposing them more to the destruction of these people you claim to be protecting? So I would like to highlight here is that Maqasid Sharia protects both the rights of minority, the community of LGBT themselves, and the majority, the rest of society. How? First, we preserve the morals and religions, Hifz ad-Din, as we are all Muslims. And we know that the problem is that when we have in our society, in our family, plagued with the issues of LGBT, then it will raise the issue of how do you salat when you claim to be born in the wrong sex, how do you perform so many rituals? Because in Islam, every set of rituals set upon based on your biological sex. Women has several duties, has several roles unique to them, and have what you call rules and regulations when it comes to ibadah. Well, the men also have their own sets of rules when it comes to ibadah, right? And secondly, in protection of maintenance of human life, we are trying to take care of our own life. Maka Syariah stressed on protection to protect yourself against harm. So in these prohibitions against what you call sodomy or anal sex, we are protecting against HIV, sexual transmitted diseases, mental health issues, which is well established and well recorded in all journals of health. So that is number 2. And number 3, protection of progeny, of hifz and nasab. Of course, we know that in Islam, we could not endorse same-sex marriages. We cannot endorse sodomy because this defeats the purpose of creation in the majority of the society. If we have a significant number or majority are engaging in homosexuality and same-sex marriages, you know, we will have problems on creating a stable and strong family. So I think lastly, Maksa values human rights espoused by the teaching of Islam. We support the principle of human rights where the inherent dignity of everyone should be respected. But however, we advocate for the state or country to accept any recommendations from United Nations declarations that are in line with the core values of Islam, because we found no contradictions actually. And the UPR recommendations, this is recommendations from the instrument in United Nations, should be accepted based on Islamic values besides the fundamental values in policy making to which the state adheres to. So I think in ending my presentation today, these human rights instruments, the human rights principles, if we do not intervene with the right Islamic values, may actually weaken the family well-being, may actually destroy the family well-being. But I would also what you call propose that I'm have as a strong body that promote well-being, include this discourse in your what you call as a core value, where human rights must also be discussed, must also be given fresh narratives for the sake of mental health and for the sake of well-being of a family. Lastly, I would like to end with what the Prophet Muhammad SAW has said, that the best of people are those with the most excellent character. The best of people are those that bring most benefit to the rest of mankind. And the best of people are those who are best in fulfilling rights. So when we're talking about the rights, I think the best guidance would be through Quran and Sunnah. Our creator that understood our biological beings and therefore has outlined to us several guidance so that we do not abuse the wonderful functions of organs already given to us by, you know, changing yourself, changing your sex, changing, you know, how you're born with.
Allah has made us the best of creation. Why should we change?
Yes.
Subhanallah. Thank you ever so much, Associate Professor Dr. Rafida Hanim from USIN. Thank you ever so much, and Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Inshallah, we'll go to the last discussion for today. Is Dr. Abdul Ghaffar Surit. He's from Jakim. Bear with me. That
Hello and welcome. How are you today, sir? With us is Dr. Ghaffar from Jakim, and he will be sharing with us today with 2 questions with the discussion over what Dr. Siti Aisha have spoken before. Dear Dr. Ghaffar, may I ask you a question? The first one is for you, as someone with almost 30 years of experience working under Jakim, can you please help us enlighten all the initiatives so far by Jakim on mental health and family well-being? The floor is yours, Doctor.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Madam Riz Melati Samsudin as our moderator, and to all my colleagues and speaker. For the question related to Jakim, something quite difficult actually I want to answer. Yes, as mentioned before, I have the experience for 30 years looking back. So about the mental health issues, actually we aware mental health issues are under the control of the Ministry of Health in Malaysia. Normally, the Ministry of Health collaborate with other government agencies. So in this term, they considered as the Department of Islamic Development Malaysia, Jakim, is in dealing with mental health issues with ministry, government under Ministry of Health. For this purpose, Jakim assigned Islamic Affairs officers in the government hospital. As now, Jakim has placed Islamic officers in more than 50 hospitals to work as spiritual care providers. So this is a new name for the spiritual provider. Spiritual care provider.
MashaAllah.
So they have expressed this about spiritual. Actually, they are Islamic officers from Jakim. What the role that they play? Among the role played by spiritual care provider is addressing issue related to spiritual, like distress among patients, which we aware as one of the causes that arise mental health issues. So far, to upgrading the service of spiritual care activities, the Ministry of Health, with the cooperation with Jakim, now is planning to establish spiritual care unit. To establish spiritual care unit under government hospital all around Malaysia.
Oh, so they'll be reporting to Ministry of Health or Jakim?
Both.
Both? Oh, okay.
Because the officers, some come from Jakim, medical doctor, secretaries come from Health Ministry. Okay, furthermore, the establishment of spiritual care unit is to complete the existing treatment based on biological, psychological, and social. So far, we have only 3: biological, psychological, and social. so that medical assistant, psychologist, secretary, social worker, and spiritual care providers work together in the same building now.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
One-stop center.
One-stop center. So we want to complete, not to compete.
Yes.
So all of them have their role. Okay. Apart from this, JAKIM also set up a social assistance service center, called as KSK Care Center. KSK is acronym to Keluarga, Social, and Community. Keluarga is family, social, and community.
All right.
So
SK.
in Malay, KSK Care Center. Okay. The KSK Care Center is well established in the state, level throughout the country. At the state level until to the district. So okay, for who are involved in under KSK so far, the professional staff involved in KSK are certified counselors under Lembaga Kaunseling Malaysia.
Oh, you also have a joint venture with certified counselors as well.
Yeah, they all are certified counselors.
Oh, great. This is definitely all working together and giving the best for the rakyat, inshallah.
Yes. Okay, so far we have 26 of them are JAKIM officers. So under JAKIM we also have a certified counselor. I'm also the one of the counselor under JAKIM. About spiritual care providers, it all is also involved JAKIM officers and also Jabatan Agama Islam Negeri Jabatan officers.
Okay.
And also volunteers
as well.
Okay, so we invite every person who have the expertise to give service. Okay, so we like them to join us. So most of them are volunteers. Okay.
So good.
KSK Care continuously holds several activities also, such as seminars, courses, webinars. Also, we use TV Hijrah, sharing through TV Hijrah, because TV Hijrah is under JAKIM also, under the Ministry of Religion. So we have also publication activities. And another surface to say is the importance of maintaining mental health. At the same time, to address the issue of stress among Malaysian, mostly now because of COVID.
COVID, yeah.
So a lot of Malaysians suffered.
That is
true. That's make some of them very stressful. So how we try to help them to protect from stress, distress, and other mental health. Normally, they got stressed because of loss of job, because of poverty, no money at hand. Okay, so for this, JAKIM work together with other Islamic agencies to help them by providing food. Okay. We want to make sure that every person in their house have food on the table. This is very important. We don't want to hear our family, Muslim family, cry because hungry. Okay. And also we distribute zakat money for who need in need. Okay. At the community level, we call at Korea level, or whatever kampung level. The most we suggested for them helping the community So that we want them to support, who in need, mostly about financial assistance and also providing food for them.
Okay.
So this is the who involved to make sure that how the government and the religious department and the JAKIM at federal level or state level or district level to help people. Okay, if we want to share more about the activities under JAKIM, I think I suggest to all of you to look to our website lah.
So can you tell
I
us
don't know
what's the
how to-
website? So if they are interested, probably they can get help. Can you tell us what the website of JAKIM is?
Yeah, just go to JAKIM website. You go to the link. You just type KSKK. You can find some information there.
Oh, that is good. I'm pretty sure everybody would like to go and see what SKSK Care is after this. Moving on to the second question, we've heard that the speaker just now has just talked about I'm half. Should we have
Madam,
this I'm half?
Next question.
Yeah, this question is saying that should I'm half, if it were to be established in the future, that means theoretically, if it's if it's going to be established domestically in Malaysia or maybe internationally by private or public agency, how can you see if I'm half can further support JAKIM on mental health and family health?
Yes, madam.
Well-being? Can I'm half help and support JAKIM? How can we do that?
So about I'm helped. For me, this is a good idea. Personally, I support the establishment of I'm helped. But for the government, I don't know. Yeah? But this is a good idea because from there, from the establishment of I'm helped, I'm sure we will get a lot of benefit from there because social problem, mental problem is a real problem that we are facing now. Yeah. But if I can share with you, what are the institution already we have in our country relate to INHEP. Yeah. I can talk about what we have in JAKIM, Training Institute under JAKIM. Okay. So far, under JAKIM, we already have 6 training institute. Yeah. If I can repeat it, so far we already have 6 training institute. All these institute we call the Malaysian Islamic Training Institute, or we call ILIM. Is the purpose, the establishment of this Islamic training under JAKIM. So far, ILIM conduct training for all Islamic Affairs Service staff in Malaysia. Okay, we have 1,000 staff work under JAKIM so far, and also religious department at the state level or district level. Okay,
that's massive. 1,000 personnel.
Yeah. Okay. So under ILIM, we train such as imams, missionaries, preachers. So also who involved in education, mostly under JAKIM is Kafa Islamic education teachers. So we have around 25,000 Kafa teachers.
That is just massive number of personnel, 25,000.
Yes, 25,000. So we take a lot of money, and we spend a lot of money, take a lot of time, just to give training for our teachers, So also we train religious administration officers and also Syariah officers. Syar'i counselors. This is the topic we talk.
Okay.
As I mentioned before, our counselor we call Syar'i counselors. Counselor Syar'i. Okay. So also spiritual care providers and etc. A lot of them we have to train from time to time. You you have to train under the SIG institute under JAKIM. So relate to your question, I think in future, if we want to establish in half, maybe we can collaborate with this institute. Most all these officers, whatever they are, imam, preachers, missionaries, also teachers for Islamic under, they have to know about how to tackle what we call mental problem, or some we talk about family. They have to know about this subject. If I can answer from your question, madam.
Thank you very much for the very much enlightening, and I'm quite surprised we have such a big resource and in Ilm, in which we can work together. Thank you ever so much, Dr. Ghaffar, for your time. And back to
you are welcome. You are welcome.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you ever so much for all our panelists and Professor Dr. Siti Aisha Hassan for the presentation of what IMHACT is. And everybody just in discussion to just now has talked about what's happening in their own country, and also all the other aspects that IMHACT can joint venture together. We do have actually about 15 minutes time, so I'm going to open this session with question and answers. If you do have any questions, please do write in the chat box, right on your Zoom chat box next to you, and I will read it out for the questions for the panelists. I think today Ms. Maimona is here from the Hayat Network to answer you. Mr. Hamidi Abdul Rahman is here to answer you. Dr. Rafida Hanim is also here. She's going to answer all your questions here. Please do if you have any questions. I've got the first question here actually, straight up. It's for Mr. Hamidi. Mr. Hamidi, can you open your mic please for the answer? The question is, how to differentiate jinn possession and clinical symptoms of depression or anxiety or other psychopathology symptom, i.e. hallucination or delusion? That's the first question. To you, Mr. Hamidi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, that's a very good question, and it needs a very elaborate answer. Okay, I think to get a full picture, okay, you will have to wait for my session 7, which is an analysis of the symptoms of jinn possession, and in that there's overlapping symptoms of mental health. And this study of symptoms of jinn possession has been done in a quantitative manner, quantitative approach, and from there we can see that we can differentiate when somebody has jinn possession and when somebody hasn't. Okay, but basically, okay, the symptoms of jinn possession, okay, can have symptoms of mental health, but normally in addition to that, there's also symptoms like dreams or visions from remembering Allah, face delusions and dreams, okay, scary dreams and so on. Okay, so these are the additional symptoms associated with jinn possession. Okay, so if you want to know in more detail, again, it's probably better to wait until the end of the day, okay, when I have a longer session on the symptoms of jinn possession.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamidi Abdul Rahman. The next question, we have a question here from the chat. Wait, I think this is quite easy, but I just like to ask this Maimuna mostly to speak up again about symmetry and what is aphania. Okay, I can't say it. Aphanicosis. Right.
Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Riz. I was, I think, chatting on the side. Riz is our new opera Winfrey for the session, mashallah. I think, that is, Dr. Kazi asked that question about what is symmetry. Symmetry is a concept. I mean, sim means the, learning. Mathesy is learning together. It's a Greek word that Nora Bateson, the daughter of Gregory Bateson, the founding father of systemic thinking, she created the idea of symmetry because I think just by listening to our conversation today, there are many areas of our work that allows opportunity for us to actually come together to learn from each other and then learn together with what else we need to be learning and also journeying. So mutual learning is actually a concept that systemic practitioners have been using largely because there is always trans-contextual. If the psychiatrist can come in, I mean, I think if I go back to the idea of, how would a family, how do you see a family? If we see a family and looking at it from a pathological point of view, then we only look at what's not happening, what's not working in a family. But with symmetry, it allows us to see what part of the family is connecting, what part of the systems can connect with other parts of the system. That needs to be relooking, because I think largely we need to be looking at, what systems can connect as compared to what is just disconnecting. So it's really, really a very useful idea, and especially more aphanicosis. That's very, very poesis is a way of looking, which I think I mentioned earlier in the chat. The whole idea is to develop a worker or a practitioner or just an individual who is able to actually develop the capacity to change our lens as we go along. Like, as I'm talking right now, I'm talking as Maimuna, the director, but you cannot separate Maimuna from the daughter of somebody else. You cannot separate me from a friend, Dr. or Professor Aisha, and somebody who just knew Mr. Hamidi. So it's like a soup. We are all in an afani. We are all interrelating all the time. So that's what it means, and I'm really looking forward to the possibilities of this, inshallah. Thank you, Riz.
Welcome. And apparently you have another question. Oh, you're popular today. Right. The question goes, we were talking about asatiza will be sharing or learning more about psychiatry. Do you think that we should have a minimum requirement module for asatizas to learn or to standardize them so that we synergize their job with our jobs? And what is the minimum knowledge they should have?
Beautiful question. I think firstly we need to understand that they must have a basic degree in the area that they are in, and of course largely as an asatiza, they are either leading or leaning towards Sharia law, or even usuluddin, or even many aspects of the deen. So I think that must be their primary function. But then again, we need to nourish them, or further facilitate their capacity of needing to be in touch with, or how do you work with families, i.e. then there is a need for a basic counseling course, but also an induction program where they learn to see how they can sit with families and learn to adjust what they have learned to how they need to communicate. Outside of, okay, what your family is experiencing is halal, what your family is experiencing is haram. That is one context that I think we need them to function. But largely is, how do they sit with a family who have gone through, for example, multiple forms of trauma, multiple forms of transition at the very same time. So the complexity that the families are presenting to them as an asatiza can be overwhelming for them, which is why I think the other aspect of learning that they can and be with is, or rather for us to offer, is the support for them to be experiencing clinically and to be provided with clinical supervision. So that, you know, like for example, I think it was there was a presentation that talks about the maqasid syar'i in relation to LGBTQ. That is beautiful, you know, because maqasid syar'i offers the platform for us to be looking at all the 5 aspects in dealing with our community. Allahu A'lam.
Thank you ever so much, Ms. Maimuna Musli.
Thank you.
I've got a different question for a different person, but I'm not sure who's going to say this. Wait, it's about how family can help with a person with mental health issues. Okay, as the theme, let me see who can answer that. Probably maybe Maimuna, maybe. Oh, hang on. Okay. As for the theme, somebody. Okay, whoever that, can you mute that one, please? Makan tinggal. Okay, fine. All right. Oh, sorry. I have a question for Prof. Rafida here. I'll go for this one first. Prof. Rafida, are you here? Can you unmute? Okay, Prof, are you here? Is LGBT a psychological issue to be different from normal, or they are just born that way? I can't see doctor. Tengok Prof sekejap. Prof ada kat sini ke? Ke Prof
I'm here.
ke?
I'm here.
Okay. The question was, is LGBT a psychological issue to be different from norm, or are they born that way? Macam lagu Lady Gaga tu.
All right. On the issues of LGBT, I would say there are nurture versus nurture, right? To some extent, they are born with certain biologicals makeup whereby they are more. For example, let us take the one that who a boy who inclined to be a girl. All right. Let us take, for example, all right, effeminate man or effeminate boy. There are various research, including myself. We did some research, and definitely Dr. Rafida has more substantial research. She focused on that, but I do, with my student, we do some research on that. So what I said that nurture was a nurture, where definitely when to some extent, when you are born, you have certain biological makeup whereby you are more effeminate, you are more feminine in your character. However, where the nurture part is that you are born with not effeminate or not soft at all, but your environment, okay, your environment. For example, one of the very, very common example is that you are born with all girls in your family, all right? And you are surrounded with them, you are playing with them, you are being, I can tell this because I'm coming from the family whereby we have all sisters except for my brother. At the beginning, my brother seems like there's nothing about boys. To some extent, I also not so much of how to relate with boy, because I'm not familiar with boys. So with in this situation, my brother, I'm not saying that he is something like that, but as he grow older, when taking responsibilities, when my father passed away, suddenly a switch from, kind of, and then suddenly he became a very truly, I would say that, man, because of his responsibility. So what I say that here is that the nature where you're born, to some extent, yes, you may have some biological makeup that you are inclined toward certain way, but the nurture, the environment, that is a very general. But if you undergone through certain trauma, all right, like you have been, for a girl, for example, if your mother being abused, right? If that research indicate that, you may find more data. All right. For example, if you're being abused, many qualitative data, especially qualitative research, right? When you're being abused, when your mother being abused, and you feel like being a girl is not something beneficial. You have to toughen yourself, being like a man, so that you have to fight. So this is some of the nurture, the environment factor comes into play. Or you may have some experience of being sexually abused. These are also some of our qualitative research finding showing that. In this case, we have we're supposed to have Ustaz Izwan with us today, but as we know that somehow he cannot make it. So he has a lot of qualitative data on these issues of LGBT, which I don't want to talk very much because I'm no expert. I do have some research, very small research with my multicultural counseling class, but it's not at the national level where I can give a very, very huge empirical data personally. But definitely, if Dr. Rafida, I don't know where she is now, she can definitely share more. And if Ustaz Izwan have here around, definitely he can share more of his research finding of his PhD. And also we have a longitudinal data by Tuan Haji Hashim and also Ustaz Izwan. He can provide more empirical data. For me, I can say that definitely is a mix of nature versus nurture, all right? You are born to some extent, you have some characteristic, and how your environment actually support you being the group LGBT, or hinders you or stop you from following the path of LGBT. So if there is no, it's about modeling. It's about modeling, yeah. Bandura, social learning theory, about how if you see somebody doing some things, and then that's something that whatever doing, and then you get attentions, lots of attention for being, for example, a boy turn into a girl, and suddenly they become so beautiful, more beautiful than original woman. They become trans woman, and they become, they just become like a goddess, so perfect in their body structure, so perfect in their face, like this, and they got a lot of attention. This, when people see that, oh, this, you turn from a man into a girl because of flawless goddesses, and you get so many followers, and then you can start sell all your makeup products, and which is all fake. It's not, these are all commercialized. Capitalism is coming in. This is what I can say. If you ask me, there is a virtue, nature versus nurture. And that nurture, that environment, how we community support of this group, we give attention to them. We buy their products.
We share their videos.
We share their video. This is how we encourage them. This is my personal opinion. but this is how I as a personal believe in this thing, right?
All right, Prof. I've got the last question. And this one actually tie in with the theme. As per the theme of this Congress, what are the ways to influence of family support to help mental health patients to seek help and cope with a mental health issue? So how does family can help, basically?
Let us leave that question, Maimuna, to answer this one for systemic perspective. Unmute, please, Maimuna. Sis Maimuna, please.
Yes, okay. It says okay, Alhamdulillah. I think we need to firstly recognize that's a beautiful question. We largely believe that family does play an important role in getting individual in the family to seek help. But I think we need to also, I like when Prof said that, this is a systemic concern. I think when we talk about family seeking help, we need to also look at firstly how we are offering help. If we offer help to individual who is needing mental health treatment, for example, but in terms of our approach, in terms of our how we look at the situation, number one, families who have individuals who are struggling with mental health do not want to be labeled as them being the problem. Number one. Number two, I think individuals who are struggling with mental health struggle with the fact that there are many situations that they need to be dealing with. Number one, they have to deal with how to even take the medication, how the medication have an impact of that on them, and how the impact of the medication affect them and their family members. So when the individual and the family see no help with or no shift with how the medication that they are consuming help them in their circumstances, or no change at all, that makes them feel that, what's the point of seeking help? So, and again, in our experience back in Singapore, where families are concerned, yes, we have concerted efforts. Like in the hospital, we have medical social workers, we have psychiatrists and so forth and so on. We provide MDT approach to the family. But most of the things that the families come back to us and complain about is, I don't feel they understand me. So really, it's coming back to how we as professionals carry and conduct ourselves with families. If the way we conduct ourselves with families makes them feel like they cannot connect with us anymore, and what more if we come in and telling them that you're the problem and that you need help and that you need ruqyah alone, I think that in itself is setting ourselves and all our efforts to failure. So what I'm proposing rather is, in order to get the family to be ready to receive help, we need to offer ourselves in a way that allows families to see us as the help that they need. So how do we become the helper that makes those who need help see the need for them to be helped? That's what I can begin with, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Ms. Maimuna again for the third question there. Thank you ever so much. With that, we end this session 3 and back to the MC for the day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Back to you, MC.
hadith dan Al-Quran jadi sumber cahaya pedoman. Hanya itu yang kau wariskan agar selamat di dunia akhirat. Ya Rasulullah, selalu rindu padamu, junjungan jiwa di dalam sunnah yang utama, menyambungkan kasih denganmu. Ya Rasulullah, dalam siramu ku temu tulusnya cinta dari umatmu, berkorban jiwa sehingga ujung nyawa. Ya Rasulullah, dengan hikmahmu terpancar syiar agama, mengubah gelap menjadi terang, menghapus jahiliyah. Ya Rasulullah, ya Habibullah, apabila terkena ngalir air mataku. Ya Rasulullah, ya Rasulullah, dalam siramu ku temu tulusnya cinta demi umatmu, berkorban jiwa sehingga ujung nyawa. Kau diutus atas nama kebenaran, dengan pasti hijau beri penjelasan, sabar dalam apa jua keadaan, tak goyah dengan ranjau tekanan, walau diri bisa menaklukkan, tak rendah hati penuh sederhana, segalanya demi lillahi ta'ala, azimat yang berharga. Ya Rasulullah, dengan hikmahmu terpancar syiar agama, mengubah gelap menjadi terang, menghapus jahiliyah. Ya Rasulullah, kau tinggalkan semangat, juang tertinggi membina satu akidah, membangun iman dan di lapangan mudah. Hadith dan Al-Quran jadi sumber cahaya Rasulullah, selalu rindu padamu, junjungan jiwa di dalam sunnah yang utama, menyambungkan kaki denganmu. Ya Rasulullah, dalam sirahmu ku tamu, tulusnya cinta demi umatmu, berkorban jiwa sehingga ujung nyawa. Ya Rasulullah, dengan hikmahmu terpancar syiar agama, mengubah gelap menjadi terang, menghapus jahiliyah. Ya Rasulullah, ya Habibullah, apabila terkenangmu ngalir air mataku. Ya Rasulullah, ya Rasulullah, dalam sirahmu ku temu, tulusnya cinta demi umatmu, berkorban jiwa sehingga ujung nyawa. Kau diutus atas nama kebenaran, dengan fasih dan beri penjelasan, sabar dalam apa jua keadaan, tak goyah dengan ranjau tekanan, walau diri bisa menaklukkan, tak rendah hati penuh sederhana, segalanya demi lillahi ta'ala, azimat yang berharga. Ya Rasulullah, dengan hikmahmu terpancar syiar agama, mengubah gelap menjadi terang, menghapus jahiliyah. Ya Rasulullah, kau tinggalkan semangat, juang tertinggi, membina satu akidah, membangun iman, dahulu lapangan muka. Hadith dan Al-Quran jadi sumber cahaya pedoman, hanya itu yang kau wariskan, agar selamat di dunia akhirat. Ya Rasulullah, selalu rindu padamu, mataku. Ya Rasulullah, Ya Rasulullah, dalam sirahmu ku temu tulusnya cinta demi umatmu, berkorban jiwa sehingga ujung nyawa. Kau diutus atas nama kebenaran, dengan pasti dan beri penjelasan, sabar dalam apa jua keadaan, tak goyah dengan ranjau tekanan. Walau diri bisa menaklukkan, tak rendah hati penuh sederhana, segalanya demi lillahi ta'ala, azimat yang berharga. Ya Rasulullah, dengan hikmahmu terpancar syiar agama, mengubah gelap menjadi terang, menghapus jahiliyah. Ya Rasulullah, kau tinggalkan semangat, juang tertinggi membina satu akidah, membangun iman dan di lapangan muka. Hadith dan Al-Quran jadi sumber cahaya pedoman, hanya itu yang kau wariskan, agar selamat di dunia akhirat. Ya Rasulullah, selalu rindu padamu, junjungan jiwa di dalam sunnah yang utama, menyambungkan kasih denganmu. Ya Rasulullah, dalam sirahmu ku temu tulusnya cinta demi umatmu, berkorban jiwa sehingga ujung nyawa. Ya Rasulullah, dengan hikmahmu terpancar syiar agama, mengubah gelap menjadi terang, menghapus jahiliyah. Ya Rasulullah, ya Habibullah, apabila terkenangmu ngalir air mataku. Ya Rasulullah, Ya Rasulullah, dalam siramu ku temu tulusnya cinta demi umatmu, berkorban jiwa sehingga ujung nyawa. Kau diutus atas nama kebenaran, dengan pasti dan beri penjelasan, sabar dalam apa jua keadaan, tak goyah dengan ranjau tekanan. Walau diri bisa menakutkan, tak rendah hati penuh sederhana, segalanya demi lillahi ta'ala, azimat yang berharga. Ya Rasulullah, jangan hikmahmu terpancar, syiar agama mengubah gelap menjadi terang, menghapus jahiliyah. Ya Rasulullah, kau tinggalkan semangat, juang tertinggi membina satu akidah, membangun iman dan di lapangan muda. Hadith dan Al-Quran jadi sumber cahaya pedoman, hanya itu yang kau wariskan, agar selamat di dunia akhirat. Ya Rasulullah, selalu rindu padamu, junjungan jiwa di dalam sunnah yang utama, menyambungkan kasih denganmu. Ya Rasulullah, dalam siramu ku temu tulusnya cinta demi umatmu, berkorban jiwa sehingga ujung nyawa. Ya Rasulullah, dengan hikmahmu terpancar, syiar agama mengubah gelap menjadi terang, menghapus jahiliyah. Ya Rasulullah, ya Habibullah, apabila terkenangmu ngalir air mataku. Ya Rasulullah, Ya Rasulullah, dalam siramu ku temu tulusnya cinta demi umatmu, berkorban jiwa sehingga ujung nyawa. Kau diutus atas nama kebenaran, dengan fasih lidah beri penjelasan, sabar dalam apa jua keadaan, tak goyah dengan ranjau tekanan, walau diri bisa menakutkan, tak rendah hati penuh sederhana, segalanya demi lillahi ta'ala, azimat yang berharga. Ya Rasulullah, dengan hikmahmu terpancar syiar agama, mengubah gelap menjadi terang, menghapus jahiliyah. Ya Rasulullah, kau tinggalkan semangat, juang tertinggi membina satu akidah, membangun iman, jauh di lapangan mudah. Hadis-hadis dan Al-Quran jadi sumber cahaya pedoman, hanya itu yang kau wariskan, agar selamat di dunia akhirat. Ya Rasulullah, selalu rindu padamu, junjungan jiwa di dalam sunnah yang utama, menyambungkan kasih denganmu. Ya Rasulullah, dalam siramu ku temu tulusnya cinta demi umatmu, berkorban jiwa sehingga ujung nyawa. Ya Rasulullah, dengan hikmahmu terpancar syiar agama, mengubah gelap menjadi terang, menghapus jahiliyah. Ya Rasulullah, ya Habibullah, apabila terkenangmu ngalir air mataku. Ya Rasulullah,
المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا حبيب الإله أنار الحياة وقلبي يراه كمثل القمر بمدح الرسول يزيد الأمل ويأتي القبول بخير العمل صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا مرتبي رسول أحمد مصطفى وبصلا نكنش إمام لوغ ويتبان نبي طبيب أنار القمر في طه الحبيب كمثل القمر أريد الشراب وخير الثواب فيوم الحساب به أفتخر صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا مرتبي رسول أحمد مصطفى وبصلا نكنش إمام لوغ واتباع أمتي أمتي قالها المصطفى يومها كل عبد بالرسول اكتفى أمتي أمتي قالها المصطفى يومها كل عبد بالرسول اكتفى برسول أحمد مصطفى وبصلا نكنش إمام لوغ واتباع صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا مرتبي رسول أحمد مصطفى وأصلا نكنش إمام لوغ واتباع صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا حبيب الإله أريد الشراب وخير الثواب فيوم الحساب به أفتخر صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا مرتبي رسول أحمد مصطفى وبصلا نكنش إمام لوغ واتباع أمتي أمتي قالها المصطفى يومها كل عبد بالرسول اكتفى. أمتي قالها المصطفى يومها كل عبد بالرسول اكتفى. على المصطفى نأتي برسول أحمد مصطفى وبصلا نكنش إمام لوغ واتباع. صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا. مرتي برسول أحمد مصطفى وبصلا نكنش إمام لوغ واتباع. صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا. صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا. حبيب الإله أنار الحياة وقلبي يرى كمثل القمر. بمدح الرسول يزيد الأمل ويأتي القبول بخير العمل. صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا. مرتي برسول أحمد مصطفى وبصلا نكنش إمام لوغ واتباع. نبي طبيب أنار القبر في طه الحبيب كمثل القمر. أريد الشراب وخير الثواب فيوم الحساب به أفتخر. صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا. مرتي برسول أحمد مصطفى وبصلا نكنش إمام لوغ واتباع. أمتي قالها المصطفى يومها كل عبد بالرسول اكتفى. أمتي قالها المصطفى يومها كل عبد بالرسول اكتفى. على المصطفى مرتي برسول أحمد مصطفى وبصلا نكنش إمام لوغ واتباع. صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا. مرتي برسول أحمد مصطفى
Welcome back. We hope you are more psyched and refreshed for our afternoon session.
So we're on the fourth session today on the topic of marital interaction and emotional abuse among elderly. We have two speakers, Dr. Nida Delami from Association of Family Studies Iran, and our second speaker will be Associate Prof. Dr. Mariam Hazrati from Shiraz University of Medical Science, Iran. Our moderator for this session will be Muhammad Hazim bin Muhammad Aminuddin.
David, floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day. Assalamualaikum and a very good day to everyone. Welcome to Global Congress of Muslim Mental Health and Family Wellbeing Revival of Islamic Systemic Family Therapy. For the fourth session of today's event, we will be discussing a topic entitled Marital Interaction and Emotional Abuse Among Elderly. Before we start our discussion for today, allow me to introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is Dr. Nida Delami. She is a family and marriage therapist. Assalamualaikum and a very good day to everyone. Welcome to Global Congress of Muslim Mental Health and Family Wellbeing Revival of Islamic Systemic Family Therapy. For the fourth session of today's event, we will be discussing a topic entitled Marital Interaction and Emotional Abuse Among Elderly. Before we start our discussion for today, allow me to introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is Dr. Nida Delami. She is a family and marriage therapist, clinical member of Malaysian Association of Family and Marriage Therapy, MFT, Director of Family Studies Publication in Iran, Chair of International Association of Psychology and Counseling, IAPC in Malaysia and Iran. How are you, Doctor?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, I'm fine.
That's good. Okay, next, our second panelist is Associate Professor Dr. Mariam Hazrati from Shiraz University of Medical Sciences, Iran. How are you, Doctor?
Assalamualaikum. Thank you so much. I'm fine.
Alhamdulillah. Dr. Mariam received her PhD in Gerontology Nursing and currently an Associate Professor at Department of Gerontology Nursing, University of Medical Sciences, Iran. As we all know, interaction and communication play important roles in sustaining any marriage. Marital interaction is one of the significant issues for family well-being that can prevent divorce. This issue is under study of many approaches in family theories. Couples can vaccinate their family structure with a friendly communication pattern if they learn appropriate knowledge. Also, the emotional abuse among couples these days is getting crucial as well and need further research. For this session, we will highlight a topic which is quite interesting to be discussed on marital interaction and emotional abuse among elderly. I believe that everyone might be very excited to know more about this topic from our panelists, and I also hope that all participants can gain insight from this fruitful session. All right, are you ready, Dr. Nida?
Yes, Alhamdulillah. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, that's good. So I'll pass the floor to Dr. Nida to start her presentation. Thank you.
In the name of God, and a good day, everyone. This is Dr. Neda Deylami from Association of Family Studies in Iran, AFSI, that has been established by Dr. Abdurrazak Kurdi in 2003 with the aim of improving of family well-being. And it gives me great pleasure to be as a member of International Institute of Muslim Mental Health and Family Therapy. Today, I would like to share you some information about marital interaction and report the result of one study that was conducted among Iranian couples in stay in Shiraz and in the first 7 years of their marriage. After about 15 minutes, Dr. Mariam Hazrati from Shiraz Medical Science University will present the result of another study that was conducted among elderly couple, Iranian elderly couple, in emotional abuse. We believe emotional abuse is one of the negative consequences of low marital interaction. Before starting, let's think about the question. Let's think about this matter. Why some marriage result in happiness and satisfaction, while others may bring very painful heart feelings? Mr. Hazin, maybe you as a young man concerned about this matter, about the result of marriage, huh? Okay, I think the main and the best answer for this question is concentrate on 4 capitals. If couples have financial capital, social capital, humanistic spiritual capital, and psychological capital, they can have long-lasting marital satisfaction. In the psychological capital, we identify 4 main sources: hope, optimism, resilience, and efficiency, either in self or others. Self-efficiency and other efficiency both together result in constructive marital interaction. Without these capitals, intact family life is at stake, and Muslim couples are not an exception. So marital interaction is important to study because it can guarantee the health of family. Definitely, healthy society without any health families really is a meaningless slogan. And however, for studying the marital interaction and for having an effective intervention for improving the marital interaction, every family therapist have to consider at least three main issues. First of all, they have to conduct both treatment-based evidences and evidence-based treatments in their intervention, for example, using of Gottman couple therapy. The second thing, they have to integrate Western scholars in the family therapy and Islamic and especially culturally adapted issues. And the third thing, marital interaction is a dyadic phenomenon. It's not happen in vacuum or isolated situation. Therefore, both wife and husband are responsible to acquire knowledge and skills with the attending and participating any educational and counseling sessions. However, in the society, we face with skewness in normal distribution of educational participation among women with men. It means men are reluctant to participate in educational programs. If we believe الرجال قوامون للنساء, so we have to encourage the men to participate in any educational program, because men without skills and knowledge cannot be protective for family. Based on scientific evidences, there is significant association between marital interaction with physical health, mental health, and also with sexual health, even with educational health and social health. Marital interaction is one interpersonal trait between couples that can be divided with destructive and constructive communication patterns. See, if couples utilize destructive communication pattern, they, based on the, especially for example, based on the Gottman couple therapy, with 94% accuracy, their separation, dissolution, and divorce are predictable. On the other hand, based on my 3 decades experience and practice among Iranian family, I recognize Iranian couples are not willing to refer the counseling session unless they face with big problems and family disasters. So for prevention of divorce, we have to encourage the couple to participate and refer in the counseling session, particularly in the first 7 years of marriage. First years is enough. At least first years is enough. Interestingly, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam considers the first years of marriage as a risky period. As it can be seen in this diagram, the divorce rate among Muslim peoples are around 20%, less than other religions except Hinduism. And in Iran has the lowest, as the 10th lowest rate of divorce in the world, while USA is the 5th highest country. However, we cannot deny the increasing divorce rate among Muslim couple and Iranian couple. Marriage and divorce laws in Iran followed from Islamic source, basically the Quran and Hadith. Although divorce is deemed as a last and as a worst solution for marital problems, and marriage is encouraged by our culture, but unfortunately, we see as I told you, the divorce rate is increasing and the marriage rate is decreasing. Iranian civil registration has reported the ratio of marriage to divorce in 2006 has shifted from 8.3 to 4.3 in 2016. 11% of marriage has ended to divorce in the first 20 years. See? And 6% of registered divorce has registered is in the first year of marriage. Besides of these senses, we face with big problems. Okay, maybe many of the couple in Iran doesn't get divorced. Yes, it's true. They are still together in the home. But do you know with why situation and with which situation? They are still living in the emotional disengagement. It's called emotional divorce. They didn't get divorced, but they stay in the uncertainty situation because of the many things, particularly between the women. They are encouraged to stay at home and tolerate everything without any condition. Sometimes they worry about the future life after the divorce. They worried about they cannot protect her life and her children's life because of the financial problems. And also in our Iran, in our culture, we have an idiom that says, girls go to her husband's house with a white bride dress, and we will go out only with a white shroud. See? Based on this concern about the rocketing increasing of divorce rate, we try to study marital interaction, and we try to have effective intervention with integrating between Gottman couple therapy and our Iranian Islamic issues. This study were conducted by the supervision of Professor Dr. Siti Aisha Hassan from Malaysia and Professor Dr. Nawabi Nejad from Iran. The Surah Ar-Rum, Ayah 21, has shed light on our study when God says, وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ مِنْ خَلَقَ لَكُم مِنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ أَزْوَاجًا لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا وَجَعَلَ بَيْنَكُم مَوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً. لِتَسْكُنُوا is provided when couples have ability to be flexible and peaceful, when the situation is problematic and uncertain. Mawadda is provided when a couple have ability to show empathy, love, and passion with each other. And rahmah is provided when couples have ability to compromise and solve the problems with merciful manners. Therefore, in the Gottman couple therapy, we select two profiles. The first profile is friendship profile, and the second was conflict management profile. Friendship profile, we use of some concepts from Gottman, like love map and positive sentiment override. This concept integrate with concepts from Surah Al-Baqarah 187, Ayah 187, and also with Hadith. Also, we integrate some concepts from our culture about the balancing between hierarchical and egalitarian interaction between couples. For conflict management profile, we select some concepts from Gottman, like providing flooding and accept the partner's effect. We integrate these concepts with the Surah Al-Imran 134, and also with concepts from Surah Talaq, Ayah 6. And another concept in conflict management profile was self and other soothing. We use of the concepts of taghaful from Surah Nur, Ayah 22. Interestingly, taghaful with avoiding criticism, contempt, and with showing passion and love is widely encouraged by our Iranian culture. Okay, based on covering the gaps and inconsistency in the literature, even in the Iranian culture and non-Iranian evidences from literature, we try to intervene with the couple. So we invite and announce the couples in Shiraz as a 5th metropolitan in Iran to join our program. And the program was 12 sessions. Okay, sorry. Okay. The intervention was 12 sessions. We announced couple to join us in the program, and 72 couples from 150 couples that registered, we selected them and randomly assigned into experimental and control groups. After finishing intervention, after around 12 sessions, we again followed them until 1 year. Why? Because we want to know the Gottman intervention can long-lasting effect or not. But as I told you, because we believe marital interaction is a dyadic interaction and is a dyadic phenomenon, we want to know whether there is any dyadic interaction between couple or not. we want to know whether husband can affect on communication and simultaneously can affect on his wife communication or not. And also we're interested to know whether wife can affect on communication and simultaneously can affect on her husband. So based on this second matter, we utilize the modern conceptual analytical framework that called actor-partner interdependence model, or APIM. As it can be seen in this diagram, the results shows, see in here, the results shows after the intervention and even after 1 year, the effect of Gottman psychoeducational intervention can be positive for communication, meaning that wife and husband in the experimental group can increase their constructive marital communication. Interestingly, this effect is no gender bias, meaning that has a standard effect and no, depend on gender, for example, men or women. No, the effect was standard. And the result of APIM shows us husband can affect on own communication, especially constructive communication. They can increase their own constructive communication and they can affect on wife communication. However, wife cannot affect on husband communication, but can affect on her communication, meaning that men are influenced more than wife. That's why I told you men have to be attend in educational program, because they can more effective, more than women can affect on her partner. Another result of our study shows us Gottman intervention can decrease destructive communication. It's the kind of withdraw demand communication as a destructive communication. This effect decreased both between women and men in experimental, and the effect maintained until 1 year. It's amazing. And then for the APIM, the result of APIM has shows us husband can affect on his communication, meaning that husband can decrease own destructive communication, but cannot affect on his wife, and wife can affect on her own self and also her husband. The result of Gottman on mutual avoidance as a destructive communication shows us again Gottman can decrease this destructive communication, particularly when culturally adopted. And again, this effect maintained until 1 year. The result of APIM shows us husband cannot decrease their mutual avoidance and also cannot decrease his wife mutual avoidance, but wife can affect on her own communication and also can decrease her husband's communication. Okay, based on this study, we suggest something as an agenda, as a future type. We suggest it's timely that a family therapist use of any family theory that formulated, tested, validated based on Islamic perspective for Muslim couples. Second, considering the reciprocal and dyadic interaction between spouses. And the third, conducting the intervention with low psychological cost and relapse rate, because we believe we have to use one intervention for couples that can very applicable for couples without need to depending the counselors. And the last things, we have to encourage governmental and non-governmental organizations to reinforce men participating in the family education programs. That's all. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Nida, for sharing some thoughts on marital interaction.
Assalamu alaikum and good day, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to say my great pleasure to chairwoman of this Congress, Professor Dr. Siti Aisha Hassan, and all who give me this opportunity to participate in this Congress. I'm very pleased and proud to be in this Congress with Dr. Nida Delami. She's known as one of the best family therapists and lovely counselor in Iran and also in Malaysia. Thank you from Mr. Hazim for moderating this panel. The title of my presentation is The Dyadic Effects of Emotional Focus Psychoeducational Intervention on Emotional Abuse and Marital Satisfaction Among Married Elderly Couples in Shiraz and Iran. It is a part of my thesis in PhD of gerontology in Malaysia. And the Prof. Tenko Aizan Hamid and Professor Aisha Hassan and also Prof. Dr. Sharif from Iran participate in this research. Spousal emotional abuse is multifaceted global phenomenon. Emotional abuse is the most common type of spousal abuse. For many people, emotional abuse by a spouse has a greater adverse effect than physical abuse. Spousal emotional abuse in long-term marriage, which is lasting several decades during aging, due illness, disability, dependencies, and the couple will be faced to greater vulnerability and high risk. In long-term aggression in married couples negatively affects quality of life of victims' health status and resulting in an increased need for health service. Emotional abuse has different definitions. Several terms have been applied for emotional abuse. These terms generally refer to intended verbal or non-verbal behaviors which stimulate emotional pain to the spouse. Emotional abuse involves behaviors such as ridicule, social isolation, or persuade or control the partner, and also name calling, demolish the partner's blindness, and sound bullying. Despite of increasing global growth of aging, we face to a global aging in aging population, longer life expectancy, and global shocking rate of spousal emotional abuse. This field has not efficient attention in elderly couples. And spousal emotional abuse gives the elderly a sense of shame, powerlessness, and indignity. In long-term marriage, it has a unique feature because despite of the couples need to help, but they hardly ever apply for help. As you see in this picture, elder abuse is most hidden. It's like an iceberg. We see just the top of iceberg. And it's very important. Many existing evidence supported the effectiveness of emotional focus therapy for couple in improvement couple relationship, traumatic distress disorder, and also distress relationship. But no event was found to assess the effectiveness of EFT for elderly couples. Most previous study on spouse abuse, the couple were considered as two separate in analysis, as two separate people in analysis, data analysis. While based on the advanced analysis, as Dr. Neda explained it, in advanced analysis of data, couples should be considered as a unit. Therefore, the unit analysis of our study is couples, not separate people, not two separate people. Due to increase the elderly population and increase the rate of exposed emotional abuse among the elderly couples and proper emotional focus intervention for and the lack of proper emotional focus intervention for elderly couples, a study was of emotional focus psychoeducational intervention in a sample of Iranian married couples who suffer from a frequent emotional abuse behavior in their relationship. The general objective of this study, the first is to detect the effects of emotional focused psychoeducational intervention on emotional abuse behavior and marital satisfaction in 3 times. The time 1 before intervention, time 2 the week 5, and time 3 in follow-up the week of 16 between experimental and control group. The second objective is to detect the effects of each partner's emotional abuse behavior on his or her marital satisfaction of partner's marital satisfaction. The methodology of this study was adapted to randomized controlled trial with pre-post and follow-up tests. This is the strongest approach to find effective program efficacy and outcome. The sampling framework contains 7 steps. The first step, invitation. The elderly couples with frequent emotional abuse behavior were invited by advertisement and announcement. Then they were screening for abusive behavior by abuse behavior inventory. In the second step, baseline data were collected, and in the fourth step, block randomization was performed to achieve a random equal allocation for 2 experimental and control groups. Intervention was performed based on emotional focused psychoeducational intervention based on the 9 steps of EFT for couples in experiment, and the control group was in waiting list. Data collection in time 2 and in time 3 was performed by 2 questionnaires, major emotional abuse questionnaire and marital satisfaction for older people questionnaire. 9 sessions of emotional focused psychoeducational intervention. The first session was preparation, and 8 intervention sessions, 90 minutes twice a week. Each small group, we have 7 small groups. Each small group have 4 to 5 elderly couples. All small groups conducted by a trained certificated gerontology nurse, and also supervised by a clinical psychology PhD nurse, experts in family and group counseling and emotional focus interventions. The 8th session of emotional focus psychoeducational intervention was performed based on the 9 steps of emotional focus therapy. In stage 1, the escalation of conflict, 4 steps was performed, and in stage 2, changing interactional position, and in stage 3, consolidation, integration. Therefore, the 8 sessions of emotional focused psychoeducational intervention was performed by 9 steps of EFT. The outcome measurements that we use at first, abusive behavior inventory for screening emotional abuse behavior and demographic characteristics questionnaire. And the third is multi-measure emotional abuse behavior questionnaire. This questionnaire has 28 items that measures the different dimension of emotional abuse behavior. Each item is included two parts. The first, if the abusive behavior has been done by the applicant, and the second, if her or his partner did it. The fourth questionnaire is marital satisfaction for older people, Highness et al. 1992. This questionnaire has 24 items with 2 minor and 1 major factor. This questionnaire, MMEA and marital satisfaction, was filled for 3 times, time 1, time 2, and 3. Reliability of measurement, the multi-measure emotional abuse questionnaire and marital satisfaction for older people questionnaire was used for the first time in Iran. Therefore, we should check for validity and reliability. The Persian version of the instrument were checked. The alpha Kronbach of coefficient for the Persian version was acceptable for 2 questionnaires. The sample size calculation was performed by G-Power. Total sample size 32 total sample size were estimated, but to account for drop out, we recruited 58 applicants. And because the second part of our study aimed to investigate the dyadic effect of emotional abuse behavior on marital satisfaction, we recruited 58 couples, 29 in experimental group and 29 in control group. The result and discussion. This study was performed on the couples with the range age of 60 to 87 years, and the mean age with nearly 66 years old. Most of them, nearly 67 of them, 67% of them were low education, and nearly 74% of them had less than $400 US dollars monthly income. Duration of marriage was nearly 40 years. This slide shows the mean plot of her husband emotional abuse behavior based on self-evaluation and partner evaluation. As we see in this slide, the husband emotional abuse behavior significantly decreased in time 2 and time 3 in compare of to time 1, based on the self-evaluation and also based on the partner evaluation. A significant difference was found between experimental and control group in mean value change of husband emotional abuse behavior by time and group. The experimental and control group significantly different. And also based on the partner evaluation, we have the same results. At the beginning of the study, we were not sure to what extent the change in emotional abusive behavior would be found, because there were some negative beliefs, such as change in elder couples, impossible after 40 years. My colleagues say it is not possible, it is impossible. Despite of these superstitions, really we surprised with findings. Husband emotional abuse behavior significantly decreased after intervention in time 1 and time 3, based on self-evaluation and partner evaluation with an acceptable effect size. And also wife emotional abuse behavior. What about wife emotional abuse behavior? As you see in this slide, wife emotional abuse behavior significantly decreased in time 1 and in time 3 in compared to time 1, based on self-evaluation and also based on the partner evaluation. A significant difference was found in mean value change of white emotional abuse behavior by time and group. The annual repeated measurement revealed significantly difference in experimental group and control group in mean value of white emotional abuse behavior, and also partner evaluation in white emotional abuse behavior, we have the same result. In conclusion, the most potential explanation of the result is the in control group. In wife emotional abuse behavior in control group, we have a significant decrease was found between time 1 and time 3, with difference with a short mean difference and effect size. The same results were revealed for wife emotional abuse behavior based on partner evaluation. The most potential explanation for this result is the coincidence of Ramadan as a month of follow-up. In Ramadan, most of the Muslims are fasting. The Muslims believe that fasting means not only refuse from the eating food and water, fast for body, but also from lie down, insults, threats, humiliation, and blames, fast for soul. The other research also revealed that a significant drop in the rate of interpersonal aggression and personal assault in Ramadan, in contrast with the other months. Mean comparison of self-evaluation and partner evaluation of abuse behavior between husbands and wives revealed a gender difference between severity of behaviors, emotional abuse behaviors. The man gives a mark to himself, his partner, as you see, the mean 32 and 32 partner behavior. But the wives, in the wives, the wives gives a greater marker to abuse behavior for themselves and the partner. Husband marital satisfaction and wife marital satisfaction also were assessed. The mean plot showed in husband's marital satisfaction significantly increased after in time 3, after 4 months. And in time 1, it is not significant. Wife's marital satisfaction also increased in time 2, but it's not significant difference. But in time 3, the significant difference was found in wife's marital satisfaction. Johnson 2002 revealed that lower level marital satisfaction were associated with higher level of anger, contentment, and sadness. The result of our study also revealed emotional abuse behavior significantly decreased both in husband and wives after emotional abuse behavior after emotional focused psychoeducational intervention. It seems that declining the abusive behaviors such as contentment, hostility, intimidation, and humiliation lead to improved marital satisfaction. And the APIM model, the APIM estimate of actor and partner effects of emotional abuse behavior on marital satisfaction reveals that husband emotional abuse behavior has negative effects on his own marital satisfaction, but it's not significant. Husband emotional abuse behavior has not significant effects on his own marital satisfaction, but has a significant effect on his partner marital satisfaction. As Dr. Neda emphasized on men, here is also has this. And wife emotional abuse behavior has a significant effect on her own marital satisfaction and also on her husband's marital satisfaction. It is the result. As you see, the model of APIM of emotional abuse behavior on marital satisfaction revealed that husband emotional abuse behavior significantly affects on wife marital satisfaction, negative effect, but in own marital satisfaction is not significant. But wife emotional abuse behavior has negatively significant on her own marital satisfaction and his partner marital satisfaction. Limitation of this study, although the sample size of this study were sufficient for randomized control trial study, but it is not sufficient for by path analysis. The coincidence of Ramadan as a month of follow-up which is should consider it interpreted with caution and considered in the future research. And the couple who participate in this study were voluntaries, therefore may be not representative of the general population in quest of help for emotional abuse behavior. And we have some recommendation for future research, reinforcing intervention 6 months after the end of intervention is needed. And also institutionalization of psychoeducational intervention program for elder couples. And in this research, just emotional spouse abuse were considered. Investigation to other type of spouse abuse and or mixed type of abuse is needed. And in conclusion, we can say that it is possible to decrease significantly spouse emotional abuse behavior by a short-term emotional focused psychoeducational intervention in the elderly couples. Evaluation of abuse significantly different between men and women in elderly couples. Therefore, it should be considered in their education and relationship. Dr. Neda emphasized that men should participate in the class for the learning, the good relationship. In elderly couple is also, I think the men should this item should be considered in education for marital interaction. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mariam and Dr. Neda, for such a meaningful thoughts, and thank you again for being with us today. We really hope that this discussion could bring an impact among Muslim society and family around the world. That's all for fourth session for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Neda, for the well descriptive and sharing with Hazim. So, due to Hazim have an important work to do today, so I take over the floor to replace him. So, just a brief and one question from me as well. So, if you could please tell me what are your reasons for utilizing Gottman couple therapy for improving marital interaction briefly. Thank you, Dr. Neda.
Assalamualaikum again, and very thank you for all of audiences, and very thank you from I'm Haft, and really I'm proud of as a member of I'm Haft. Thank you so much from Professor Dr. Siti Aisha Hassan. Okay, for your answer, particularly we selected Gottman couple therapy because of the, first of all, we believe any effective intervention have use of evidences based on the theory and practice. And the Gottman theory is one of the best family therapy in this area, meaning that Gottman conduct 30 years, empirical study for more than 3,000 couples. They evaluate them from the early of years of their marriage, from when they were partner until the retirement. They evaluate all of their manners, their effect, their behavior, and based on this practical, he conducted his theory. Another reason for selection of Gottman, it was Gottman theory have many of questionnaires. When any family therapist conduct the family therapy with the full of questionnaire and full of the instrument, it's very easy to evaluate the clients, evaluate the particular, I mean about the couples. And the other things is Gottman is very cultural adapted, you know, because Gottman use of the intervention in many countries, throughout of the world, among of many couples. So based on the concepts are very easy, very practical, very applicable. So any family therapist can use of the Gottman couple therapy based on these three main reasons. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Neda, for the brief explanation, and I hope that the explanation for choosing this theory will be fruitful for us, for the upcoming researchers in the family and marital research field. So thank you, Dr. Neda, for this session, for your time, for being with us. So I pass the floor of Zoom to the MC again. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Neda, and thank you, Faisal. All right, for our next session, we move on to session 5. We'll discuss on Palestinian children and family well-being, as well as poem declamation. For the title of Palestinian children and family well-being, the speaker is Miss Reem Arafat Ibrahim Al-Manawi from Al-Aqaf Ministry, Palestine. So for this session, it will be moderated by Riz Melati Shamsuddin and Fabi Najma Khairia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. And here we are again at session number 5. Our title today is Palestine, Children and Family Well-Being and Structural Family Therapy Amongst Parents of Children with Autism. The first speaker today we have is Miss Reem Arfat Ibrahim Al-Manawi from Al-Awqaf Ministry, Palestine. Al-Awqaf is a Waqaf Ministry. All right. Let's see what she's actually sharing. It's more sharing what children with is facing in Palestine due to the occupation from the Israel. So she's telling how the parents is actually having therapies with the children with mental problems. All right, hang on, bear with me.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to webinar of Global Congress of Muslim Mental Health and Family Wellbeing, Revival of Islamic Systematic Family Therapy. In this session 5, we will discuss about Palestine children and family well-being and structural family therapy among parents of children with autism. For opportunity to deliver the first speaker will be given to Ms. Reem Arafah Ibrahim Al-Manawi from Al-Awqaf Ministry of Palestine. So before we start, I'd like to introduce her. She is a preacher, and also she is specialized in comparative jurisprudence in Islamic law, and currently applying for PhD to learn English. And she also has the skill of teaching the Islamic religion to the people by pointing. So, all right, how are you, Ms. Reem?
Very well.
Alhamdulillah. So, okay, it is a pleasure to having you with us today, Ms. Reem. So, children's mental health is very important. Support from their parents and from their environment is needed that will affect their growth and development. So, my question is, what can you tell us about how the parents in Palestine would support their children in therapy in general? And also, what are the child's main mental health problems and how to deal with them? So for Ms. Reem, time is yours.
Thank you very much. First, I want to explain some problems in our society in Gaza. Answer. In Gaza, we have a lot. We have a difficult life. Wars, poor, siege, no peace, no food, no quiet life. Suddenly bombing planes in somewhere. All people are afraid and the children cry. Why? All of them fear for their family. I want to tell you that why is the life difficult in Gaza? First, the poor is cause the problems, all problems. If we want to ask why, the answer is the siege which made by occupation Jewish. That problem affect of the society when the kids grow and go to kindergarten, their parents can't give them their expenses. Then what is the actions from them? It's that's the first. The second, we have a lot intelligent kids. They have a good brain. When their parents saw them that they are good, they sacrifice and all money to teach them. We in Gaza, we love learn very and we love learn very well, or very much. Yes, they try to give them all things to teach. For example, the parents try to they pay all of themselves to pay to give their kids to teach or to learn. While in Gaza we haven't anything. Where we want to learn to live in a good life. Since the environment is difficult in Gaza, and everyone experiences this difficulty, it is transmitted from father to son, and everyone supports each other for psychologically and economically. Finally, successive wars strengthen fathers and sons. That's my answer for this question. If you want another answer to the second question, in Gaza we have a lot of problems for the children's main mental health. The first is most of them are related to sleep, where children are afraid to sleep, to wake up to the sounds of bombing and the planes. In addition to the problems associated with the fear of the dark, and of sleeping alone in their room for fear that the bombing will be repeated again. In Gaza, seriously, we have a difficult life, but parents try to use a lot of rules to support their children. We have, alhamdulillah, a good mental health to support our children, alhamdulillah. Then our children live in a good life, in a good difficult life.
MashaAllah.
Thank you.
Oh, is that all, Miss Rim? Is that all?
Yes, it's all.
So if you want to explain in Arabic language, it's okay. We will translate it later. It's okay. If you want to add more sentences. Yeah.
I can. أتكلم بالعربية. I speak Arabic.
Yes, and I will.
في السؤال الأول، الآباء تمتعوا بصحة نفسية عالية وبمعنويات مرتفعة، والجميع عندنا من الآباء تربى وتعود على الصعوبة وعلى القوة. لذلك حين يكون هناك قاصف أو هناك حرب، يستطيع الأب أن يعني يحتضن أولاده ويمكنهم من عدم الخوف، ويقول أن هذه أصوات لا تخيفنا، نحن منتصرون، سنقابل هذا العدو بكل قوة حتى ننتصر عليه، لا تخافوا، أنتم أصحاب الحق، أنتم في هذا الوطن. هم من يضرب أطفالنا فهم أضعف من الضعفاء. لكن أنتم يا أطفالي اجلسوا في هذا المكان. يحتضنهم بذراعيه هو وأمهم، يحاولوا أن يخففوا من هذا الخوف. كل هذه الأمور، حتى أن الأم ممكن أن تصنع الكيك وسط الحرب، أو تصنع يعني أو تطهو الطعام بشكل جيد حتى تطعم أطفالها وتهيئ لهم الجو الذي يعني يحاول فيه أن لا يخافوا. ومن ثم حين يسمعوا من عندنا أطلق صاروخ مثلا، أو الأطفال كلهم يخرجوا أصوات الفرحة لا الخوف، ويقولوا أن نحن منتصرون، الله أكبر الله أكبر، اللهم سدد رميهم، اللهم كن معهم، اللهم اجعل رميهم في نحور أعدائهم. والكل يصفق، لن تصدقي أنهم أطفال، ولكن صدقا هذا دعم الآباء لأولادهم. لا شك أننا نكون في ذعر وفي خوف، لكن قوة الحق في القلب هي من تجعل عندنا الصبر والتحدي وتقوينا على أعدائنا. الآباء لهم الأثر الكبير في تحقيق الأمن لعقول أطفالهم، بدعمهم النفسي، حتى أن الأب ممكن أن يأتي بابنه إلى النافذة، إلى الشباك، ويقول هذا أطلق من عندنا، هذا الصاروخ، أو مثلا القصف المدفعي، يري ابنه هناك قصف، هناك بيت قد دمر على أصحابه، أو هناك مثلا نار قد اشتعلت في مكان. الابن من ثم لما يسمع أبوه يشعر بالقوة، لا يشعر بالخوف، لأنه في حضن أبيه. لكن سبحان الله لما يأتي قصف بجانب البيت، أو مثلا للبيت الذي يسكن فيه، لا بد للخوف، لأن الحياة قد خلقها الله سبحانه وتعالى يعني غالية على النفس، ويود أن يخاف ويذعر ويتوتر، والكل يأتي يحتضن. هذا لدينا تكافل اجتماعي الحمد لله رب العالمين رهيب وقوي، ولكن نحن يعني إن شاء الله الآباء تقوي الأبناء، والأبناء يقوون الآباء. أما بالنسبة للسؤال الثاني complete.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Reem for very great insight and very inspiring story with us. Thank you very much, Ms. Reem. Are we done?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reem. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, everybody. We have heard that from Ms. Reem. Actually, the translation of what she said in Arab was slightly longer, but what I transcribed that is very brief, because the story that she was saying is mostly repeated. I could do a little bit of explanation of what she did say. The first point that she actually say is the children are having the mental state of the children mostly are always in fear because of the bombing, and they have not enough sleep, and they are very well the health is totally in chaos because of the usual war. But the second point actually is very interesting, which she actually make an additional point there. She was saying how the parents that they cope the therapy to the children, when the children actually is afraid, they went back to the role of the father for the strength. They said, you see, their fathers, the children's fathers, are usually that generation is they're quite poor and very hard life, and they had war, and they keep getting trials and tribulation, and from just having a lot of trial and tribulation in their phase of life, and they become very hardy and when dealing with their children, they became very motivational. It's just like if you remember when our grandfathers were very poor long time ago, and they're like fishermen, or they are the hard laborer. They will always tell a good inspirational story to their own children, like, work hard, your life's going to be better, we are the best. It's like this psyche. So when their children, the Palestinian children, are really afraid, so their parents, their father is actually the father figure, will like motivation, like, you are the best and you can do this, we belong here, this is your country, this is your rights, and you are fighting the occupation. Israel are coward because they are just cowardly people because they are pushing the weakest among the weakest, which is children. So the one that she was saying is mostly about the motivational speeches given to the little children who are very, very scared, but because the experience of the father being very hardy in terms of his own life experience, so he gives a lot of motivation speeches to the children. There's a lot of examples that I did not quote, but approximate like that. But maybe I could call a little bit for Dr. Kasih to add a bit, if she can.
Right. Assalamualaikum. Sorry. Yes, there are a bit more information there. She gave some details just now with regards to how the children actually rely on the father. Okay, they rely on the father to give them the courage to face the everyday fear. Although they have fear, it's not that they do not have the fear, but their fathers are there, and their mothers also have a very strong resilience. Despite the war, then they can still create the environment of happiness despite the war. In the middle of the war, for example, the mothers will still be baking cakes for them to ensure that they are happy, that their voice is the voice of happiness and not to reinforce their fear, things like that. So the resilience that both the mothers and fathers are showing are very crucial to helping the children grow up with a healthy mental state. Okay, and she was also talking a lot about how they were how talented the children were, and how they were always borrowing money to give education to the children. So this is the culture in Palestine. Okay, and we so I think these are very important things. But there are questions. I do not know if Reem is available with us now for Q&A.
No, she's not. She is not with us. Yeah.
She has been talking about the role of father, but we also know that many of them have also lost their fathers. So in that sense, I do not know how do they cope. So where do the children turn to in terms of that role, the missing role of fatherhood there when they're facing the wars, Because I think Reem herself has lost her husband when her children were very young. Yeah.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. If I may say, we a bit. I think they have a different family structure to us in Malaysia. In Malaysia, it's more constitutional for orphans to go straight to orphanage. We have a lot of good support in there, but most on the Palestinian people, they rely on their bigger family. So once the father is shaheed, so it will be carried by the grandfather. It goes by the close-knit family unit support, because they have not much of a institutionalized orphanage like we do. So that's what I understand.
I think that applies to many Middle East countries too. They usually rely on the clan, or the next of kin, to take care of the children. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kasih. Thank you ever so much for explaining more a bit about the mother's role and the father's role as well. Yes, I think it's the when they are in a situation, a hard situation, poor and very hard, and war, people make the best of themselves
so that the next generation is better off from them. Right. Without further ado, this is the end of the session 5. We will be continuing with a bit of entertainment, a poem or saja. On this side of the world, we call it saja. There's 2 slots of here right after this. Enjoy.
Thank you, Rismarati. All right, so we have 3 poem declamator, 2 from Miss Siti Anisa Abdul Majid and 1 from Miss Ernie Putri Ali. So a little bit about Miss Siti Anisa Abdul Majid. She is a secondary teacher, para-counselor, author, poet, and advocate of mental health. After attending the 8th Annual Muslim Mental Health Congress in Michigan in 2016 and Oxford Family Counseling Institute in 2018, she has never stopped to bring awareness of mental health among the students, parents, and teachers through different mediums and platforms. Right, so before to Ms. Siti Anisa.
متفهم امبارح والله نار قلبي عيب إلي أنا 14 سنة عايشة هون.
Palestinians in Gaza are searching through the rubble of their homes after Israeli airstrikes destroyed several buildings.
أيوة هي في كمان شنطة شايفة شي علاء؟ هذه غرفة السميرة في خزانة جوا ما تعرفوا تطلعوا منها إشي صح؟ شايفين الخزانة؟ باينة؟ فيها أغراض زي ما هي ولا مكسرة؟
It is the worst Israeli attack on Gaza since the 2014 war, and residents of the collapsed buildings are examining what's left of their properties. Debris from the explosions cover the streets, and people are mourning their losses.
دين أنو بشر أنو حد بيتحمل اللي إحنا بنتحمله عن جد معي إحنا كل سنة إلنا موال ضرباتنا موجعة.
Gaza's health ministry says at least 83 people, including 17 children, have been killed, and more than 480 others have been wounded.
بس صار زلزال في المنطقة بس هين زي ما احنا شايفين زي ما انتم شايفين كان هذا طبعا بعد أذان المغرب 5 دقائق ضرر الحارة كلها راحت شو الحارة كلها راحت ما ضلش شيء.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Ladies and gentlemen, I dedicate this piece to our Palestinian brothers and sisters who have been suffering from mental health challenges for so long. May Allah bless them. If it were all up to me, the greatest prison would be ruined. Families or relatives in the valley of the beast would meet. Victims will get back house ownership. Children will get scholarship, and the hungry would eat. Tents in camps would be abandoned, calling all refugees hundreds of thousands, leaving the ambiguous and ambivalent, ending atrocities and occupation. People with hatred would all get along singing happy songs. If it were all up to me, those deprived of everything will be blessed with bounty, free to move in a beloved country. No more left bullets, bombs, and smoke, poisonous chemicals that suck the throat. No more religious rituals perfumed by incense of the burning flesh. No mourning of fallen beloved sons under loose skies and indifferent sun on bloody soil, provocation that caused hatred to boil. No rubble due to airstrikes, remnants of buildings, no debris. From malevolent to benevolent, bold and free. When the curtain falls, ending the catastrophe and closes the division, forget the grief but grow, forget the hurt but welcome the hope. Nightmares into harmonious serenity, fully blessed, mesmerized by the beauty of fairy tale land of Cappadocia, heals the dying and the broken hearts. Much mercy with pride and might, like the intricate, overwhelming Grand Canyon carved by the Colorado River, candle into delicious color by the sunset. Mark the end of evil and march towards divine. Like the sacred Mount Fuji, stretching to the rising sun. By godly wisdom, author a new chapter. Sorrow and sadness would all miraculously disappear. Palestinian would live without crippling fear forever. Amen. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
10. I can't even do anything this more. I just want to be a doctor or anything to help my people, but I can't. I'm just a kid. I don't even know what to do. I get scared, but not really that much. I do anything for my people, but I don't know what to do. I'm just 10. I'm just 10.
There seems to have some sort of technical issues. So it was such a beautiful poem written by the city.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izinkan saya mendeklamasikan sebuah sajak yang berjudul Bicara Hati oleh Ernie Putri Ali. Merdekakah aku berjuang membanting tulang, mengoles keringat, kudrat tercurah, tertumpah demi secebis pengharapan. Ku kerah, ku perah hingga ketitisan akhir, tanpa peduli, penat dan lelah. Aku pentaskan sebuah kenangan yang tidak hilang dari pandangan. Merdekakah aku? Hari ini Corona Covid bermaharaja lela, memenangi, menambat, meragut segenap ruang. Tiada aman dijelajah. Covid menjajah tanpa belas, menghimpit, menerkam rakus terus tanpa peduli. Tangisan duka anak-anak kedengaran sana sini, mencari ibu ayah entah kemana. Kesakitan tiada tertanggung. Berjuta kawan dan lawan menjadi mangsa. Ajal menjengah tanpa ihsan. Merdekakah aku? Terkurung di rumah sendiri. Tidak bekerja. Tidak bersekolah. Terpaksa. Memaksa berkurung demi nyawa. Tiada yang ingin kurban dan terkorban. Tiap hari berpuluh ribu sesak memenuhi wad hospital. Tanpa belas, mohon diubati. Sakit tiada tertanggung. Sedang ajal menanti dan menunggu. Merdekakah aku? Rumahmu ditutup rapat. Tiada penghuni di benar hadir. Udara cemar di sana sini. Setiap ruang dan inci. Tiada tahajud mampu ku ajak ke rumahmu. Hati-hati, berjaga-jaga. Pelitup muka tidak dilepas. Kerana beribu korban tercatat kaku. Keluh, pilu. Hanya reda dan istiqomah menjadi saksi. Sedang dosa dan noda masih bergelumang. Merdekakah aku?
Salam sejahtera dan salam puisi. Hamba Hanis AM akan mendeklamasikan sajak nukilan hamba bertajuk Hidupkan Nadim. Singapura dilanggar toda kerana sanggup membunuh ulama. Pandir menghukum, bimbang darjat mengecut, lalu raja dihasut. Penasihat cilik dibuang ke laut. Nadim yang telah pergi usah ditangisi. Namun semangatnya wajib ditatang santuni. Kerana cabaran desa warsa menghujani. Todak terus melanggar waris Nadim. Mengeliru si cilik membunuh jati diri. Apa erti merdeka? Jika bugarnya swafoto lahirkan narsisma. Apa artinya merdeka? Jika hiburan luar biasa lahirkan hedonisme. Mainan internet cukup meleka, minda terpenjara. Hasutan pahlawan papan kekunci, pandir pencaci pembenci yang dianti. LGBT buang tebiat terkilan ibu ayah meratapi. Ayuh junjung kebestarian Laksamana Hang Nadim. Pimpinan Hang Tuah adunan Hang Jebat. Tak cemu bertempur perangi keparat. Keluar dari kepompong itu lagi. Kini tiada raja yang akan membunuh. Tapi raja yang bertahta di hati, semayan musuh yang menyelimutimu. Amalkan resmi padi, diam-diam ubi, tapi berisi. Tercampak ke laut, jadilah pulau. Tercampak ke darat, jadilah gunung. Tercampak ke langit, jadilah bintang. Susun kembali batang-batang lembut pagari toda. Agar tua muda sama-sama langkahnya mengorak. Bentengi ibunda dengan semangat memara. Melestari kemerdekaan wawasan syuhada. Agar musuh tak bisa menjarah berlaga. Moga cahaya di hujung terowong biasa menampak. Sekian, terima kasih.
We'll be taking a 50 minutes break after 2 thought-provoking sessions by our speakers. During the break, do enjoy the beautiful Quranic recitation by Abdul Basit Abdul Samad.
رقت عيناي شوقا ولطيبة ظرفت عشقا فأتيت إلى حبيبي فاهدى يا قلب ورفقا صلي على محمد السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله يا رسول الله
يا مصطفى محلى يا مصطفى محلى يا مصطفى محلى أنت حبيب الروح روحي العزيزة فداك روحي العزيزة فداك جل الذي سواك يا مصطفى محلى يا مصطفى محلاك أنت حبيب الروح روحي العزيزة فداك روحي العزيزة فداك يا رب العالمين الله الله صل على طه الأمين الله الله في كل وقت وحين الله الله املأ قلبي باليقين الله الله ثبتني على هذا الدين الله الله واغفر لي والمسلمين الله الله حسبي ربي جل الله 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 ما في بقلبي غير الله 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 مصطفى مصطفى منبع للصفا سيد الأنبياء مشعل في الوفاء كان في عطفه لليتامى دفاع حن قلبي له فاض شوقا إليه ليس أرجو سوى شربة من يديه الصلاة عليه والسلام عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك أنت نور الله فجرا جئت بعد العسر يسرا ربنا أعلاك قدرا يا إمام الأنبياء أنت في الوجدان حي أنت للعينين ضي أنت عند الحوض ري أنت هاد وصفي يا حبيبي يا محمد مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم
Sixth session today on the topic of efficacy of Surah Ar-Rahman in managing depression in Muslim women. We have speaker Prof. Dr. Rafia Rafiq from University of Punjab, Pakistan. And our moderator is Amalina Muhammad Fazil.
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
How are you?
I'm good, Alhamdulillah. How about you, Prof?
Alhamdulillah. Good.
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Welcome to our session for tonight, Prof.
Thank you very much.
My name is Amalina. I'm from Malaysia.
MashaAllah.
MashaAllah.
I am Professor Dr. Rafia. I am from Pakistan, currently serving as Director, Institute of Applied Psychology in Punjab University.
Amazing, amazing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening. My name is Amalina Fazil from Malaysia, the moderator for tonight. Our session with Professor Dr. Rafia Rafiq, the Director and Professor in the Institute of Applied Psychology, University of Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan. The title of our session for tonight is The Efficacy of Surah Ar-Rahman in Managing Depression in Muslim Movement. Professor?
Thank you very much. I will be talking about the efficacy of Surah Al-Rahman in managing depression in Muslim women. So a brief introduction on the topic, that all of us know that there is a significant growth of the Muslim population all over the world, and there exists a corresponding the need for mental health services for group of patients, specifically the Muslims. So the research demonstrates the effectiveness and the integration of spirituality and religiosity into psychotherapy, and how religious beliefs and recitation could affect the management plans. So even in the present age, where there are numerous therapeutic techniques available, followers of Islam can benefit themselves from the chronic guidance and Quranic recitations, Islam-based psychotherapy. It is written in Quran that Quranic verses contain an omnipotent power to heal and cure disease-affected individuals. So a brief overview of literature available. Islam provides Muslims with a code of behavior, ethics, and social values, which help them in tolerating and developing adaptive religious coping strategies to deal with stressful life events. Empirical investigation also reveals that there is an association of religiosity and spirituality that reduces psychological distress. So the whole sacred book of Quran is Shifa. I have taken Surah Al-Rahman because it is the most rhythmic surah of the Quran, and the recitation of Qari Abdul Basit is very soothing and effective, as he has recited from the deep of the heart. The one who recites and listens with deeper concentration does get the benefit. All you have to do is to feel its revelation in your heart. Always feel the presence of God. Never be arrogant. So we tried to empirically investigate the idea that Quranic verses can cure all types of diseases. Surah Al-Rahman is the most rhythmic surah of the Quran, so we use this surah for our experimental study. Quran clearly states that it has hidden treasures, and its recitation can help relieve stress and other ailments and spiritual diseases. So it is clearly written in Quran that it has cure for nearly all the diseases. So objective of our study was to study and investigate the efficacy of Surah Al-Rahman for managing depression in women admitted for treatment of depression in a psychiatric ward of a government hospital situated in Pakistan. The hypothesis of the study is Muslim women diagnosed with depression in the treatment group will have reduced level of depression as compared to control group at the post-assessment level. The research design, it was a pre-test, post-test experimental research design, and sampling strategy was purposive sample of 12 Muslim women diagnosed with depression, and 6 were randomly selected in the treatment group and 6 in the control group. All these women were residing in the psychiatry unit of a government hospital. Muslim women diagnosed with depression were randomly divided into treatment and control groups. It is important to mention the inclusion and exclusion criteria of our study participants. Female patients aged 18 and 30 years, formerly diagnosed with severe major depressive disorder, were included in the sample. Patients who had already taken prescribed antipsychotic drug treatment and having scored between 29 and 63 on Beck depression inventory, BDI-2 at the pre-assessment level were recruited for the current study. Pregnant women or patients suffering from a comorbid medical or psychological condition were excluded from the sample. Furthermore, women who could not comprehend Urdu language were also excluded from the sample. Urdu and language, because women who could not easily comprehend Urdu are more likely to follow the instructions given by the researchers. They were unable to follow. Assessment measure, as you can see, BDI was used and the experimental research utilized the standard assessment instrument for depression developed by Beck. Beck Depression Inventory 2, it comprises of 21 questions, each answer being scored on a scale value of 0 to 3. Higher total score indicates severe depressive symptoms. The standardized cutoffs used were the following: 0 to 13, minimal depression; 14 to 19, mild depression; 20 to 28, moderate depression; and 29 to 63, severe depression. This was the score of our participants in both the groups. Experimental group was made to listen to the recitation by Qari Abdul Basit of Surah Al-Rahman by closing their eyes. This was important so that they remained away from all other distractions, and asking them to empty their mind of all thoughts and feel the presence of Allah. The cassette was then played and everyone listened to it till end with deeper concentration. After the recitation ended, clients were asked to open their eyes. Then the experimenters served every participant with a half cup of water and were told to close their eyes and then say Allah 3 times, Allah, 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 and drink the water with the same procedure as followed by Sunnah. So by taking 3 sips. The control group was made to listen to relaxation music and was made to drink water afterwards without reciting Allah 3 times. All the procedure is available on website www.alrahman.com. Session contents: pre and post assessment. Assessments were done at pre and post level by using BDI 1, BDI 2, 12 structured group sessions of 22 minutes because it takes 22 minutes for the recitation in the voice of Qari Basit. So they were made to listen to this recitation twice a day and over a period of 4 weeks. And then the treatment group was made to listen to Surah Al-Rahman recited by Qari Abdul Basit, and control group was exposed to music used for relaxation training. So these are some of the results of the treatment group pre-assessment scores and control group pre-assessment scores. There was not much difference between both these groups. So Mann-Whitney test for difference between control group and treatment group. Both groups did not statistically differ on pre-assessment depression scores. At post-assessment level, treatment group was significantly lower on depression than control group. So Wilcoxon-Sign rank test for differences between pre and post-assessment was done. Both groups had decreased level of depression after sessions. It was important to assess if there was any difference in level of decrease in both these groups. So Mann-Whitney test for comparison was carried out. There was significant difference in level of decrease in depression. Treatment group had significantly greater level of decrease than control group. So treatment group was the group that was made to listen to Surah Al-Rahman. So Surah Al-Rahman has 78 verses and it is Makki Surah, and Surah Al-Rahman reduces depression from one's heart. A depressed person needs a source to turn to. Turning to God for help, support, mercy and forgiveness helps in reducing sadness and other symptoms of depression. Quran says this sacred book is Shifa for its followers. So it is only the ultimate Allah who gives Shifa, and then we talk about Shifa. It has multiple dimensions: physical, mental and spiritual. So the dimension tested in our experimental study was the psychological dimension. So I would like to end my presentation with a message, that is, when you are cured, give this message to your fellow brothers. He might be needing it. So recommendations for our research are that the researchers strongly recommend further research with development of interventions which address the need of the various sects and cultures within the Muslim population, and placing them under the microscope of valid scientific evaluation free from research and publication bias. Further longitudinal research employing a larger sample where the researcher is blind about the allocation status of participants is needed. These studies should be sufficiently powered to be able to detect clinically significant changes in depression. The diversity within Muslim population, both religious and cultures, must be considered in religious-based therapies. Randomized controlled trials of individual and group therapy with Surah Al-Rahman for people with depression are recommended for further studies. So these are some of the references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I have several questions for you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. My first question is, have you planned to pursue study in which you using Surah Ar-Rahman as source of the treatment?
Yes, currently we have planned a study in which we will be trying to investigate the efficacy of Surah Al-Rahman in the treatment of anger and aggression. So the same experimental study will be replicated, but the population would be students who face anger and aggression issues.
Thank you, Professor. My last question. Have you tried to use the recitation of Surah Ar-Rahman with other qaris as well?
Not yet, because basically we have been using the recitation by Qari Abdul Basit. He is an Egyptian Qari, and we have found it to be very melodious. Definitely, we also plan, being researchers, we do plan to have recitation by different Qaris and in different voices in order to find out the effect of that recitation and differences in voices on different ailments. So this is also what we plan to do in our next study, inshallah.
Inshallah. May Allah is everything, Professor?
Yeah, thank you.
Inshallah, Ameen. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Rafia Rafiq. This is a wonderful session, and I learned a lot about how to manage the feelings and even myself. I can apply it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm sure it will be beneficial to the Muslim women.
Definitely, being Muslims, we should spread this ways of treating ailments through Islamic verses. And because Quran is Shifa itself, so we need to do more research in this area.
Inshallah, inshallah. Thank you, Professor Dr. Rafia Rafiq, for our session for tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good day. I'm Amalina from Malaysia, the moderator for today. Okay, so as we listen to the recording just now, I'm sure the participants have any questions to ask to the panel. And currently, I'm waiting for our panel, Professor Dr. Rafia Rafiq, to enter the meeting room.
Assalamu alaikum. I am already in the meeting.
Okay. Hello, Professor.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you? A very good afternoon from Pakistan.
Okay. Professor, can you open your camera, please?
I am trying to open, but because of some restriction from your end, it is unable to open.
I see. Okay. Do you need any assistance on that?
Let me rejoin. Maybe then I can join again. Give me 1 second. I will rejoin.
Sure, sure. Okay, participants, do you have any questions to ask to Professor? You can send to the chat box and I will read your questions. All right.
إن المتقين
Assalamu alaikum. Can you people hear me now?
Yes, Professor, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay, because I was trying to enter, but I think so there is some system with you people. You have to let me in and open my camera too.
Okay. Can someone assist on that? To
Because
open the
I am
camera?
unable to open the camera.
Thank you very much.
Because it gives a message that I am unable to access the camera.
I see. Okay, Professor. How's your workshop, Dr. Rafia, Professor?
Yes, I can hear you, but I am unable to open up my camera.
Okay.
So if you can continue with the question answer session.
Sure, I will continue with the questions. Okay. So from the participants, I can see we have one question here. Okay, from Miss Salina. I just want to make a confirmation either participants understand the meaning of Surah Ar-Rahman. Okay, so there's a translation for Surah Ar-Rahman. You can refer to the translation of Surah Ar-Rahman and have a deeper meaning of the surah, inshallah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but the point is that for this study, we did not take the translated version. We only took the Arabic recitation. So when because this efficacy of Surah Al-Rahman, the Arabic recitation only. So we have not used it with the meaning in Malaysian language or Urdu or Chinese. So this study is just based on the Arabic recitation.
Thank you, Professor. All right. So the next questions, Prof. Which verse is your favorite one and why?
Pardon, I did not understand.
Hello, Professor, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes,
so
I can
based
hear
on
you.
this, okay. So based on this surah, which verse is your favorite one and why, Professor?
Oh, okay, the verse that keeps on repeating itself, فَبِأَيِّ آلَاءِ رَبِّكُمَا تُكَذِّبَانِ, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? So this is one of the verse that is my favorite because it inculcates the feeling of gratitude, that we have so many things to be grateful to our Lord. And usually when we are not grateful, then we land up in depression. So this is my favorite verse, and I really feel very that it has a soothing effect because it keeps on repeating in the surah 76 verses, and it keeps on repeating itself.
MashaAllah. Thank you, Professor. All right. So my next question is, could you please elaborate more on using this surah to cater to aggression, Professor?
Okay, we have planned a study in which we will be pre-testing students who are going to report us that they have these aggressive tendencies. So we are going to give them a Meyer Bus and Perry scale in order to measure aggression. And then we are going to take students who score high on the scale of aggression. And then we are going to divide them into treatment and into control group randomly. And this time the researcher will not do this because the researcher technically should not know who is in the treatment group and who is in the control group. So we plan to divide them into two groups, and they will be students, and we are going to make them listen to this Surah Al-Rahman in Arabic language. But this time we are thinking of changing the recitation of the Qari. So we will be using some other Qari's voice in order to find out the efficacy of that recitation and surah, and how much that reduces aggression in the students. And this is again going to be twice a day. And then the students' pre-assessment score will be taken on the Bus and Perry aggression scale, and post-assessment scores will be taken after 14 days of listening to Surah Al-Rahman twice a day. And it takes around 22 minutes in the voice of Qari Basit. So we will be just finding out Qari whose recitation would be concluded within 22 minutes.
Thank you, Professor, for the answer. Okay, Professor, we have a question from the participant, Miss Salina. Thank you, Professor, for your answer. Anyway, how long do you think they should practice doing this? And have you tried it to the non-Muslim too? Professor?
Yes. The first point is that the group on which we tried to find out the efficacy of Surah Al-Rahman, that was for 1 month. Now we are going to change the design and we will be using it for 14 days. But the second part of the question, that still we have not tried it on non-Muslims. So maybe we can include few of the non-Muslim participants also in this study to find out whether it has some psychological impact or real impact of rhythm of the Surah Al-Rahman.
Thank you, Professor, for the answer. Okay, another question from Miss Salina as well. Is there any other treatment going along with this treatment? For example, counseling and etc. Professor?
Yes, they're both the participants in our study were already on medication, and they were taking the same medication with a similar score on Beck Depression Inventory 2. And the group, no other counseling or any treatment was carried out during this 1 month. The treatment group was made to listen to Surah Al-Rahman twice because they were inpatients and admitted in a psychiatric ward in Pakistan, in one of the local hospitals. And then the second group was made to listen to relaxation music. So they were also given this 22 minutes of listening to relaxation music. So this was there, but they were not on any other form of psychotherapy, cognitive behavior therapy, or any other thing.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, we have another question from Miss Rismalati. Okay, the question is there a study for a control group of non-Muslim only as placebo? Professor?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can design a study in which we can take 3 groups. We can take the treatment group and we can take two control groups. One control group can be given relaxation music, and the third group can we can just include for a placebo effect or any other thing, or we can include a group of non-Muslims also in the study in future. This is a very good suggestion.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, we have another question from Miss Rismalati. Dr. Rafia, what is the connection of water and the therapy of listening to Surah Ar-Rahman?
Sorry, I didn't get the first part. What is the?
Okay, yes. Professor, what is the connection of water and the therapy of listening to Surah Ar-Rahman?
Okay, so this was one of the treatment methods that was initially we started it. Basically, the founder of this method in which water was given was Sayyid Safdar Ali Bukhari. He was doing research on music and Dhamal therapy, and the water has its own significance in Islam, and it is just like in Sunnah. We take 3 sips of water, and with a gap in every sip, so the water is not a glass full of water. It is water that can be taken in 3 sips. So we were following the Sunnah, and it was initially we had used this method with a number of cases in the hospitals also, but we did not experimentally investigate. So we found it to be very effective to use water at the end, just like we drink medicine or any other thing. So water was used as a form of sunnah in the end of the session.
Thank you, Professor. There's a comment from the participant, from Mr. Ashraf. Surah Ar-Rahman is therapy on its own. Read it with its translation and subhanallah, you will find so much peace, inshallah. I think that's all. Inshallah. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Rafia Rafiq, for our session for today. That's all from me. I'm your moderator, Amalina binti Fazil from Malaysia.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Walaikum Assalam, and a very good evening to all the participants of today's session. Allah Hafiz. Take care.
Thank you, Teacher Malina, and thank you, Professor Dr. Rafia. A very interesting and also great discussion on Surah Rahman. Right. So before we go to the next session, which is on session 7, our last session, I will play a performance from Nadi Singapura. Yeah, a performance by Nadi Singapura. So do enjoy. interesting performance from Nadi Singapura. Our last session of the day, we want to invite our last speaker to explore the Islamic existential psychotherapy as intervention for inter-site conflict in jinn possession. Please welcome Mr. Hamidi Abdul Rahman of Professional Islamic Support and Nurture Group, UK. This session is led by Rizmilati Shamsuddin.
Hello and welcome again to everyone. Before we start, can we give time for the azan outside for a second? Okay, assalamu alaikum again. Thank you for the wait. Yes, we are on the last session of the day, and everybody had a long day, and we wish to go on back with a great knowledge today. We don't disappoint you because the last one's going to be a bit on the interesting side. We're talking about jinns today. So the title today is Islamic Existential Psychotherapy as Intervention for Interpsychic Conflict in Jinn Possession, which basically means, if you're a Malay, you understand what merasuk is lah. Right. So basically it's a psyche of, the thing is, it's like a psyche is like your mind, and the jinn has another mind. So if it commingle or it cross paths, some certain other things can happen. Yes, it's just like Harry Potter or the scary story of James Wan. What's it called? When possession or stories like that. But we're gonna listen to a bit, not the scary bits. It's a bit interesting today. It's a bit technical. I hope you guys are ready for it. And with us today will be Mr. Hamidi Abdul Rahman. He was here with us just now in the third session with I'm Haft. He was with us today. Is he here, Mr. I'm sorry, let me find him first. Hello? Yes, Mr. Hamidi, can you unmute, please?
Yes, I'm here.
All right,
you clearly.
brilliant.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I was just talking about the nonsense of Harry Potter's and James Wan's movie. So I hope this one is good as those. Yeah, carry on.
I'm sharing my screen. I can't. Okay.
Yeah, try press.
I've been sharing my screen. Okay. Can
yeah, we can see it. Yes, we can see. You
can
have
you see
to
the
press the
screen?
play. Yes, we can.
You can see the screen now.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Brilliant. Welcome again. Welcome to the session 7 of Global Convention of Muslim Mental Health and Family Therapy. Now for the session 7. The title of the session is Islamic Existential Psychotherapy as Intervention for Interpsychic Conflict in Jinn Possession. Yes, it's a very interesting topic indeed. This afternoon, I would like to introduce you to our speaker today. The only speaker for this afternoon is Mr. Hamidi Abdurrahman. He's the chairman of the Internexus Protocols in Berhormat, which is an MSc Malaysia States company located in Cyberjaya, and also managing director of the Nexus Protocol Limited, which is an IT company in the UK. With an academic background of electrical and electronics engineering and instrumentation, he's also he's also a chartered engineer and also a chartered information technology profession with a vast experience in the IT. He has also
I can't really hear. Rismati, can you increase the voice?
Projects in the manufacturing and the banking sector in the United Kingdom, Europe, and the USA. His expertise were proven through the winning of a high-profile awards in Malaysia, which is an MSc Leadership and ICT and R&D Award, and MSc Malaysia Apecta Awards. The UK, which is the UK Kostler Excellence Award for IT system that he designed and developed. Hamidi also has an interest in mental health and had obtained an MSc, Masters of Science in Psychotherapy from University of Sheffield in the UK. He's currently pursuing his PhD at ATMA, Institute of Malay World and Civilization of University Kebangsaan Malaysia, for the development of a scale for Jinn possession. He has published several papers in the subject, with a few more currently in the process of publication. Hamidi is also the president of PISANG, Professional Islamic Support and Nurture Group, a non-profit organization in the UK with emphasis on research for the treatment of Jinn possession. Well, let's see what he has to say about Jinn possession. Enjoy. The floor is to you, Mr. Hamidi. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today, inshallah, I'm going to share some knowledge on Islamic existential psychotherapy as intervention for interpsychic conflicts in jinn possession. Obviously, first of all, we need to define what possession is. I take the definition from ICD-11, where it says, possession trance disorder is characterized by trance states in which there is a marked alteration in the individual's state of consciousness and the individual's customary sense of personal identity is replaced by an external possessing identity, and in which the individual's behaviors, there is an external possessing identity, which we call jinn in Islam. So jinn is an invisible creation of Allah, which is made of matter or material that is unknown to science and has the ability to transform itself. There is hadith in Sahih Muslim about jinn transforming into a snake, and in Tafsir al-Qurtubi also mentioned about the impersonation of Suraqah bin Malik by Shaitan during the Battle of Badr. So transformation is not something which is alien in Islam. Okay, we know that H2O can transform from one state to another, from solid to liquid to gas. So for a jinn to transform is possible. It's not impossible. It has that ability. It can transform itself and get into the human body. when we talk about jinn possession, what it means that there is the presence of jinn inside the human body. And jinn possession is actually embedded in the Islamic belief as stated in the Tafsir al-Qurtubi. So the presence of jinn inside your body will create symptoms. Just like if we have viruses in our body, then it will create symptoms. So it is possible to diagnose jinn possession by looking at the symptoms. We have made a study, and it has been published, a study on 34 symptoms, and 23 symptoms were found to be significant, with 11 to be less significant. So it comes to 6 categories: scary dreams, face delusion, low mood, sleep disturbances, hallucinations, abnormal thoughts. Okay, if you go through the symptoms, significant symptoms of possession, they are dream of falling from high place, dream of poisonous or predatory animals, dream against Islam, dream of filthy place, dream of strange features, dream of ghosts, dream of deserted road, doubtful of Islam, strong feeling towards non-Islamic elements, feeling suicidal, loss of meaning of life, extreme tiredness, laziness, absent-mindedness, aversion from remembering Allah, crying during sleep, laughing during sleep, seeing things, hearing voices, paranoid, ill thoughts, loner, and inability to focus. So these are the 23 significant symptoms of jinn possession, which can be used to diagnose whether somebody has got jinn possession or not. But among the 23 symptoms, okay, there are also symptoms which are actually also symptoms of mental disorders. So what we see here, there is an overlapping of symptoms between jinn possession and mental disorder. And this sometimes confuses people, okay? So one may say that, have I got jinn possession or have I got a mental disorder? How can we use these symptoms to diagnose jinn possession? In the study that we did, okay, each symptom has got a loading number, a significance, how significant the symptom is. So we can create a scale from 0 to something by adding the loading of the symptoms. So if you've got no symptoms, then the score is 0. There's no jinn possession. If you have 23 symptoms, all of them, you add all the numbers, and you get a score of 14.158, which is a confirmed jinn possession. Okay. So at one end you have no jinn possession, and the other end you have confirmed jinn possession. So there must be somewhere in between where it is a cut-off value, so above which you can say confidently that yes, there is jinn possession, and below which you say that maybe yes, maybe no. So we have done a study on this, and the paper is in the process of publication. The scale has been validated. If the score is above 1.9, then it's better to have yourself check or get treatment, because it's very, very likely that you have jinn possession. Okay. So this skill is very important. It's a very important tool to diagnose someone whether he or she has jinn possession. You don't have to learn about Ruqyah, you don't have to be Muslim. All you have to do is look at the symptoms, add up the values, get the score, and compare to the scale. For example, okay, we have got a case of a girl who has got severe eczema. The eczema developed very quickly, okay, and when we look at the symptoms, okay, she has got a score of 4.612. So this indicates that, you know, there is a problem of jinn possession as well in her. So could it be that the eczema, the skin condition, was caused by the jinn? It's possible. You can put it away. So we got her onto a 4-day intensive ruqyah therapy, and after the 4th day, we can see a massive, remarkable improvement in the skin condition. And during one of the sessions of the ruqyah, a jinn did come up. I mean, he spoke and wanted to leave, so it must have left, and that's why probably the toxins being built by the jinn is no longer there, and she made a very speedy recovery. Right. So these are cases like this in the Malay world. It's called santau, but people in the Malay world think that it's just poison. But from what we see is that it's not just a poison being put into the body, but it's actually a jinn. There's a jinn inside the body, so which are producing toxins, poisons to the body, causing problems with the skin. We can also look at other people who have been diagnosed with various mental disorders. So like in this case of 2 persons who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia and are on medication, the score for them is 3.62 and 3.52. And what we did is we took a snapshot of the person using infrared camera before and after ruqyah. So what it shows is that after ruqyah, the temperature of the person, parts of the body become hotter. So when parts of the body becomes hotter after ruqyah, it's an indication that there is jinn possession. So in this case, these 2 persons have jinn possession, and the score is above the 1.9 cutoff value. Yeah. Similarly, okay, for case of 2 girls, okay, one was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, another with epilepsy, with a score of 3.41 and 3.71. Similar things happen, okay. After ruqyah, parts of the body becomes hot. Why? Because there is a jinn element in there. They are also suffering from jinn possession. So whatever the diagnosis is, yes, you can stick to the diagnosis, whether it's schizophrenia, bipolar, or epilepsy, or whatever. But the additional information is that there is a jinn inside the body as well. So if we just try to rely on medication, that will not sort out the problem forever. Okay, so you can get better therapeutic value by adding some therapy which deals with jinn possession. So we are talking about the scale. Okay, so there's a lot of uses for the scale for jinn possession, how to diagnose jinn possession using the scale. We can study, okay, people with marital problems. Okay, sometimes people are in love, they marry because they love each other, but just a day after the wedding, things change. Okay, they get problems, irrational thoughts of hatred they can't explain, or the wife, okay, experiencing vaginismus, or the husband, okay, experiencing selective erectile dysfunction. Okay, so you can look at that, look at the symptoms, the other symptoms they have based on the 23 symptoms, and check the score. And if it's above 1.9, then there is a possibility, a high possibility that they are also suffering from jinn possession. And the marital problem might be caused by the jinn presence in the body as well. Okay. Or
yeah,
you can use the scale to see the extent of jinn possession among the LGBT.
So akak letak dalam chat je
There
ke?
are people, the LGBT people, who wanted to be straight. They want to be straight.
Okay,
They don't want to
boleh,
live
boleh.
in that.
WhatsApp eh? Okay, okay, okay.
With that problem. But they can't get rid of that thought from the man. Where did that thought come from? It doesn't make sense to them, but they can't get rid of it. So we can use the scale to see if they are also, having problem with jinn possession. And if there is jinn possession, then you have to have treatment for jinn possession and see what will happen after getting rid of the jinn inside the body. Okay. So the use of the skill is endless. Okay, you can study. Okay, jinn possession within teenage pregnancy, or persistent offenders, or those who wanted to get out of substance abuse. Okay, so some people commit crime because not because they wanted to commit crime, but sometimes they don't know, they can't explain why they did it. The next thing they knew is that they have done it, even though they don't have the intention of doing it. Or we can use the scale to monitor the progress of a treatment, to see how effective the treatment, or to see what's going on. Okay, by taking snapshots from time to time of the score. Okay, so if this treatment is effective, then you'll see the score falling down. Or you can use the score to suggest what sort of treatment the person should have. Okay, if the score is low, probably say just come for one session, check yourself. The score is a bit high, okay, some concerns there, okay, come for 1 day intensive. Or if the score is really high, okay, I think you need to come for a 3-day retreat, for example, to sort yourself out, because 1 day probably would not be enough. Okay, so there are a lot of uses for the scale, and this method of diagnosing jinn possession is, to my knowledge, okay, is more accurate than ruqyah. In simple words, okay, psyche is the mind. Yeah. So you have like psychotherapy, psychology, okay, something relating to mind. Okay, mind is part of the human. When we talk about human, okay, we can divide the human into two parts. One is the tangible part, things which can hold, and the other is the intangible part. The tangible part is the body, or the soma, and Islam, we use the term jasad. For the intangible part of the human, we have the psyche or the mind. But in Islam, we divide into 3 parts. Okay, there are 3 components of the intangible, which is the akal, the qalb, and the ruh. Okay, the akal is the intellect faculty. The qalb is the cognitive faculty, and these two, the akal and the qalb, is what we call the psyche. So when we talk about psyche, or we talk about mind, it's not just the akal, it's both. Jinn, they are mukallaf. What does it mean? Like human, they have psyche, they have a mind. Okay, and they'll be accountable for what they do. Okay, because jinn can transform themselves and enter human body. So what happens when a jinn enters human body? If a jinn enters your body, then you will have two minds. One is your mind and the other is a jinn mind. So the presence of multiple jinns inside a human body will create conflicts between psyche. So if we just look at the Western model, okay, there's only one psyche, there's only one mind within yourself. So any problem is caused by your mind, So you got problems, fix yourself, fix the way you think. Any conflict within the mind, that's what is called the intra-psychic conflict, just within yourself. But if you got jinn in your body, then obviously the conflict will be between different minds, different psyches. And these are inter-psychic conflicts. So if you look at this, the Islamic model is a superset of the Western model. So this model is far superior than the Western model. The Western model doesn't believe in jinn, that's why they don't have the multi-psyche model. So why should we stick to the Western model when we know that the Islamic model is a far superior model? From the Western existential philosophy, existence is about living now in this world. Okay, there's only one realm of existence. It starts when we're born and ends when we die. Okay, jinn doesn't exist. We don't interact with something which is not seen and the unseen. There's no jinn, no angels, no God. Okay, but from the Islamic perspective, existence is actually a journey of the road through 5 realms. Okay, from the realm of the souls to the realm of the womb, to the realm of this world on earth, to the realm of the grave, and finally to the realm of the hereafter. Talking about psychotherapy, there are different approaches. We have psychoanalysis, we have cognitive, we have behavioral, and we also have humanistic or existential, which focuses on life. Okay, so when we talk about existential psychotherapy, it's a therapy which focuses on life rather than on personality, and it uses existential philosophy as an approach to therapy. Islamic existential psychotherapy uses Islamic existential philosophy, and by doing that, we are not taking any Western philosophical baggage, and we believe that the human and the jinn live in the same time and space. There are interactions and there are conflicts between jinn and human. But one thing which is very important is that we must know that jinn possession is real. Okay, and we see that when jinn possession is real, there is conflict and there is power balance. Okay, when you talk about conflicts, okay, you're talking about power balance. If the jinn is stronger than you lose. If you're stronger than a jinn, then you can win. Okay, so how do you change the power balance? If the jinn is strong, how do you make the jinn weaker? We can use exorcism to weaken or expel the jinn. If you expel, then it's gone. Okay, it doesn't go out. You can weaken it through ruqyah, for example. Okay, so that weakens the jinn, but it doesn't actually make you stronger. To make you stronger, you need psychotherapy, so that you know that you have to change the way you think, and engage in the therapy and become a stronger person and know how to fight, not just know how to fight, how to win the fight. So if you look back at the symptoms of jinn possession, okay, there are symptoms which are psychological in nature. And if you look from the perspective of jinn, when the jinn is inside the body, the jinn will want to survive. How does it survive? By making you weak. Okay? It will want you to have aversion from remembering Allah so that you don't get protection from Allah. It will want you to live in a filthy environment, makes you weaker, but jinn likes filthy environment. It will want you to become a loner so that you don't get advice, good advice from people, and the jinn has got more time, more influence to influence your thoughts. It will want you to commit sins so you don't get the protection of Allah, or eat junk food, or crave for food, or eat haram food, so that will destroy your health, but makes the jinn stronger, or make you lazy so that you don't want to fight the jinn, you don't care less, okay, and make you lose focus, so you don't even know who your enemy is, and you lose your functionality. These symptoms, psychological symptoms, can be get rid of by or through psychological interventions, through psychotherapy. Okay, so it is important to find a therapy which deals with jinn possession. If the therapy is based on a single psyche model, where there is no jinn possession, where jinn doesn't exist, the model itself doesn't acknowledge the fact that jinn exists or there is jinn possession, then you're not going to get much result from that. You can get some results, okay? Let's say if you use the Western framework, just fix your mind. But what about the jinn? It should be there. You should be living with a jinn, a stronger jinn, and you don't even know that the jinn exists. Okay, so you won't get the result, which is good. Or you choose an Islamic psychology or psychotherapy based on the Western framework, which also ignores jinn possession. So you fix the mind, makes your heart, your akal and your qalb strong. But what about the jinn? It's still there. It's still beating you up. It's still messing you up. So the result will not be as good. What is needed is that you have to look for therapy which is based on the multi-psyche model, which acknowledges that there is a jinn inside the body, which is messing around with the way that you think, which is messing around so that you do things that you do not want to do. The Islamic existential psychotherapy acknowledges the multi-psyche model, and together with exorcism, will fix the akal, fix the qalb, and get rid of the jinn, and you will get good results. So Islamic existential psychotherapy has got a lot of strengths, all right? So among them, okay, when we have a radical multi-psyche model of jinn possession, it requires a radical approach to psychotherapy. The Islamic existential psychotherapy is combining the akli and the nakli. And you can have more focused psychotherapy, let's say for cases of marital problem, where it is caused by the sihr of separation, for example, then you can get the couple to focus more on defeating the jinn rather than arguing who is right and who is wrong. So how do you include psychotherapy in the treatment? So from our experience and from our perspective, we actually created a new program which is called the Pisang Therapy Retreat. And this is a residential retreat. Okay, so anybody who book the retreat will have to stay at the center, normally for 3 days. And the treatment, normally over the 3 days, is 8 sessions of ruqyah plus 1 session of psychotherapy. Our perspective, we see that the retreat program is the most effective program which can take people out of the vicious circle that have been going on for years and years and years, and it leads them and it gets them to move on to the next stage and move forward with their life. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Hamid Abdul Rahman from Pisang. Before we go with the questions and answers, we do got a lot of questions, Mr. Hamidi. We have a lot. Seems that this is a very interesting session, this is. So before that, I'd like to remind, we do have a questionnaire for the attendance for this program. If everybody please could fill in this form, I will post it in the chat box. Hey, and please put your data in so you can get some e-certs or something like that. Okay, please do. Okay, the first question. Right, the first question, I'll take it from the bottom. Right, what is the connection between the jinn that possesses the body with the person's qarin, the qarin or the jinn pendam, the one that's with you? That's the first question.
All right, qarin. Okay, qarin is the jinn angel. Okay, there are two qarins, and that one is the angel qarin, the other is the jinn qarin. I think you're referring to the jinn qarin. So the jinn qarin is actually external to the body. It doesn't actually get into the body. Whereas when you talk about jinn possession, is jinn getting into the body and can cause some problem to the body, to the person. So one is the qarin will just whisper, as anybody can get whispers from shaitan. But in terms of jinn possession, it's the jinn is inside, and so it can do more than just whisper. It can probably overpower your brain, your central nervous system, and cause you to do things which you do not want to do.
Okay, thank you very much. The second question is from Dr. Kase. Can we get access to the scale?
The scale, yes, will be published. We have got actually a scale which we put online. I think it's under health.pisang.uk. Okay, you can actually use the scale. Try the first one for free, but we do charge for this subsequent use of it. All right, but if anybody wants, okay, it's simple. We have a program. It's a computer program which we can allow anybody to use it. But one thing is that you need to know to enter the symptoms correctly. Okay, so symptoms, when you say about symptom, is something which is irrational. Okay, let's say one of the symptoms is suicidal ideation, right? So you have to look at what causes the suicidal ideation. If it's because, let's say, the person business has collapsed due to COVID, there is a reason for it. Okay, you can rationalize. So that's not symptom of jinn possession, right? So the symptom of jinn possession for suicidal ideation is that you get this thought of suicidal ideation, you get thought to commit suicide, but you can't rationalize it. Your life is good, you have good family, you earn good money, and there's no reason for you to commit suicide. But that thoughts just keep on bombarding you. So if that's the case, then that's a symptom. So entering the system is very important, okay, so that you can calculate the real score, right?
Right, thank you. The next question, we've got free flow of these questions. You bear with me, please, Mr. Hamidi. Okay, the next question from Normalina Manan. What about the jinn that has been running in your blood, in your family or bloodline, in Malay you call it saka.
Okay. All right. So we talk about gene possession. When we do our diagnosis, it's in two levels. All right. First is to establish whether there is gene in the body or not. Okay. And this is you can actually confirm that to a very high degree with great confidence. Okay, there's a gene. Okay. So now, why does the gene enter the body? Okay, it can be because of one of 9 reasons. Okay, we divide into 9 reasons. It can be because of Seher, which is a popular one, because of Saka, because of some martial art, because the gene is just angry with you for revenge, or because we just disturb, or because instead the gene is just trying to mess up, or because like Iblis, okay, they want to deviate you and so on. All right. So Saka in the Malay world, or hereditary gene, okay, is also one of the reason why a gene may enter the human body. Okay, so that's the second level of diagnosis. Okay, the first level is you want to establish whether there is a gene or not. Okay, just like, okay, do you want to know why a virus enter your body? If you got virus in the body, right, you can confirm that, okay, there's virus there. Okay, but will you waste time on why did this virus come in? Where did it come from? Whatever. Okay, so that's not actually important in the first stage. Okay, so if you get rid of the virus, then the reason doesn't matter. Okay, the same thing as if you get rid of gene, whether it's Saka, the hereditary, or whatever reason comes in, the reason doesn't matter. Okay, once the gene is gone, it's gone. Okay, so the focus must be on eliminating the immediate confirmed source of the problem.
That's a good approach. It's like when you get rid of COVID, ready for the next one, whatever it is. Just a joke, just a joke. Okay, the next one is from Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah. How about instead of crying or laughing during, but if someone reciting Quran and takbir during, how is that? I'm not sure during what, but yeah.
During sleeping.
During sleeping.
Yes.
I missed the word.
Yeah.
Do you mean when that person is sleeping and suddenly wake up and read Quran, is it? Sleep Quran reading?
Reciting Quran while sleeping.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we haven't actually come across that. Okay, but that's probably probably it's probably a symptom as well. Okay, but because jinn, they are mukallaf, they can be Muslim, they can be non-Muslim, can be atheist, or they can choose whatever religion. Okay, so it's not impossible for Muslim jinn to enter human body, thinking that it's a good thing, I want to help this person, whatever. Okay, and probably this Muslim jinn might also know how to read Quran, and while the person is sleeping, it's Quran. Okay, so that's a possibility, because but we have to look at other symptoms as well. Okay, one symptom doesn't say that you have jinn possession. Okay, so if even you have 2 symptoms, probably there's no jinn possession. But you have got 3 symptoms from the 23 significant symptoms, then there's a likelihood that there is jinn possession. If you have 4 or more, then very likely that you have jinn possession. So don't just rely on one symptom, but look at the other symptoms, because the jinn possession will have to have more than 1 symptom, more than 2. And I would say 4 or more is the more accurate number of symptoms that you have in order to say with confidence that there is a jinn possession factor in that.
Okay, on for the next one. Is it possible for a clinically depressed person also can be possessed by jinn?
It's possible, okay. First of all, how do we explain our emotions? Sometimes we can't explain our emotions, all right? So our thoughts is something else, our hearts is something else, all right? So it contradicts, all right? So why does it contradict, okay? Unless there's 2 minds in there messing around, okay? So we have to look at that. If you can't actually rationalize things, okay? If you can rationalize, then yeah, it's okay, you're depressed, you know why you're depressed, then that's depression. It's only when you can't rationalize, okay? You want to be a good person, you want to do good, and you end up doing bad things. You want to be happy, you're not a happy person, and you're sad for no reason, it doesn't make sense. You love your parents, but at the same time, when you meet your parents, you swear at them, and it doesn't make sense, okay? All these irrational thoughts, okay, couldn't have come from you, because we are a rational being. Human are a rational being. We don't like nonsense. We don't like things which can't explain. So when we get irrational thoughts, then it is possible that that thought must have come from something else. It's probably come from the gene. But again, you have to look at other symptoms before you make a conclusion.
Okay, we've got a bit more, Mr. Hamidi. Bear with me. Okay. How do we do a 4-day Ruqyah intensive by Dr. Kasih?
So how do we?
How do we do a 4-day Ruqyah intensive?
Okay. All right. In our case, okay, what we do, we started that intensive, the retreat program, because we wanted to know more, and we also look at a lot of people who have been in a vicious circle. Okay, so the 4-day intensive is actually, the aim is to weaken the jinn, okay, to change the power balance. Basically, it's to change the power balance. The Ruqyah will weaken the jinn, but the psychotherapy is to actually make the person aware of this power balance, okay, that they can be strong, and within that 3 days or 4 days, okay, you have to make the person feel that they have achieved something, they are out of the vicious circle. And that's what we do. Okay, so the default retreat is not actually to get the person 100% cured, what we say, but it's actually changing the power balance in order to make the person get out of the vicious circle so that can move on for the next stage of treatment. So if you do that in Malaysia, then you have to, you can do it. Okay, so how many ever sessions that you want, but you must combine Ruqyah, something which weakens the jinn, and something which strengthens the mind of the person. And counseling, psychotherapy, psychological intervention is very important, so that the person knows, okay, how to fight, how to win the fight. And that's very, very important, because we just rely on Ruqyah alone, okay, the person will just think that, oh, it's just like going to a car wash, okay, just go there and let somebody else do the job for me. I don't have any role, okay, and that's not going to work.
Right, I've got another question from Dr. Nida Dalami. Dr. Hamidi, thank you for sharing your great knowledge. I wonder the acceptance of jinn possession, whether it cannot be good excuse for clients to avoid and get rid of responsibility about their behaviors, particularly when we define mental disorder as an irresponsibility.
Okay, first of all, okay, when somebody couldn't function, okay, then what do they want? Okay, they just want not to function, or they want to function. So there are people, okay, if you get ill, you want to get well. Right? So if you know that you have got jinn possession, you want to get well, you get off it, then that's a good sign. The problem is if you are in denial. If you're in denial, then you will make a lot of excuses. You do not want anything, and this is you need actually psychotherapy to get it of the denial mode. All right. So Ruqyah doesn't work. Okay. So we have experienced that. Okay. People who are in denial doesn't benefit even if they come for a 3-day retreat. Okay. So, but those who are not in denial, those who want to get well, then yes, will be benefit to them.
The next question from the same person, Dr. Nida Dalami. Indeed, would you please prescribe jinn possession is just belong to psychotic mental problems or any mental health problems like family problems?
It can be anything. Okay, it can be anything. Okay, first, when we talk about jinn possession, okay, what it means there's a jinn's mind in the body. All right, so the jinn mind, the jinn can mess around with your thoughts. Okay, you marry a person, then that thought, the jinn says, hate this guy or hate this lady, whatever, hate your wife or hate your husband, and you do not know for what reason, that's the irrational thoughts and behaviors. That's one thing. Or the jinn minds, psyche can overpower your brain, okay, your central nervous system. So how do we actually, let's say I move my hand up or down, okay, it's actually my mind instructing my brain, okay, which is part of central nervous system, and it sends all the signals to the nerves and innervates the muscles, okay. So the mind and the brain are two separate things, they're not the same. Okay, the brain is like the hardware, the mind is like the software. So the mind instruct the brain and things move. Now, if you have two minds in there, one is your mind and the other is a jinn's mind, then there is a possibility that, you know, the jinn can overpower your mind and controls the central nervous system and you lose control. This is why some people sometimes they don't mean to swear, but while talking suddenly swear words come out and they can't control it. And there are people who did not know what they have been doing. They lost the time altogether because the jinn possessed them fully. Okay, so the severity of jinn possession will depend on how strong the jinn psyche is in overpowering your mind to get control of the central nervous system. So you can be there, you can be aware of the jinn. Let's say the jinn will, whenever you read AlFadhil, your mouth will try, you get jaw lock, whatever, you are aware, you try very hard to control it, or you might not be aware, okay? Because we have got, let's say one case of the person, we left the office at 5 o'clock, came back home at 9 o'clock, but they didn't know where he went. But it was normal, it was not lost, but well, in the Ruka session, with Jesus brought him somewhere exotic. Okay, so there are cases like that, which is a total possession that you lose the time. You don't even know what you've been doing, just like sleepwalking. Okay, so you don't know the things that people saw you as being normal, but it's not you. So the body is yours, but the mind is the jin's.
If your description of that, is there like a switch, human jinn, like that for them?
It all depends. Okay, so this is where I think the psychological intervention is very important. Okay, there are people who can control, let's say, the mouth. Okay, so we ask them to focus. Okay, when you focus, okay, you get control of the jinn, of your central nervous system, and you deny the jinn from controlling the central nervous system. So through focusing, you get back control of your body. Okay, this is one of the methods of getting better. Okay, so just ruqyah is how you make strong, how you fight, how do you make your mind stronger than the jinn? Focus is through focus, and everything is focus. If in Islam also we ask focus, whatever, when we do zikr, whatever, is to focusing is very important. It's not just, let's say you do zikr, just your mind goes everywhere else. Okay, if your mind goes anywhere else, you do zikr, has got an effect. So when you focus, then it has got effect. Same thing as if you want to fight the jinn from controlling your limbs forever, whatever, then you have to focus. Okay, there are people, okay, by the time we read ruqyah, they want to beat you up. Okay, they beat the one who reads ruqyah. Okay, but if the person focus, he will try to control and restrain himself. Okay, and that's a good thing because he tries to control. So this, a lot of things, something is a battle of minds, and to control the central nervous system. And this is in addition to, controlling the mind. I mean, the battle between the mind in terms of winning arguments. Okay, so you get thoughts, positive, negative, it can be regime. So similarly, sometimes we do have people who are in and out of jinn possession. But as the jinns get weaker, as your mind gets stronger, you assert yourself, authority on your body, then that state of in and out will be over, inshallah.
It's actually 5:15. I have another 5 questions. Do you mind me asking the questions of every one of you, or shall we call it a day? Is that okay, Mr. Hamidi?
I'm okay with it as long as the organizer is okay.
Right. This one I'll make it fast. It's about hysteria. Hysteria often happens among women, especially students. So how do we differentiate this hysteria occurs either due to jinn possession or other psychological problem? That's from Tengku Nur Izian.
I think the hysteria which is mentioned here, I think it means mass hysteria, okay, where
Yes.
a lot of people get hysterical in the moment. Okay, this is something which happens not just in Muslim world, it happens even in Latin America, for example, among the Christians, right? So yeah, I think first of all, okay, the state of our mind also is important. Okay, so if we are the type of people who get scared easily, all right, we can get hysterical. So in cases where you have somebody who get hysterical, and then others who are also weak in the mind, okay, feel scared, and then they get hysterical as well. Okay, so there's a human factor in there as well. Okay, not necessarily that everybody will be possessed at that time. Okay, it's probably one person might get possessed, okay, or feel, or it might be that some of them, okay, who has got jinn possession, they've been dealing with it. Okay, they know that they have, but when somebody gets hysterical, they get scared. Okay, and when you get scared, you lose control, you lose focus. You lose focus, you become hysterical. But if somebody knows that, okay, I've got jinn possession, if somebody gets hysterical, I know how to control myself, then he or she will not get hysterical. So I think one of the things that we have to do is to train people, okay, to make people aware that, okay, if you are focused on yourself and controlling yourself, that is very difficult for the jinn to overpower you. Okay, and you have to be strong in that. Be strong in the mind. Okay, because
so it's all about control in your own mind versus the mind of that jinn, whoever that is.
Yeah, this battle is what we call it interpsyche conflict. Okay, control of the central nervous system, control of emotions, control of your thoughts. Okay, so we can't ignore that. Okay, so jinn possession does happen, but and then what about the human factor? You will not just say that the jinn has got power over you. No. Okay, if the jinn is so strong, then you will never get you never get well. But people do get well. Okay, and jinn do get out. That means, how do you get well? Maybe because you become stronger, not just because the jinn becomes weaker.
Right, the next one, a quick one, by Mr. Aminullah Tanjur. Jinn possession in Malay, understanding as kerasukan, sometimes makes the person become aggressive and dangerous to others. Does this approach can be used, that situation, or any suggestion in the future development of the approach?
Well, kerasukan, okay, well, I think the word possession in Malay may or may not be translated as kerasukan. I would prefer to use possessi, a new word, possessi jinn, rather than new word, possessi jinn, rather than kerasukan. Because kerasukan, I would consider to be a trance state. Okay, when you are in a trance, okay, trance possession, then kerasukan. Okay, so it's the jinns of poverty, you will lose control. Okay, as we see in the definition in the first part. Okay, in ICD 11 of trance possession disorder. And gangguan can be internal, can be external. So when we use the word jinn possession, which is the term normally being used in journals in English, then it means that a jinn inside you, and doesn't mean that you are in a trance state. Okay, so jinn can be inside you, can be causing a lot of problems, making medical problems or physical or mental problems, but doesn't mean that you are in a trance state all the time. Okay, so the Malay word also probably we have to have a new word, okay, to define this state that, okay, there's a jinn inside you, okay, not you are being in a state of trance.
Right. The next question is quite interesting. Why can jinn possession happen many times to one same individual, and how can this possession spread to people who's around that person. Hysteria tadi.
Well, you have to look at, the person. Some people did not know that they have got deep possession. We have got a lot of cases. People didn't know that they have got deep possession for 10 over years. They still work, whatever, okay, but they're not fulfilling the potential. Okay, so it could be that when you have jinn possession, when somebody is possessed, another person who also has jinn possession but did not know that he or she has jinn possession, it can get infected. It can get a bit scared. Okay, or the jinn start, try to be a bit aggressive, and you just panic. Okay, when you panic, you lose control. Anything can happen. And then this is where I think even in Ruqyah, okay, you see a lot in YouTube. You read Ruqyah and the people get berserk. Okay, why? Because the one who read Ruqyah says, okay, just stay calm, don't do anything. Okay, when you stay calm, you let the jinn overpower you. All right, so you can get berserk. You're aware that you're doing things which are not normal. Okay, but if somebody reads Ruqyah and you stay focused, you don't want any jinn, if there is in you, to overpower you, then you become strong. Okay, you don't, the jinn could not overpower you. So this is again the battle of the mind. Okay, it's very important to understand this. Okay, so don't let the jinn overpower you, because at the end of the day, our body is just the hardware, all right, and our mind is the software, and the jinn is the virus. Okay, so
okay. We've got 3 questions from Normalina Manan. The first one is there a list to differ on making the diagnosis and the degree of disturbance? Do you have a list?
Can you repeat that question again?
Is there a list to refer on making the diagnosis and degree of disturbance? I think it's your scale, and she's asking, is there a list? You check it, you know how bad is it, how good it is?
Okay, the scale, okay, is an indication as well. Okay, so let's say somebody has got a score of 2, and somebody has got a score of 4, and somebody has got a score of 8. Obviously, those got a score of 8 would be more severe than a score of 4 or score of 2. Right? So it's a scale. Okay, so the higher the figure, the higher the score, then the more severe the person is. So normally we look at the scale. Okay, when people come to our center, okay, before they come, we ask them to fill in online form with all the symptoms, and through that we already know the scale, we know the score, and from there we can advise. Okay, if somebody has got a score of 8, no point coming for 1 day or even 1 session. All right. So, and it's serious, put it that way. Okay, so use the scale. Okay, it's not obviously 100% accurate. Okay, but the scale has been developed to minimize, false positive. Okay, so minimize false positive. So, as in any scale or anything in the real world, okay, you will have false positive to some degree.
Okay, the next question by the same person. Do you mind to share the psychotherapy method that you use in your study?
It's very in-depth as well, can be developed over the years. And even we are trying to include, okay, some aspects of Hikam Ibn Athaillah in psychotherapy, because in there, okay, there's coping mechanism that you can use, all right? So the next thing that we'll be focusing on in publishing, how we can use the Hikam Ibn Athaillah for psychotherapy, because it addresses many issues in psychology.
I think this is the last one. This is the easy one. It's not really a question. It says, is it possible to simplify the mukallaf term for the public understanding?
Mukallaf, okay, if you learn fiqh, mukallaf is somebody who is baligh, okay, puberty, Islam, and have aql, okay, is sane, okay. So when somebody is a Muslim, okay, and reach the age of puberty and is sane, I mean, he's not insane, then he's mukallaf. Okay, so we use that term to the jinn as well. Okay, so jinn have they are mukallaf. Okay, so they in the addition one is that the message of Islam has reached them. Okay, so if somebody who lives in the Amazon haven't heard about Islam, then obviously they're not accountable for what they do. Okay, so the jinn, the message of Islam has gone to the jinn. They are like human. Okay, they are sane. Okay, they've got the choice, freedom of choice, to choose the good or the bad. And a lot of verses in the Quran also mention jinn and human, compares jinn and human. So psychologically or from this spiritual point of view, jinn and human are similar. Okay, but physically they are different.
Okay, I believe this is probably the last one by Mr. Mohammed. Do you include physiological symptoms into consideration while making a diagnosis in this case?
Okay, our data collection is more than what the 23 or 34 symptoms that we publish. Okay, so just from the very start, we collect data based on physical problems as well. All right, so well, in this study, okay, obviously we want to publish something which affects the psychological aspect. Okay, so there are also physical problems, okay, which may be caused by the jinn, and we are still processing the data. We're still researching on it, collecting data, and believe that there are some physiological factors which may be caused by jinn possession. So I do not want to say now at the moment, because anything we say must be backed by evidence, and I prefer to say it backed by scientific evidence, scientific research evidence, rather than just my thoughts. Okay, so inshallah you will hear from us maybe in a few years' time, okay, on the other aspect of depossession, which are non-physical, non-mental. Okay, sorry.
Thank you ever so much for the really, really long question and answer. And a lot of people seem to be very, very interested in this one. Yes, that is something to think about, isn't it? Maybe next time you'll be the next writer of Muslims' version of Harry Potter, Probably you can be the next J.K. Rowling.
I'm not a good writer, okay.
I'll call you, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Right, thank you ever so much, everybody. And I've got one more question. This is not aimed for Mr. Hamidi, though. It was a previous session. I did miss that out, but this will be answered by Prof. Siti. The question. Wait, let me check. There's just too many of your questions here. Wait. The question is by Mr. Bakhtawar. Prof. Siti, is there any solution for focusing on better matchmaking? Emotional abuse is also observed in the search phase. Yeah, when you guys go to the Tinder and click left and right and stuff like that, yeah, some people actually abuse people on and offline. So can you tell us, is there a better solution on matchmaking? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I've been studying on this matchmaking because I'm teaching family counseling, and I do some small, not a big national study, but some small study among my students, and we trying to enter this Kindles and all these matchmaking, and what I can make a conclusion is that yes, I agree there are emotional abuse being that, provided that in each of the party, either being a male or female, if you do not prepare yourself, if you expose yourself to be vulnerable, meaning that you will be taken advantage on. we've done some experiment, and within usually it takes about 2-3 months, but within 2 weeks or less, we managed to we managed to notify who are there actually abuser. All right. So maybe it is an interesting topic that we want to do some kind of training, so that when you enter this matchmaking apps and so on and so forth, you will not be vulnerable, and you know exactly what kind of wording and types of people who are actually preying on you, trying to abuse you emotionally and to some extent financially. So there are lots of love scam coming up. Many women especially falling into this love scam because of they put themselves to be vulnerable. And yes, I think that's a good question. That is a next thing that we need to do some kind of training of how to, be in this phase of searching a right husband and wife, and then you are not being abused emotionally, financially, and so on and so forth. Thank you for asking, and we will trying to trying to do something, inshallah, to help those who are in this phase of searching good husband and wife. Alhamdulillah. Inshallah, we will try. We noted that, and thank you for asking. That is a concern that we will consider for next program, inshallah.
Right, Muhammad Ashraf did say something here. Most popular matchmaking app used in America named Minda. Awesome Muslims to meet each other. So that's information for those of you who are seeking. Anyway, thank you very much. And that I think there's another one. Oh, there's another one. Right. This is for Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah. Prof, are you here?
I think she just stepped up this.
Right. Sorry, Nurul Shamsia, I'll probably have to WhatsApp her on this one. Right. Thank you ever so much. I think it's 15 minutes late of your time. Thank you ever so much for the exciting questions and the exciting answers as well. And that's all from me from session 7. I'll pass you back to the MC of the day. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Riz, and thank you, Mr. Hamidi. Session of the day.
That we all can benefit from the session. And of our first day, we all hope that we all can benefit from the sessions. Please stay tuned for the second day for more insightful session from our very known panelists. Thank you, and please take care. Assalamu alaikum. So we're on the fourth session today.